हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि सबैलाई स्वागत छ। PMPL सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हाम्रो कुराकानी जारी छ। आज हामीसँग रहनेवाला छ त्यो टिम जो सायद सबसे बढी फायर पावर बोकेर PMPL सिजन 4 को मैदानमा उत्रिनेवाला छ। नेपाली टिमको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ म कुरा गर्दैछु ABCE स्पोर्ट्स को। हामी खेलाडीहरुको इन्ट्रो सँगसँगै भिडियो स्टार्ट गर्नेवाला छौं।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ सुप्रिम अधिकारी हो र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ बाइप्सिकल हो र मेरो रोल चाहिँ आइजिएल हो।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ कुशल खत्री अनि मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ बाइप्स असासिन। म चाहिँ बाइप्सको एसोर्टर।
पुरै एउटा स्ट्याक्ड फायर पावर वाला लाइनअप चाहिँ अहिले देख्न सकिन्छ। भाइब्सको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ यसको बेस्ट रिजल्ट निकाल्न सक्छ भाइब्सले।
बाइप्सको मोटो भनेकै किल विथ बाइप्स हो र हामी एग्रेसनमा बिलिभ गर्छ। अनि सुपर विकेन्ड फाइनल गरेर PMPL एकदमै लामो हुनेवाला छ। अनि यदि बिचमा एग्रेसिभ खेल्दाखेरि काहीँ चोक भइहाल्यो भने पनि हामीसँग पहिलाको सिजनको पनि पोइन्ट्सले गर्दाखेरि रिकभर गर्नलाई टाइम हुन्छ र हामी त्यसलाई नै रिकभर गरेर आफ्नो बेस्ट दिन खोज्छ।
सो भाइब्स एग्रेसनमा बिलिभ गर्ने भनेपछि असासिन इक्वल्स टु एग्रेसन मलाई चाहिँ लाग्छ। सो असासिन एन्ड देन किलर दुईजना प्लेयर अगाडि खेलेपछि टिमलाई ह्याम्पर होला या नहोला, किन त दुईटा प्लेयर त फ्रन्ट लाइन खेलै गर्छ। इभन रेस्ट अफ द लाइनअप पनि एग्रेसिभ छ भनेर भने। सो कसरी खेल्ने, कसरी सिनर्जी बसाल्ने त किलरसँग?
सिनर्जी चाहिँ अलमोस्ट बसिसकेको छ हैन। अनि अब हाम्रो ब्याक लाइनमा चाहिँ प्रवीण हुन्छ, उसले पछाडि सबै हेर्छ अनि सपोर्ट चाहिएको दिन्छ हैन। अब आइजल ऊ हो स्काउट, अब सिचुएसन अनुसार जो अगाडि हुन्छ त्यसले गर्छ हैन। किलरको र मेरो फ्रन्ट लाइनमा चाहिँ त्यस्तो केही चोक हुने गर्दैन।
सिनर्जी छ, गुड इनफ टाइम पनि खेलेको छ टिम्सले भन्ने कुरा रह्यो। यदि जिगलकै कुरा गर्ने भने उसको आइजिएल लिगमा खेल्नेको केही डिफ्रेन्स फिल भयो प्रिभियस रोस्टरसँग?
डिफ्रेन्स धेरै फिल भयो। लाइक अब पहिला अब हाई भोल्टेजमा हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ प्यासिभ टाइपको गेम प्ले हुन्थ्यो हैन। त्यस्तो साह्रो प्यासिभ पनि हैन, तर यहाँको भन्दा कम्पेरिटिभमा चाहिँ अलि प्यासिभै थियो। अनि यहाँ चाहिँ अलि एग्रेसिभ नै छ नि त, ओभर एग्रेसिभ छ। अब मलाई चाहिएको गेम स्टाइलै त्यही नै हो अनि मलाई चाहिँ अहिले धेरै नै मजा आइरहेछ खेल्नमै।
सो थोरै कम्फर्टेबल यो लाइनअप चाहिँ लागिरहेको छ। सो यदि जिगलको कुरा गर्ने भने स्टेजेसहरू रहेको छ PMPL को पक्कै पनि। सो ट्रान्जिसन अनुसार गेम प्ले डिफ्रेन्ट रहन्छ या अन इन एभरेज सिधा जानेवाला छ?
हरेक स्टेपको लागि बेग्ला बेग्लै गेम प्ले त हुन्छ नै, अनि त्यो स्ट्राटेजिकल वाइज प्ले पनि हुन्छ। अब हामीले त्यही हो, एभ्री स्टेजमा नयाँ नयाँ तरिकाले खेल्न त खेल्छ, तर ठ्याक्क हेर्दाखेरि डिफ्रेन्स चाहिँ देखिन्न र त्यस्तो एफेक्ट पनि नपर्ने तरिकाले खेल्छौँ।
सो मेन एक्चुअल स्टेजको लागि चाहिँ भाइब्सले आफ्नो एक्चुअल गेम प्ले लुकाएर पनि राख्न सक्छ भनेर चाहिँ एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ?
एक्सपेक्ट त गर्न सकिन्छ।
सो भाइब्सले नयाँ नयाँ कुरा त हामीलाई सिकाएको छ। एज इभन च्याम्पियन भनेर चाहिँ प्लेयर्सहरू चाहिँ आएको थियो। सो यदि असासिनको कुरा गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ क्लोज इन्काउन्टरमा असासिनलाई हराउन अलिकता मुस्किल नै पर्ने गर्छ। सो योपालि टप फ्र्यागर लिस्टमा हेल्दी कम्पिटिसन होला होइन, किलर र आफ्नो, किन त दुइटै फ्रन्ट लाइनबाट खेल्छ अनि किलको लागि खेल्छ।
आफ्नो टिममा अब कम्पिटिसन भएकै राम्रो, आफ्नै लेभलकोसँग खेल्न पाउँदा अलि रमाइलो हुन्छ नि।
सो ओभरअलमा किल पोइन्ट्सको लागि भाइब्स त एकदमै फोकस गर्नेवाला छ। बट टकिङ अबाउट दि स्टार्टिङ फोर, कोही चारजना स्ट्रिक्टली एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ विथ द रोल?
त्यसरी हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ एक्चुअली म अब एक्ज्याक्ट प्लेइङ फो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ म एज अ आइजिएल भइहाल्छु। अनि आई विल टेक असासिन एन्ड किलर एज फ्र्यागर्स एज असल्टर, अनि प्रवीण विल बी अ सपोर्टर फर द टिम र यही नै कन्टिन्यू हुन्छ होला पुरै PMPL भरिलाई।
सो प्रवीण बिचको लिङ्क रहनेवाला छन् आफू अनि आफ्नो एसल्टरको बिचमा। सो यदि प्रवीण को फर्म आएन अथवा खराब गेम प्ले गयो भने टिम बिचमा स्प्लिट ब्रेक रहन सक्छ नि?
त्यस्तो हुनसक्छ, तर अब सक्दो नहोस् भन्ने चाहन्छु। र इफ भइहाल्यो भने वी विल गो फर द सेकेन्ड अप्सन, अदरवाइज यही हुन्छ प्लेइङ फर फुल PMPL-लाई।
सो अभियसली भाइब्सले भनेको पनि छ कि डिफ्रेन्ट प्लान रहनेवाला छ डिफ्रेन्ट स्टेजको लागि। सो होमवर्क त पक्कै पनि गरिएको छ। बट स्टिल मेरो एउटा चाहिँ लास्ट कुरा यो रहन गयो कि फ्यान्सहरू सबसे इम्पोर्टेन्ट सायद रहन सक्छ। टन्न बटुलेको छ भाइब्सले पनि, एन्ड देन जुन गेम प्ले छ त्यसले पनि अडियन्स कलेक्ट गरेको छ। सो यदि केही म्यासेज दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने?
सपोर्ट गर्दै जानु, मन पराउने नपराउने त तपाईँको कुरा हो, तर हामी आफ्नो गेम खेल्ने हो र यदि ब्याक लाइनमा सपोर्ट आइराख्यो भने हामी पनि अलि मोटिभेटेड हुन्छ।
ब्याड डेजहरूमा पनि सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस्। अब धेरै टाइम छ, हामी कभर अप गरिहाल्छौँ होइन, नराम्रो इनकेस नराम्रो भयो भने, नत्र त अलि नराम्रो हुने चाहिँ चान्स छैन।
सो उनीहरू थिए भाइसबाट जिगल अनि असासिन। टिम कम्प्लिट कन्फिडेन्सको साथमा रहेको छ, प्लानिङ अनि होमवर्क पनि टन्न गरेको छ, एन्ड देन यस डोमिनेट गरेर हामी नै जित्ने हो। अब भाइब्स चाहिँ जित्दैछन् एन्ड अभियसली किल विथ भाइब्स टिमको मोटो पनि रहेको छ। हामी यस्तै कुराकानी बाँकी टिमसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छौँ। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर वाचिङ।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is going to be the final day of the league plays before we jump into the Super Weekends, of course. But along with that, well, the league plays are not going to be coming back. But all of it is, of course, a huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making this all happen. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Ploro. Joining us are these two incredible dudes to analyze the games for us. It's going to be Aish Super Johnny and Oshu Sharma. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good actually, and I believe since, as you mentioned, this is going to be the final league play day for all these 20 teams, it is going to be incredible action that we're going to we are about to witness. Because I mean, talk about stakes, right? You mess up, you don't make it to the Super Weekend, you don't make it to the finals. There's a lot on the line. There's money, there's reputation, and well, the pride itself.
The pride, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Something good's happening, but at the cost of a lot of things that just going down. A few teams might not just make it. And if those teams were already out of top 16, well, it's just the end game for those teams, right? When we talk about their journey moving on forward to obviously the finals overall. So we'll have to see, because today a lot of names might just seal the deal for themselves.
So true indeed. With that, talking about sealing the deal, well, it is going to be $150,000 on the line for these teams to participate in. When it comes to the prize pool, a massive chunk of money that, of course, these teams are going to be playing for. But in all of that, again, the Super Weekends, that is what these teams today are mainly going to be focusing on, the third weekend.
Exactly. I mean, an opportunity to earn $1,000 a match. That is what that Super Weekend provides you, along with the opportunity to get yourself some points on the overall leaderboard that actually matters, which is the Super Weekend's leaderboard, the storyboard, as Blotter you like to call it. And without being in the top 16 in that standings, you can't make it to the finals, and you can't compete for the thousands of dollars that are there for the finals prize pool. So it is a wonderful opportunity for these lads. And also, I mean, we are seeing a few individuals already that are showcasing themselves that they are going to be the potential candidate for the tournament MVP. So
indeed,
just talking about that as well.
Absolutely. On the other front, Ocean, dude, I mean, this is something that you used to rhyme quite a lot back in the day. The points. Let's talk about the importance of these points.
Yeah, I mean, those were a few good old days, right? But talking about the points, a chicken dinner right now, it just gets you 15 points. Just like Johnny said, in the upcoming days, it will also get you those $1,000 as well. 1 kill, 1 point. We saw a few teams yesterday, you guys remember, right? 1 placement point and 11 kill points, like those kind of things. So maybe today as well.
It could very well be the case. With that, let's get introduced to these teams. Of course, we are going to be introduced to these 20 teams that have been subdivided in 5 individual groups. Starting off from Group A, it is going to be DRS, a team that has been looking pretty phenomenal when it comes down to PMPL South Asia Season 4, along with Venom Esports. I mean, yesterday, they were also getting themselves in the track of things, and R3D Esports. I mean, yeah, as I just mentioned right now, when it comes to those placement points, this team is at times there, at times not, but the aggressive stance, they are always going to be destructive.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, I8 loves to get those kill points for themselves. But moving on forward, this is where the entirety of the masala actually remains. I mean, we have P and Q, a team that is just doing incredible this Super Weekend, this league play. So we'll see them in Super Weekend. Probably we'll have to see what happens. R3D, Venom Legends, and ZEUS. Well, ZEUS yesterday they had one amazing game. So looking forward to more and more games for themselves. R3D and Venom Legends, well, these teams are trying to, just have good games for themselves as well. So today it might just be a real test for these teams.
Absolutely. As you move on to Group C, Warren.
Yeah, I mean, Group C, talking about this group, I mean, the team to look out for right now, it is not going to be Stalwart. Surprise, surprise, it is actually 7C Esports, because yesterday we did see a good recovery from this team. They are doing pretty decent if you compare their current performance, the current level of play, to what they have done in the past. So 7C, there has been an improvement, but is it going to be enough to keep them afloat? That is a question that I believe everyone is going to be asking. Raw, we always talk about them, and A1 Esports, sort of off again, on again situation going on with these teams, where in a few matches they look amazing, but the next few matches we just see them fall down to the bottom of the standing. So the consistency is still going to be required. And Stalwart Esports, well, that is just an amazing team, and I hope in the finals we get to see them attain that final form that they're saving.
Yeah, absolutely. As we move on towards Group D, this is where we are going to be introduced to a few teams that have had an up and down sort of performance. I mean, Clarity Esports right there, who have been interesting in terms of their play. I do believe they should be able to participate in the Super Weekend, but today's 4 games are going to define that for the motion.
Yeah, definitely. For Clarity, it's going to be important because, again, we have a lot of Miramars. And yesterday in one of the games, that was the last game, they were in top 5 as well. So I believe they have started up on the momentum. But again, they'll have to just keep it for themselves, because today, I believe they'll be playing their first game, but then the second one's going to be a break for them as well. So again, that's where the discussion might just go down. But there's another group, and in this one, this is the most difficult one to just understand right now.
Yeah.
T2K, a team that's just shining up. Future Stations there, a team this time kind of, in its own ups and downs, and then we have teams that are outside 16. Well, both of these teams, Seal 9 and Paradox, missed their respective 1-1 Super Weekends, so maybe they would want to just get in there.
Oh yes, they are gonna have to. There's no two ways about it. They are gonna have to participate in that Super Weekend. But as you move on forward to the story that has been created as of now, we do have Train to Kill looking pretty ferocious with their playstyle. At 88 points with 2 chicken dinners. This team, I mean, talk about the Super Weekends, talk about the league plays. T2K this time around in PMPL Season 4 is a behemoth.
I mean, definitely. They are going to be the Titans and the sort of big bad guys, not bad, like big nice guys on the battlefield that everyone is going to be looking to beat up. But although on the other side, I mean, we were talking about I8 and how aggressive they are. Well, it has worked out for them in the matches that they played yesterday. They are looking really good in terms of their aggression. The kill points coming in every single game have been the things that have kept them in the top 16, and majority of these teams are in a safer position right now. So when we move on to the next page standing is when things get interesting, because in the last match we saw Bablu, we saw Stalwart take a bounce. They were out of the top 16, and then we see them move on to the 11th and the 12th position. But that means teams were dropping down, and out of those teams, Deadeye's Guys is a name that you hardly see missing out on a Super Weekend. In fact, they haven't missed out on a Super Weekend so far.
Yeah, they haven't. But the thing is, just like you said yesterday as well, Johnny, that I won't consider them still missing out right now, because they will climb back. We know about that. Future Station, though, like, this is a team, for the first time, their placement point marker is a bit shorting, a bit falling short as compared to the kill point marker. Venom Legends, they are at 15th place, and Future Station are at 16 right now. But if this is where I was saying, right, one big name might just not make it, because if DE just starts climbing up, Future Station will have to pick up the pace as well. Otherwise, we might just see them faltering out, and
apart
in
from
the map
that,
chance, that's the only team that stays at top.
Exactly. I mean, it's going to be trouble in paradise for Future Station, but also for S9 and Paradox, because these two teams are sitting in the 19th and the 20th position with like 4 and 2 points for themselves. And Future Station is on the 16th with 18 points. They're tied up with Venom Legends, I believe. So that bounce that's going to be required from S9 and Paradox, they need to make sure it happens from their first games itself, which is going to be the second game for us. But if they fail to do that, they make a single mistake, and that's it. Their opportunity is done.
But
So
that's
true,
the thing,
mate.
right,
So
Johnny?
true, but-
But that's the thing, because Future Station's also missing out on their first game. So
Yeah.
again, it's going to be a similar push for both teams. Yeah.
But you know, in all of this, talking about a bounce back conversation, the bounce back conversation is going to be for the side of PN Crew, a team that was not able to participate in the first Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, but this time around, this team is certainly looking pretty good based on their yesterday's play.
Yeah, and talking about that, right? So these stats, I would say, yeah, exactly. If you look at the overall stats, these are not the most impressive stats. But the thing is, right now, these stats are coming because these players are at the right place, at the right time, in the right fight, and that is just helping them. Their average survival, yeah, it's low because they lost a lot of points in the first and second league play, but now they are picking up the pace, and that's why comparatively their average is getting better. I won't say it's the best average, but it's getting better. They are evolving, so we'll have to see if they actually make it up in the first Super Weekend for themselves. That's going to be the third, though.
I mean, completely agree with that. I mean, this time PN Crew, they are looking really different. I believe majority of the kills and the points, the damage, most of what we see is what they have done in the performance yesterday. And if we have a look at the average stats of their performances throughout the weeks, I mean, there is a complete switch around. I mean, Ocean, as you always like to say, since there are more matches to play, the stats for week 3 are definitely going to take a hit. But it is still going to be better than what they've accomplished in the previous weeks.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely is going to be, just quite different as of what they have accomplished in the previous weeks. Because right now they are having good fights. Look at this. This is what I'm saying, right? They are at the right fight at the right time. They find the right victims for that, and that's where they're getting numbers for themselves. In fact, yesterday's 2-3 games were just so amazing for this team, getting them back to back, in good placement areas, in good positions, and that is just helping the team overall.
I mean, as you said, talk about being at the right place at the right time. This was a perfect timing from them because Future Station, their vehicle was flipping out of control. It was a chaotic situation for them to deal with, and PN Crew were there to capitalize, and they were there to capitalize on majority of positions like this where their opponents were completely off guard, no cover available, out in the open, and PN Crew, they were there to secure those points. Along with that, I mean, the level of consistency that they displayed yesterday was really nice from them. It sort of reminded us of the old PN Crew that we remember.
Yeah, but think about this, right? Look at their initial games. Yeah, they were ups, but they were downs as well, back to back. And then in the middle portion, that's like their second, right, when they were playing. They had kind of a low-paced gameplay. They never had that high up jump. But right now, as yesterday's day started, they have been so much good with their performance. And it's kind of the glimpse. That's what I was saying, right? Yesterday we were seeing a lot of teams in their classical form. So we saw the same with this team as well. They were in that classical momentum for themselves, the old PNQ.
Oh, yes, indeed. On the other front, as we talk about teams that are on the rise, well, a team that has been consistently rising, or rather two teams that have been against each other, is going to be T2K and DRS, the Real Soldiers, because these two teams, I mean, there is nothing that separates them based on their play, based on the points that they've been able to accumulate.
I mean, the more you talk about these guys, I mean, it is every word you use to describe these two teams, it is going to be an understatement what they have accomplished, not just in the league play days, but if you talk about the overall standings as well, because both these teams are looking really strong. And as you said, Blotter, I mean, every single game we see them going head to head, and it's always fun. But just yesterday, T2K, they were incredible. Every single match, they were able to secure a good finish for themselves with a really good number of kills. Even in the match that DRS got a chicken dinner, T2K ended up having more points.
Yeah, that's true. Because, T2K was just at a different level yesterday.
Yeah.
I believe that. But, so here's a conversation, right? I'm just going to tell you guys a pattern. I hope that pattern does not happen, though. First league play, it was DRS doing really good and Wizards with vibes. But when it came down to the first Super Weekend, it was T2K getting multiple chicken dinners for themselves. Second league play, it was Stalwart doing really good. But when it came down to Super Weekend, Stalwart was not in top 3 multiple times. It was DRS that was just doing really good. This time, actually in league play, T2K is doing really good. I don't know. I don't know if they will do the same in Super Weekend with the momentum or not, because that's what the pattern has been.
Well, let's not jinx it from the desk, because it could be, it could very well be another perhaps Mongolian team. I mean, we've been talking about a lot of Mongolian domination as well. But again, as so perfectly mentioned by both of you, that when it comes down to DRS and TTK, yeah, there's nothing separating them. But on that third position in the overall, right, we do have ZEUS. That is something that I'm going to be keeping a keen eye out for today's games.
Exactly. I mean, ZEUS is definitely chasing these lads and giving them a run for their money. But the momentum, as Ocean was talking about, the momentum from the league plate needs to be taken along with the team to the Super Weekend. We can't see this team fail, especially T2K, because their run in the Super Weekend, it has been a phenomenal one. I mean, the safety cushion that they have, they are allowed to make as many mistakes as they want. But we don't want to see that, right? No one is going to enjoy it. Nobody is going to enjoy watching that. We want to see them dominate. We want to see them extend their lead, maybe get more chicken dinners for themselves. And as we like to call them, take 2K, get $2,000 every single day, 2 chicken dinners. I mean, this team is just amazing to watch, and it's going to be fun to see. As Blotter, you mentioned, ZEUS is chasing them. If ZEUS actually, it does somehow manage to close in the distance, then that's going to make the whole war that's going between these teams on the overall leaderboard a lot more spicy.
Exactly, but on the other front, I mean, we talk about these two teams. Yes, the aggression is there, the domination is certainly there in the lobby, no matter what game that they're part of, no matter what team they're up against. But on the other front, that exact same domination and aggressive stance is definitely lacking from this team that, well, yesterday played 4 games. It is from Group E, and were only able to get 4 kill points. No placement point whatsoever at all coming in from this teams. And that, of course, is going to be Paradox, a team that, well, in week number 1, did certainly gauge out a lot of eyes towards them, but as the journey moved on in PMPL Season 4, their performance has kind of slumbered down a little. What do you think?
For Paradox, I know. The first Super Weekend, first league play was so good because first day we were just not expecting a lot from this team, but second day when came down to league play, the team just started just getting really good. This is the comparison of their league week 1 day 2 versus yesterday. Just think about 4 matches. How much of a difference can this team just create when it comes down to the 4 matches when they needed to qualify? And well, 1100 damage on an average. That's just insane. So I want to see this exact gameplay, this exact game style today again from this team.
I think they're going to have to do a little bit more if they want to qualify, because I believe the cutoff, even though it's not going to be, it's going to be quite similar to what it was in the second week. Just to make sure that you are safe, don't just aim for 16th. Aim for either the 14th or the 13th position, as high as you can go. And that is what I want to see from Paradox. I don't want to see them just make it to the Super Weekend. I want to see them in a comfortable position.
Yeah, so last time the cutoff was 30 points, right?
Yeah.
So I would say exactly they should not be just at the 16th position because, again, it can make things a bit tricky. It might just be, you're in top 16, but there's still 1 match remaining. You have to play it. You might not mess up. You better not mess up, right? All those things, because this team is not just the only team in that group that just, is playing all those matches. We have Seal9 as well. We have Future Station as well, a team that is trying to, maintain that top 16 area right now. No doubt they are in 16th position. And obviously the conversation for those teams is going to be, we will make it. We will make it comfortable. Yeah. So against those kind of conversations, this team will have to execute something. Because look at this. Their first momentum as of what happened, the first 4 matches, and then their 5th match as soon as they hit. That's the, the second day of the first league week. That was at such a high. And that's the highest performance yet in a league week when we talk about it.
Absolutely, and then from there we can clearly see that the performance has definitely fallen down quite a lot, and of course that is something that has been mentioned on the desk as well. When it comes to the fights that Paradox ended up taking, they are really skilled, no two ways about it, but it's the placement point that this team always ends up lacking down from. But again, I mean, this is a group that is going to be, or rather this is a team from Group E that's not going to be starting our day off, because Group E is not going to be playing the first game. With that, let's cue in the schedule. Let's get our show started off with the games, and to start the day off today, it will be, I believe, Miramar, where we shall start the day. Yep.
Yeah. And talking about Miramar, right? Johnny, you'll agree with me on this one thing. For PN Crew, Miramar is kind of a good news nowadays, right?
I mean, they've had interesting performances on this map. They have managed to convert a lot of points from this map. So, I mean, expectations are definitely going to be there with the team. But I want to see that DRS T2K entire fiasco again. That was fun.
I mean, I predicted that yesterday as well. That DRS T2K, they will be there in the last as the last 2 teams surviving. They were there as last 2 teams surviving. So today as well, if we see DRS T2K, The best part is they like to maintain their base for rotations, and they actually cluster themselves in a way.
True.
In a circle, this is where T2K is, this is where DRS is, and in the middle is cluster of different teams. So both of them apply pressure, and then both of those teams are the ones that are remaining at the end. So maybe something like that happens. But again, I would love to see what PN Crew does, because yesterday's last game, it was DRS, T2K, PN Crew, like not DRS though. It was T2K versus PN Crew that was happening.
Yeah.
So today maybe PN Crew has a good answer to start up with.
Maybe.
Well, a rivalry that's been created will certainly be pushing on forth from those two teams, that's for sure. On the other front, as I was mentioning earlier as well, the Mongolian domination hopefully will be showcased today as we push on along from match number 1 all the way through match number 5. But in all of this, once again, I take the conversation back to ZEUS Esports, a team that is looking pretty neat right now. They're on the 9th position with, I believe, 31 points for themselves.
Yeah.
But in all of this entire performance throughout the weeks, right, their gameplay that was showcased in Season 3 compared to what they are doing now has definitely fallen. Would you agree?
I agree with that. I mean, because Season 3 day, the first week was incredible from ZEUS Esports, but I believe it's all about adapting. So maybe before the finals, if they adapt to the new playstyle that South Asian region as a whole has sort of built up for themselves, maybe in the finals we're going to see a different ZEUS Esports.
All right, well, with that, let's get this game started off. Let's move on to our casters, who are going to be none other than XP and Play, to take you through the first game of today.
Thank you very much for that. As usual, Blotter, it is hump day, XP. It's the middle of the week. It's a Wednesday. However, it's also the last opportunity for a few of these teams to potentially play the final Super Weekend, right? So we got PN Crew, they really stepped up, but a couple of teams here, they're struggling a bit, and a question being raised on the desk, XP, can they make it the final Super Weekend?
I have a question for you, though. Are you ready for the googly eyes? Because I'm still...
I love it. I like it. You look like an anime character. I like anime.
It's back. All right.
I like the good anime, not the crap ones. Anyway.
Let's talk fact. Now, PN Crew, all right, they have a monumental task up ahead of them if they want to make it, well, A, to the Super Weekend, and B, if they want to make an impact on the Super Weekend itself, because, they're going to be starting from scratch, Blade. They're going to be
zero points,
while all others, they've amassed quite a few. But again, I'm not going to say it's not doable, but it is a very tall order, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
And they're going to be consistent right off the bat. But again, we've seen bigger upsets than this in the past. So, I'm not going to count them out right now, but I will say they have an uphill battle against them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, qualifying for the Super Weekend is a whole different ballgame altogether, like you said, which is looking very likely right now. Yesterday, they really stepped up. They proved me wrong. They were taking the fights to some of the big hitters in the server and coming out on top time and time again. However, starting from zero, what sort of mental strength do you need? And also, bear in mind, for them to qualify, they need to get top 16 XP. That means they need to hope that a few of the teams don't actually qualify for the final Super Weekend. A few of these teams being, for example, Paradox Esports, maybe a Seal9, maybe a High Voltage, for example, or even 7Cs for that matter, right? So a lot of ifs and buts surrounding whether these guys can qualify.
We love those words, don't we?
Yeah, ifs and buts.
We love using those words. All right, so now, again, I'm not going to beat around the bush. It's pretty simple. They do have their backs against the wall, which is something they can actually use to their advantage. They have nothing to lose, as we say, and they have everything to gain. Now, if they do make it to the Super Weekend, again, they have done the little bit, but it's going to be, like you said, starting from scratch. It is going to be a big pressure, mentally speaking. Now, how they go about the games, look, I mean, you can't have some magic formula come up right now and, save the day. So what they're going to have to do is do what they do best. They need to be comfortable with the way they've played in the past. Now, in my opinion, right, I mean, if you want to alleviate a little bit of the weight off your shoulders, look at the games like a classic match. It's just 4 friends getting together to have a good time. I mean, that is the mentality they need at this point. Because again, if you put too many expectations forward for yourself, you are going to succumb to the pressure sooner or later. It's just how the world works. Again, the mental aspect of this game is something that is overlooked a lot. And, it's on our screens right now. It does make a difference. So, best of luck to all the teams out there. Let's see what's going to happen today, because it's not just PN Crew who's in that same position. Paradox as well. I mean, if they do make it to the Super Weekend, they are going to have a little advantage over the previous team. But again, Paradox sitting at the 20th position, they have their work cut out in 4 matches. That means all 4 matches need to be pretty much, well, not just chicken dinners, but they need to go up for the kill. So
Yep.
a lot of ifs and buts play, a lot of ifs and buts, but I guess all the speculation can be kept aside because the big bird is going to take to the sky and the action is going to begin.
And the thing is, no one's really safe, XP. Deadeye's guys are still in the bottom 4. DE, I mean, they're at 16 points, R3D on 11, Paradox on 4, and Seal 9 on 2. And right above them, Future Station, Venom Legends, Vibes, RAW. Everyone's just below 21 points after 4 games played yesterday, XP. So no one is really safe. You can take a look over here. It has been a rough outing for a lot of these teams, apart from one team. That's, of course, T2K, right on the tippity top. They have been incredible. They have been a team.
22 points a game on average. Wow.
That's stupid. Like, that's so stupid. Like, it almost feels like they're cheating, right? Like 22 points on an average across an entire day of play. It's just ridiculous. I mean, they're making DRS, ZEUS, and I8 look pedestrian by comparison, which is kind of nuts. But yeah, as I was talking about, Stalwart in 26, Bubblue in 26, Raw on 21, Vibe on 21, Venom Legends on 18. They're not safe. None of them are safe. A bad day here, and suddenly you're going to be sitting out the 3rd Super Weekend, and you don't want to do that.
Oh, absolutely. And it's always good to see that, all that training for T2K is coming in handy. And yeah, no one is going to be safe. And well, I guess the teams are safe right now because T2K is not going to be playing this first game as Group E is going to be sitting out. That means we don't have Future Station, we don't have T2K, and what we do have, however, is shots fired right off the bat. And once again, it's Steelshot who finds himself in that situation. Now, at distance, he does have the Glacier M4, iron sights, of course. He is trying to get a few shots on, but in fact, he's going to be taken out instead by the Baron himself, and Steelshot is going to be at the receiving end of things. Now, his teammates need to hurry up things and work around it, as both teams are going to be exchanging a member here and there. I like this. Right off the bat, we have action breaking out, and of course, this is going to be up north towards the water treatment plant. So again, I'm happy about this.
Zake's a little lucky. He's got a depression to kind of crawl away, try and find his teammate. And Frypan's being very, very safe. He's like, I can't really confirm the kill.
Wait, did I say? I beg your pardon. I kind of said water treatment because I saw all those containers over there. This is actually action breaking out at Torre Ahumada, something that Blay, we've been wanting for a long time.
We've been wanting for a long time. We haven't even seen a circle yet because action has broken out. But I do believe the circle is kind of central. Yeah, there it goes. Very central. No real crazy shifts going to be seen. So won't be seeing any early rotations coming in, apart from maybe Venom Legends and Bubblue, obviously, landing pretty far away from the center of the map. But yeah, early skirmish here. And considering both these teams know who the other is, that particular town is too big. It's too small, rather, for those two big heavy hitters. So I'm expecting both of them to try and go for a team wipe early on, or at least try and get a couple of kills here.
See, I mean, we did kind of bring up Venom Legends yesterday, talking about how, Steelshot is playing on a completely different playing field as compared to his teammates. Now, I'm not taking anything away from his teammates. This, after all, is a team game, and, everyone does their part. But right now, I like the fact that they have been brought up back to their knees. Looks like both teams are going to get those revives coming in, which means, although we did see a couple of casualties coming in as far as knocks are concerned, no one is going to make sure that the other is put in the ground. And now I like that we have a little bit of a truce over here and everyone is backing off for greener pastures. Now, Seal Esports, I do believe, are sitting in the 9th position with 30 points to their names, and Venom Legends have 18. Now, Venom Legends play, I mean, they're a hit and miss team, right? I mean, sometimes they really kind of make us scratch our heads and, we think that, wait a second, what's happening? I mean, these boys, we know that, they're capable of a lot more. And then sometimes they just come and, wow us. They just dazzle us with their gameplay. So again, they are going to have to get things working right from the get-go. And what I do kind of believe is they are going to be falling back a little bit. But if you have a look at Void's position, he could be heading for a head-on collision with R3D at Cruz del Valle. But again, I do kind of want them to deal with Seal before they get out, because otherwise they're just going to get shot in the back.
Absolutely. I think that is something they have to be very cognizant of, wary of, but I'm still wondering, what's going to happen there between Venom Legends and Seal. Like you said, both those two teams kind of peeling away from each other. You can even see Mamba moving further and further away towards the Oasis, right? But yeah, it looks like both of them are going to be calling a temporary truce. No one looking to consider. And as you pointed out, you look at the points, 30 and 18. Venom Legends is barely, like the heads are barely above the water, right? And they're like, is it really worth going for this fight? Like, sure, we could potentially take down Seal, but it's Seal. Like, easily can be flipped on its head. So I think it is the right call from Venom Legends to maybe not take this particular fight. However, I feel if I was Seal, I might be looking for that particular fight. But we did see, I think it was Wally, he was on a sliver of HP. They didn't seem to have much health kits or like first aid kits and whatnot. So probably, the lack of any medication preventing them from taking that fight. So yeah, but it was a bit of a tease, XP. I thought we'll have a nice fight to start things off, but it looks like it's going to be one of those slowest starts on Miramar over here.
See, I guess one of the things is now both teams are pretty much mid. Well, especially Seal is in the middle of the overall rankings, while the other Venom Legends is a bit on the downside. Now, for both teams, it is going to be crucial because, again, you got to keep one thing in mind, Blaine. We only have 4 games per team today to make it to the Super Weekend, and like you said, no one's really safe. And if Seal has a bad day, and if they don't make it to the Super Weekend, it's just going to be a little traumatic for the team. Now, for both teams, of course, the kills are going to matter. And since this is game 1, I can kind of give them a little bit of leeway as to, maybe they just want to get a bit warmed up, or maybe they're just, getting used to all the pressure right now. Because, again, losing a member early on is going to have a detrimental effect, especially for a team like Venom Legends. On the other hand, however, when Venom Legends have had, the opportunities to get all 4 members alive in the last few circles, we've seen them shine. I mean, yes, they do get knocked out, more often than they would like to, but when they do come out with that victory, it is something that they do it in style. So again, both these teams are very capable, and we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Elsewhere, I8, man. I mean, we both were jubilant yesterday, the fact that, they actually got their first chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, just in the second Super Weekend, which is something we were actually hoping for. Because, again, if not the most, probably one of the most consistent teams in this tournament so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I feel it was a long time coming, and they did manage to get it. Performance-wise, yesterday, it's not been bad for them. In the middle of the pack, kind of scratching at the top 5, top 6 placings, so they're going to be sitting pretty comfortably alongside the likes of DRS and ZEUS. Obviously, T2K are just going to be very happy campers coming in to play here today, although they will be sitting out the first game of the day. I've been thinking about this, XP. So, like, after yesterday's game, I finished everything, I grabbed my dinner, I was having a cup of coffee, and I'm like, what if in the final circle, like, especially because it's Miramar, like why can't we have like a old Wild West like shootout? Both each player gets a revolver, and there's a countdown timer, and if you shoot too early, you insta die. Like if it comes down to a 1 versus 1 in the final circle, and both the players can opt to vote to play that, and then it's like you have, it'd be cool. Think about it.
You're not far off, actually, because if you remember when Miramar 2.0, when it was freshly launched, right? I mean, they did have a little bit of a cowboy theme, and we do have the Winchester knocking off heads over here, so yeah,
True.
We could get a revolver or 2 and just go back.
Or even a Winchester. I'm fine with a Winchester. There we go.
There you go. So, I mean, we do have elements of the good old West, the Wild West, as we like calling it, and maybe somebody might just be as accurate as Billy the Kid. So, again, it all comes down to how you want to play it. I mean, as far as role-playing goes, I would love it. And, we have a nice look at that McLaren right from the dash to the back. It is, of course, a PUBG Mobile Special Edition, ladies and gentlemen. You are not going to find this car anywhere else, especially with that icy blue and orange calipers. I like that combination. It does match. However, what I don't like is the fact that the front wheel is missing. That is going to be devastating if you take it out for a drive. Your rim is going to be destroyed. And talking about things being destroyed, if you get your hands on this BFG, this AWM, as it drops from the heavens above with an 8x play, a lot of things are going to be destroyed in this game.
We saw some nice shots coming out from the arm yesterday, so definitely does make me very excited. Yeah, I just love the sound.
Right.
I also do enjoy the.
It's an intimidating sound.
It is. Also the MK. It has a metallic clang when you shoot that. So
that's a scary
We'll
sound.
get back to it later on, because right now Mimo, I can't see any of his teammates nearby, which is problematic. He's jumping, trying to spot someone out. But R3D, look at the way they've surrounded him. 2 on his left, 2 on his right. And they know where he is. They 100% know where he is. Now, I can see Ale in the distance. But if he does get knocked down, I feel like the possibility of him getting res is very, very slim, XP. I don't know how Memo's found himself in this position. He can hear this party van as well. He's going to spot a player out, rattles off a number of bullets, but that is going to give away his position, and now he's going to be pushed. But it's going to be Ale getting spotted up by Anubis. He was supposed to be the player providing covering fire. And with considering how far away from each other 7C are, a player getting knocked down like that is going to be a bit problematic.
It is indeed, and it looks like Fair is going to be the man of action who's going to try and go and pick up his teammate, but Memo's got to be careful.
Oh my god.
Because there was a little bit of a gap between the ground and the vehicle, and well, his torso was in full view, and now his torso is full of lead, and with that, 7C, who were kind of mounting an attack, I mean, they knew R3D's position after the receiving end of things. Elsewhere, we do have a Mongolian Pakistani skirmish breaking out as ZEUS go up against I8. ZEUS getting out of harm's way almost, but he was caught mid-air and is now going to be knocked down. However, respite is going to come right, basically right there and then, because the revive should be coming in, whereas Uzum, the revive was almost coming in, but looks like ZEUS is going to be taken out, and right now from afar, Godless, he needs to be a man of action because one of their members is out, one of them is down on their knees, and well, they don't have a lot of options. Now, I8 play, they have one of their members knocked down, but they are in control of the building. Wait a second, did they finish him?
One of them got finished off. Both of them got finished off. So right now it's a 3 versus 3. The nade! Oh boy, that was close. The second one is a little too deep, and Icy is a very, very lucky man. The nades, XP, I don't know, never mind. The second nade's gonna find its mark. I said it was lucky, but, well, looks like didn't quite pan out his way. Ably spotted out, though, and Ably not quite able to land a shot, and I8 constant, consistent aggression. Another nade to finish off the job there, and it is going to be just Godless left alone, and they knew where he was. He did get a finish, knock and a finish on one of the members of I8, so they definitely, and that smoke blooming is going to be a dead giveaway as to his position. So Godless needs to leg it, he needs to run for the hills, and I8, I think... Oh, they spot him out, XP. They spot him out. They're tickling him with those bullets, and Godless is dodging them. He's taking a bit more damage or scratches on that shoulder of his. But it looks like he might manage to escape unless IA decide to go for the hunt. And honestly, they could. He's alone. He's on his feet. The 3 of them alive. Why the hell not? Get the team wiped.
That is definitely a possibility, as he's going to be running across this desert all by his lonesome. Now, he does go prone. He's going to probably patch himself up with the first aid, but I got to give props to Uzum back in that skirmish. Now, you saw that he was almost knocked out since he had the ADS on with his weapon, but quick thinking on the lad's spot, switching to that hip fire and getting that knock on the ZEUS member. Now, because of that, of course, ZEUS are going to be survived by just Godless, but the question is for how long, because the circle is going to shift once again. This time, we are going to have something different. Wait a second. His woes are not over. As you did call it, I8 are going to be hungry for that 4th kill, but I also like the fact that they're not overextending. They don't want to make those mistakes, you know, we've kind of seen them make in the past, you know, especially when you go one by one against the enemy. However, this time around, Crypto is going to put him in his place with that M16 burst fire. Now, ZEUS, we did kind of see a revival of the team yesterday as far as, you know, their antics and their usual gameplay goes. However, they are going to be the first team to bid us adieu in the first game of this day. Now, there's the weapon that you wanted. It does have that metallic clanky sound when it does shoot off. And again, it is one of those weapons, right? It's the gun with 2 faces, the devil with 2 faces, as Ocean likes calling it, because, well, you can pretty much use it as a designated marksman rifle at range, or you can switch it to full auto and just go Rambo on everyone. So, you know, I mean, again, a very versatile weapon. Now, we did kind of mention the circle is going to be coming down to Hacienda del Patron and the water treatment plant, which means cover in the form of compounds is going to be pretty limited. I guess it's going to be something you like. Also, it's going to be some open warfare in the
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As long as water treatment plant is going to be excluded from the later zones, we could see some interesting open field warfare, which does really make me a very happy man. But yeah, ZEUS getting taken out early on, but great work from Uzum and I8. We can have the replay over here. Uzum, right? Just consistent aggression. He heals himself up. He knows there's a res coming in. And then, yeah, just getting mowed down. So Johnny gets the initial knock, and then Uzum just pushing in and preventing the res from taking place.
Now look at this, look at this, look at that. He did switch into ADS, made sure the way he was dropping, check out his HP, he would have been taken out. That hip fire is the only reason Uzum is still standing, but well done for the boys from I8, getting the job done. All 4 members still alive with 4 kills to their name. Now, they do have a little bit of a predicament, though, because they are going to be heading towards San Martin. Now, if I was them, I would want to take the high ground pretty much near the M of San Martin and try and kind of shoot down on the enemies. But again, it's going to be a little tough because they do have two teams in front of them, one of which is on our screens right now. High Voltage have made it to the circle, but again, Stalwart Esports are lying in wait for them as Top is the first one to get a knock on the boys. Now, the only thing that is stopping them from moving over and finishing the job is that distance between them. Have a look at Pika. Now, Pika, I would say that they aren't really ready for a fight per se. I believe they might be looting up just a bit too much because if High Voltage do decide to move up on, say, Tops or Action's position, he isn't really going to be helping them a lot. Also, mind you, you got to keep in mind, there could be a team coming in behind High Voltage play, and they could find themselves in a sandwich they do not want to be a part of.
Well, looking at the zone, though, oh, that's a big shift. That is a big shift. Now, both of them have to move, XP, High Voltage and Stalwart Esports. Meantime, RAW, oh, they're being very quiet. Blah, blah, blah is being extremely quiet, but Uzum, he needs to be careful. Oh, he should be taken down. He should be taken down. How? Somehow, blah, blah, blah. He misses his shots. And in turn, Crypto will reply back with a bit of fire off his own. And that's a nice knock onto blah, blah, blah. They're not able to confirm the kill, though. Considering they're in the vehicles and they're out in the open, it is a right call from IA to instead try and find themselves some cover before they go for a fight. And looking at how far away the zone is from where both these teams are, I wouldn't be too surprised to see I8 actually make a run all the way for the safe zone. But no, I8 going to stick around. And the kill, the play zone finds blah, blah, blah. He was out in the blue, remember, when he took those shots. So that's what happens, right? When you find the blue and you get knocked down, your time, it's just not your friend because your teammates can't reach there in time. The blue's going to be taking that chip damage onto you. So almost a free kill, it looks like, for I8. And they waited for a bit, XP, for RAW to push towards them, for them to take the fight. But considering RAW are taking a different route, I8 are going to be heading straight towards Hacienda del Patron.
Well, a couple of those bullets did kind of hit the ridge. Now, that is going to be something that blah, blah, blah did not like. But Crypto was the man of action, getting down and getting the knock and getting out of harm's way as quickly as he could. Now, could Raw have revived their teammates? They possibly could have, as the Mini 14 from Dante is going to be trained on Joker from R3D. Now, everyone is going to be making a mad dash for the circle sooner or later. Now, IA decided to take a left rather than a right where we last left them. I was kind of assuming, they're going to go to San Martin, but of course, they heard the commotion at San Martin between Stalwart Esports and High Voltage and decided, nah, we're going to do something else. A Sinister is going to have to relocate just a little bit because, again, when you have a lot of windows in the room play, you gotta kind of assume you can be spotted from distant places. Now, DRS are going to be pushing up on R3D's position. Vibes is going to be nearby as well, but it's A1 who is going to be in the line of fire first. Now, Sinister has taken a major chunk of damage, a chunk of health taken off from him, but he still has his teammates, and that grenade is going to thwart the attack. Forget that! Another grenade goes off, and Mr. Boro is taken down as well. Oh my goodness, how the tables turn, and now DRS is both not over because Clarity Bublu is coming in from behind to do more damage. Nima Blay is the last man standing for his team.
They just got sandwiched. They just got clapped by two teams, and Nima trying his best to pull off the great escape.
Good decision.
And he will manage to do so. Yeah, there's no way he's going to be able to res his teammates. It's still getting shot at, so he's still out in the open. He's got to find some cover. No, he's still spotted around, getting shot from above by Seal. And now Dante's like, oh, okay, never mind. A1's able to get that kill in the end. And that is going to be it. Wow, DRS. That's just unfortunate, XP. That was so unfortunate for them. But fantastic work coming in from A1 Esports as we're going to be switching perspective. What's happening over here? I8 going up against RAW. It was a very messy fight, XP. And in the end, everyone will fall. No one survives. RAW from beyond the grave will drag I8 alongside them straight to the 9th circle. And with that, we're down to 12 teams.
I gotta say, though, it was pretty cinematic the way Crypto just fell on our screens. I mean, he'd done his job, but the blue finally was
very
too
dramatic
much for him, and he succumbed to the pressure finally. Very dramatic, but right now what's going to be more dramatic is the circle. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading towards Hacienda del Patron. We are going to be at the house of the boss, but the question is, are the teams gangster enough to get the job done? As Stalwart Esports at the distance, again, they still have that little skirmish happening with High Voltage, but Wadu G, boy, oh boy, your days are definitely numbered. And
goodbye,
in any
sweet
second,
prince.
the play zone is going to take him. Forget the play zone. In fact, Apex is going to get the kill.
Yeah, good for him. And down to two
I
members.
did hear some gunshots from his teammates, so lucky him. But right now, top A from distance is getting shot at. In fact, he takes out Rules from Wizards with Vibes.
P and Crew over here, they have the best spot right now in the zone. And 7C are going to be pushing up into this particular spot. And P and Crew are aware of this. Again, 7C, they like playing very dispersed, very individualistic, which, especially on a map like Miramar XP, when there's not much cover, I'm not necessarily a big fan. If they can make it work, can make it work. We'll get back to that later on, because right now Seal are burning alive. It's fresh kebab out in the open. A1's joining the fray as well. This is a little ridiculous. Baron has a lot of work to do. He's going to deploy a couple of smokes and try and get the res onto his fallen teammate. That is Killer. And right now, they aren't pushing in their direction. There's another member of Seals alive somewhere, and the nades, that is going to be Baron tossing in nades instead of going for the res. He's finally gone for the res, though. Another second nade could completely seal the deal. And there you have it. Kobe, Killer, and Baron teaming up together, and they're going to wipe them out. Wally, there we go. The third member, he was knocked down as well, and he's taking bullets from afar, so he will be finished off, I do believe, by Wizards with Vibes, as A1 Esports are like,
This
well,
is just chaotic.
I hope you guys have fun over there, because we're getting the hell out of here. So you can see A1 Esports, all 4 members in their buggies trying to find some cover. In the meantime, Deadeye's guys going against Stalwart Esports, and right next to them, P and Crew holding on to that massive compound.
A1 Esports, the fact that they, let go of this fight, they've actually got a good little spot for them in the zone, and they are going to have to defend it sooner or later. But right now, Malik is still going to be unloading with that UMP at the distance. I wonder if that is the right choice, but now he does switch to the Scar Rail, and well, Seal. We did kind of see them seal the deal just moments ago, but now the fate is in their own hands, and they are making the right decisions. Smokes have been deployed, and they are going to be making the grand escape with their vehicle. Now, top 2A is taking the fight right to the enemy. P and Crew could be in trouble. Blend realized that something's happening, and he did try to get away. Unfortunately, a few bullets to the back of your head aren't going to make you go anyway. Now, Ayush can only look on helplessly from afar. Now, we did kind of mention that they had a good spot, but the fact that they try to control the entire compound of Hacienda del Patron is something that is going to bite them in their backsides.
Absolutely. That's a point I just wanted to make as well. Like, it's too big an area for you to control alone, right? I mean, like, individually. So instead, if they're grouped up together and held onto 1 or 2 houses, it would be a much more better option, I feel. But anyway, you still have Slayer and Ayush alive. Ayush spots a couple of players out in the distance there. It's, of course, right underneath the watchtower, which are the 2 surviving members of High Voltage, who are yet to get a single kill so far. Wizards with Vibes, you can never count them out either. They're on the periphery of the next zone, and there has been a circle shift, XP. So P and Crew, the 2 surviving members, will have to eventually make their way out of there, as they have finally lost the 2 members who were knocked down by Stalwart. And Stalwart already on the move, already pushing into the zone, where right now it's only On Top Sir who is, well, who's safe for the time being. And I like what P and Crew is doing over here. They're waiting for the 2 members of High Voltage to get out of cover and try and pick them apart while they're outside with nowhere to be found. And meanwhile, Deadeye's guys on top. Sorry, Frag is going to be spotted out, but he does burn a couple of, a member down there. Delta X, he will have to be rezzed, but the kill will go away with his Vibes. And there you have it, XP. They were waiting. Ayush was waiting for High Voltage to make a play, and they get taken down.
Well, he's lucky that nobody else spotted out this little commotion, and looks like Ayush isn't aware that there was another member from High Voltage hiding behind that little guard tower. But again, the fact that they have 2 members is going to make their work a little bit difficult as they make their way into the circle. It isn't too far off, however, a lot of teams are going to be vying for that little position, as Stalwart Esports again have noticed some movement in the distance and are going to be unleashing hell. Elsewhere, Rules is going to be firing in a mix of a few teams. Deadeye's guys are going to get caught out. Even Stalwart could have been caught out. I beg your pardon, R3D could have been caught out, but it's Malik who is finally taken down, and On Top now focuses on Delta X, but that grenade not only shook your screen, it made me almost fall up from my chair, as it does look like Killer from Seal got the job done and just blew the team to smithereens. That means we are now down to the final 6 teams. 16 players still alive, as Deadeye's guys are going to bid us adieu in the 7th position. Sans any kills play.
Sans any kills. Stalwart, though, they don't have the most number of kills right now on the server, but the fact that they have almost all the players alive is definitely something you have to be worried about. He spots out. Rules taken out. There's still a member of Wizards with Vibes nearby, and if Stalwart are not careful, they could be shot in their butts. Apex scoped in. There we go. Reaper bot has been very sneaky, but he's been spotted out, XP, and he was taking a fight with Stalwart, and it is going to be, who was it? Anubis from R3D. He welcomes him down to his Egyptian kingdom of death, And with that, R3D will
mind you-
also be eliminated at the same time. Okay.
Anubis was out in the blue. He kind of had figured out, you know what, I'm the last man standing for my team. I might as well just heal myself. But then he did spot him out in the distance. And Ayush got blown to smithereens. How is Slayer still alive? That is my question right now. And Ayush realized that, you know, time is of the essence. He does give Slayer his little first aid kit because
my
they
lord.
are still going to be bombarded by grenades elsewhere. Action is going to come under fire from Baron. It is going to be a two-man Seal taking on Stalwart Esports. Now, Seal have amassed 9 kills to their names already, so that means momentum should be high in their favor, and they have 2 vehicles for cover, which can be used later on. Now, Stalwart Esports play, they are all for still alive and kicking, and, well, if history teaches us anything, the more numbers you have, the greater your chances of winning.
Look at the way they're taking fights on multiple fronts. What a transfer from top. He was taking a fight towards 7C that immediately pivots onto its killer where he's been finished off. So Seal down to a one-man squad. PNCrew still miraculously, there is a Guardian Angel. XP, they definitely have a Guardian Angel. They still have 2 alive. And here comes the final member of Seal holding the line. It's going to be Baron. He's going to finish off the job finding a member of 7C. Now 7C down to a 2-man squad as well. That makes Stalwart's life so much more easier. Action was knocked down, but he's been rezzed. But at the same time, Apex getting knocked down make sure that Stalwart, for the time being, are still a 3-man squad standing. Although Apex still being alive means they can definitely go for the res as well. But things are really starting to shift in the favor of Stalwart Esports. 7C, though. Fear and Ale, very far apart from each other. They're not trying to play the trade game. They're trying to individually do something here. And, of course, for Seal, you cannot forget it. The Baron is very much alive and kicking and looking for more.
He is alive, but the question is for how long, because Ale did spot him out. However, he is going to get shot at from the distance. Of course, you are going to be taking some pop shots in the smoke. Now, Fair is going to be fighting time and the blue zone at the same time, and it looks like the blue zone is going to win as he's taken down. Now, he is going to make sure he doesn't budge from that spot because he doesn't want to give the other team any kill points. Now, Ale is going to be shooting down on the enemy. In fact, Stalwart Esports were getting a little optimistic, trying to go in for the kill, and as a result of that, one of their members is going to be taken down. But now Ale is forced out from hiding, and well,
1v3.
that is all she wrote. But it is going to be up against the Baron. Now he's still out in the blue, taking damage.
Over.
I guess he's kind of, you know, he's happy with his fate. He acknowledges his fate. He knows that it is going to be pretty much impossible, but he might just go for one last ditch effort. He might just spray a few bullets, might just get a knock. Maybe not.
Nah, that's it. Well, he's going to deny them the kill, though, so that is going to be it. So we do have the 2 Mongolian teams coming out on top. ZEUS Esports, the first team to get knocked out, but of course we managed to get the Stalwart Esports get the first place. 8 kills to the name XP, and then 10 kills for Seal. They were on a, like you said, they had crazy momentum going for them, but not quite able to get a chicken dinner. But damn, 1,600 points of damage coming in from Stalwart. That's very impressive considering the kills were only 8.
That is impressive as well, and you know, I like the fact that this was actually a high fragging affair for a lot of teams. Yep. I mean, one of the first few teams to be knocked out in the later stages was I8, but they did go out with 2 full squad wives. But it is going to be Stalwart Esports on your screens right now, the winners from Miramar, getting it done in style. And again, like we said, you know, if you have the numbers right up until the end, well, I mean, the advantage is obviously going to be in your favor. But a wonderful outing as far as all teams go. PNCrew did try their best. I mean, they do have a 4th place finish. We were talking about this team early on. But like you kind of saw, I mean, they tried to control all of Hacienda, and I do believe that was their downfall.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate for them considering they were inside of the zone XP. They were in the best place possible, but you spread yourselves too thin, it gets easier for your opposition to come in, and Stalwart Esports made very quick work for them. But still, for PNCrew, a team sitting on 0 points, having not played a single super weekend thus far, they still had a pretty decent outing, got a few kills, got a top 6, top 7 placing overall, a top 5, I believe. So if I'm PNCrew, I'm not feeling too sad about that. But you know what? It's not a job to talk about, you know, the teams and break stuff down. It's the job of the analyst, a wonderful gentleman on the desk. So before that, of course, we have a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to this season's virtual studio right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4, where we are in the final day of the league plays, and this is going to be the third week where things have started off pretty neat. I mean, talk about a comeback coming in from that side of being Crew. They walked away with a lot of placement points for now.
Yeah.
I mean, and it wasn't just them. We were talking about teams struggling, and the final four teams, I mean, the teams at the top in this match were all the teams that we talked about. We talked about Stalwart not doing so well. They did very well for themselves. ZEUS Esports for their PN Crew, 7C. Amazing performance from these squads.
Absolutely. Incredible turn of play, of course. Ocean.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We have had this conversation, but I would obviously, want to point my eyes to the next match, which happens because Group E is going to be coming out. That's a group, obviously we have a conversation. But right now, for this one, just like, Player NXP said, PN Crew, they had a really good area for themselves, but just that one, possessiveness for Hacienda del Patron kind of just got them, I would say. But right now, well, Baron coming up from ACDE Esports as obviously the MVP and the top player. 5 kills, 925 damage. The lad was actually surviving till the end, though. Did not even give up a kill, so that's a good thing.
Now, I mean, here's the interesting thing about the top players right now. Look at the damage and the kills ratio. I mean, Crypto is the only one who's sitting at a pretty even number right there, 459 to 4 kills converted. Apart from that, Baron with 925, 5 kills. We have Rules on the second, 709 with 4, 547 for 5. And then Top from Stalwart Esports on the fourth with 792 damage, but only converting 2 kills. Even the casters mentioned the Stalwart Esports were dishing out the damage, but the kills were getting taken away.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on, of course, this is where the final deal was sent from the side of Stalwart Esports, as we were mentioning earlier. But the point conversion for the side of ACDE Esports, I mean, the kill point conversion rather, is looking really ferocious and certainly working out in their favor.
Yeah, that is true. To be honest, damage received is really high by ACDE Esports, be it by the lads or by the zone. Everything was just taking down players slowly and steadily. But Stalwart, to be honest, again, 8 kills, 1636 damage. That means they were almost around double the fights that they were just being able to convert, and that's kind of the beauty of Miramar in its own self, right? Sometimes you take up a fight, your opponent gets taken down, and again, the Rich saves him.
Exactly.
I mean, the Rich coming to the rescue, but
all
right, now we're talking. Sealies, the lads from the team, and especially Baron, who we see everywhere. High skills, high damage, most utilities, most
Johnny.
skills. Yeah.
Miramar is a barren land.
Well, I'm happy I brought up ACDE Esports in our pre-segment.
Oh man, you were waiting to make that joke, right?
The entirety of the tournament, I was.
But moving on, of course, to the match ranking coming in from this game. Again, I mean, yes, we did see Stalwart Esports take that chicken dinner, but ACDE Esports' play just 1 point shy, and then you have all the other teams. I mean, just a complete different affair from these Mongolian. I8 again on their own marker, as we've talked about when the day started, right? 8 kills, no placement points. That's classic I8 again.
Yeah, I mean, I8 is always going to do their own thing. There is nothing that will sway them away from their play style. They know what they're in for. They know what they have to do. Get those kills, and well, kills they shall get.
They certainly are getting those numbers. But the best part is, every team that here is on the top 8, well, the kills are kind of distributed. A few teams are getting good numbers for themselves. That's really good. That means every team in the top 8 was taking amazing fights. Well, Pablo Clarity, Vibes, DRS, ZEUS, these teams also try to take up good fights. But again, just 1 kill is what they get. Venom Legends, now is where we get our conversation, right? In the overalls, where will they stand?
I mean, this is going to make the entire situation a lot more interesting for the teams that, as you mentioned, Ocean, will be showing up in the next matches. Because, I mean, Group E is going to be stepping into the battleground, and 3 teams from that group are, well, in a really tricky position. We have Paradox, S9, and also a Future Station for now. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what those teams will be able to do, capitalizing on this one bad performance. Will they be able to capitalize on this one bad performance from Venom Legends, who are on the brink of either making it to the Super Weekend or just absolutely like dreams getting shattered right here. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, those teams are going to adapt. Because Future Station, we know the placement points are going to come in, but what about S9 and Paradox? How are they going to play?
Are they going to be changing something in terms of their playstyle? Because this is their, well, I mean, this is their final opportunity, simply put. 4 games is what they Group E is going to be allowed. And of course, if they're not able to capitalize on that, things are going to get off onto a very bad start for them. On the other front, OPF9 in performance, this is just ludicrous play that was showcased from so many of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, right from the start, right? Not exactly a lot of fights we saw happening, but whenever we saw, the conversions that were just being done, those were some amazing ones. And this is where, 7 sees one individual player just trying to keep his own calm, because he knows that there are a lot of players around him, his own self. So it's kind of, that moment, the panic moment that just starts up. But fights given in and out, I8 was just so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, this team is definitely impressive, and again, proving what I've been saying for, I believe, 7 months now. They can match ZEUS Esports in terms of raw aggression. They have shown us time and time again how good I8 is with their gunfights, with their gun skills. Rotations are somewhere, I mean, majority of the times when we see I8 getting taken out, the players from the team getting taken out, it is between those rotations, and that is where people are going to be most vulnerable. So can't be too hard on them for that. But one thing I've noticed is, like, even in those mid-rotation situations, they always choose to stop and fight.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of a thing, right? I8 has the best mentality when it comes down to fighting stances, just because the Crypto, being a player who is just supporting on around all the fights, well, if a support player gets such a good independency when it comes down to those aggressive movements, think about the other players, right? They are just feeding on that information in the best ways. I8, they are just built different.
Exactly. I mean, that team is built different, but talk about being built different. That is what we expected from Deadeye's guys. I'll be honest, I still don't trust them. I'm still expecting them to have just one amazing pop-off performance and make it into the top 16 and then just go on to dominate the Super Weekend again. So it's really weird to see what Deadeye's guys will deliver, but I'm waiting for that match.
We all are, man, because we know it, right? Last time we remember what DE did. Plus, the best part is, DE is kind of a team that has always dominated when it comes down to the tournament strats, right? I still remember, obviously, PMPL Season 2, they won the league. In the finals, they were in top 4. And when it comes down to the next season as well, they were in top 5 again. So DE is kind of a team that should just be, dominating. If not anything, they should just mark their presence in Super Weekend. They should be there.
Absolutely. But this game, I mean, this game turned out pretty neat for so many of these teams, as all of them at least walked away with a single point and no team walked away with 0 points. That certainly works in the favor. But on the other front, talking about the damage graph right here, Wizards with Wives. What a play. 2,436 damage.
Okay, so maths comes in again. 2 2s are 4, 3 2s are 6, 2 4 3 6. I just wanted to say that. Yeah.
All right. Notion is done with his numbers. But yeah, talking about Wizards with Wives, I mean, they were in a perfect position to actually capitalize on the whole Steel Esport DE fiasco that happened between the rotations, and they did really well for themselves, securing a lot of kills from that position.
Yeah. I mean, just like this, in fact, Plotter said that a lot of teams just got a lot of points from this fight. That was indeed a really good thing. But again, I8, imagine had this carried forward that momentum.
If only they were allowed to. But once again, I mean, whatever fights we did see from I8 side, they were exuberant. There's no two ways about it. I mean, taking down ZEUS Esports right off the bat in the first 12 minutes of the game, definitely working for this team's favor. On the other front, we were talking about Steel Esports, and look at the jump this team has made.
And not just them, Stalwart as well. Both the teams bouncing up 6 positions in a single match. But now the question becomes, how long can they sustain this, right? Because that is something that needs to happen. Steel Esports, maybe they've regained the old form that we were talking about, but this needs to happen in the Super Weekend. That is something that me and Ocean constantly bring up. Like, no matter what the performance for the league play is, it is not going to matter unless you are able to sort of deliver the same results in the Super Weekend.
Indeed.
I mean,
that is where the story is going to be created.
The best part for me still is going to be I8, right? 15 placement points and 37 kill points. Always more than double the number for themselves. But Future Station not being a part of what the entirety was, now they'll have to start up. They know that their one game of rest is done. Now they just have to play. And in that, well, they'll have to get where they want to be. Well, they have made it in top 16. Now they should just move forward. Plus, again, they will be out of one game. Before that happens, they'll have to be at a safer
Yeah.
spot so that whenever they come back, they should not feel the pressure.
Indeed, and when it comes down to the teams, as you were just mentioning, I mean, talk about Paradox, talk about C9 along with Future Station, these teams, as they push on forth, I mean, the points on that 16th position where we see Deadeye's guys is on 19 points right now, right? By the end of the day, we could maybe be expecting 30, 35-ish, 40 maximum.
30
right?
because
30, yeah.
last time what R3D qualified was actually a 30-point marker. So I'm speaking 30 to 32 maximum, so let's see.
Let's see. But again, I mean, you talk about that 12th position all the way down to that 18th position. The points are so very close. From 28 points to 18 points, 10-point difference, and you can have a comfortable spot in the top 16. So, yeah, every single game is going to be counting. And as the game progresses on, now it is going to be, well, Erangel and Future Station, based on the map chance, ought to be able to place themselves correct.
I mean, Future Station, I mean, as you talk about map chance, we always see them like somewhere between 6.5 to 7 placement points on average per game. And if they can bring in, it's 6.5 right now, and if they can bring in the same average number of kills every single match, that amounts for like what? Somewhere around 10 points, just to round things off, 10 points average per match. That is something that Future Station might not need. Future Station can get away with just getting themselves 6 to 7 points every single game that they play. But 12 points per game average, that is what's going to be required from the other two teams that we were just talking about, Paradox and S9. And it's going to be a challenge. So if they can employ, if they can sort of take away from the tactics that Future Station is using for themselves, maybe these teams stand a chance. But playing their usual style, it is going to be a challenge.
I mean, Johnny, I hope so. But again, hope is a dangerous thing. So.
Yeah. I mean, now it is the pressure point, you know, it's the pressure point that these teams find themselves in, and having played 4 games and with just 4 kill points working in favor of Paradox, yeah, that's just not going to work. That's definitely just not going to work. It is just plain out blunt now, and they have to just push in all the shots, all YOLO approach that they possibly can if they want to participate in this Super Weekend. With that, it is time to jump into the action once again. It is going to be Erangel, and to take us through once more through this game, it is going to be Play and XP.
Well, thank you for that once again. I like what Ocean mentioned there, XP. Hope is a dangerous thing. Do you dare to hope for Paradox and Seal 9?
Well, I mean, hope is a dangerous thing, but it's also something that, you know, helps us cling on to that last straw, that last little ditch effort that you can put in and, you know, basically get the job done. So now Paradox is going to be coming in this game. And again, like I said, Blake, 4 games in hand.
12 points per game. That's what Johnny said.
That is an average that they need. And if you think about it, they are going to have to play for those placement points. So they can't really take a lot of chances this time around because I'm not going to take anything away from their gun game. Yes, they do get a few kills now and then. They have got a couple of chicken dinners, you know, in the kitty as well. But again, they tend to get caught in between a lot of chaos. That is something they need to avoid. Now, how they do that is going to be a different story altogether because initially what we see is if you try and go towards the center of the circle early on, yeah, you are going to have better options perhaps when the next circle forms, right? But for them, they are going to have to play from the edge. They are going to have to play from the periphery and kind of sneak their way in towards those top placement point finishes. So again, it has got to be a balance. But again, let's see how they come out. Let's see what the psyche is. Because if in their minds they've already given up, it's going to be evident on our screens.
Yeah, we're going to be finding out. But as you said, you know, hope is a dangerous, but at the same time,
hope is a
wonderful
fickle
thing.
Word.
It is a fickle word, but at the same time, right? Like, think about it. As humans, that's what we hold on to. That's what we hold on to. You see a lot of grim things. You look at the news every day. You're like, oh my God, what is even going on with this world? But we always hold on to the hope that tomorrow will be a better day. And hopefully that is what Seal 9 and Paradox are looking for as well. Anything can happen. That's the one thing. That's the one beautiful thing about Battle Royale, about PUBG Mobile, is where the underdogs always have a chance.
They always do. I mean, we do have a lot of RNG factor that comes in, you know, every now and then. And it also depends on how you manipulate your surroundings. Now, we do see that, you know, whenever people hear some commotion, there's 2 types of players, right? One that will kind of avoid that little drama, avoid that commotion, and, you know, go around the enemy. The other is, wait a second, I hear gunshots, let's go. Let's go right to the gunshots and let's try and make the best of it. So again, if they are confident on their gunplay right now, I would say that, you know, go for the kills. Try and third party as many people as you can. Get those kill points. Steal a few kills here and there. I mean, it doesn't matter how you get it, by hook or by crook. getting a point is going to be your point. Forget the chat. No matter what anybody says, oh, you stole kills, oh, you did this. Doesn't matter. Getting a point is getting a point. So again, let's see what happens. You know, I mean, just to add, I want your thoughts on this also. Now, P and crew, we did have them under a microscope kind of just moments ago. Now, except that little debacle at Hacienda del Patron where, you know, they were spread out too thin, they were kind of impressing me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday has been the resurgence, the revitalization of this particular team, right? And I've been one of the harshest critics. I kept saying, like, they look like free kills for almost everyone else, but yesterday they were not that. Yesterday they were the ones getting the kills, getting the placement points, and even here in the previous game, sure, things went a little awry for them in the Hacienda del Patron. We spoke about how they got a little too over-optimistic as to how much land they can control. That's why they got taken down, but still a pretty solid placing overall. As we're going to be jumping into the second game, ladies and gentlemen, of the final day of the group stage. This is pretty much it, and it's going to be Paradox, Seal9 joining the fray. Of course, we have Wizzies with Vibes, Bublu, High Voltage, and DE, who are going to be sitting this particular game out. DE languishing in the 16th position does make me worry for them, because they were incredible, like absolutely massive in the second Super Weekend, and for them to sit on the third Super Weekend would be a kick in the nuts. As I do hear our producer telling us that it is going to be a match rehost, which is very unfortunate, but obviously we want everyone in the server. We're going to kick things off. But yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about these teams. Stalwart Esports have performed at the level we expect from them, as usual, although they're not dominating as they did in the previous season. We've spoken about how DRS and T2K have, really risen to the occasion, but we can talk about this much more in detail later on, XP. Right now, I'm sure our audience don't want to see us just rambling on and on and on, so we're going to go to a very quick break, and hopefully when we're back, we're going to resume with the game instantaneously.
Hello everyone, my name is RX Jax and I play the role of assaulting for Team A1 Esports. This season we are back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you have already gone through a lot of top class competition and we only rise from here. We know the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team, that's why they are here. But my team want to stand apart and break our limits. So, we missed the title in PMPL Season 3 and this time the competition with ourselves. We want to perform better than we did in the past. I hope our fans will be support us with all their heart. Watch our matches live on PUBG Mobile official broadcast channels.
And we're back. Not wasting any more time. We're going to be jumping in straight into the game. Here, XP, second game of the day. Erangel, it looks like all the issues have been fixed. And we're going to be jumping in. And I'm looking at the plane path. I love it. I like it. Look at that. Starting at Milta Power, heading to Primorsk. Now, if that circle decides to screw everyone, I'm just going to be a happy cat.
I'm pretty sure you want another circle, right? You want it to be as north as possible. I mean, you would want... It'll be actually quite exciting. Let's see if that is going to happen. I'm going to predict it's going to be towards Georgia Pole this time. But again, the more northern it is, the better it is for us. The more drama that we are going to be witnessing on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Now, a few things are going to be certain, as we did discuss with Blay early on. Death, taxes, and the fact that I8 and Stalwart are going to be the only two teams at the Slavka military base. And wow, shots have been fired early. P and crew are going to be taking the fight right to Venom Legends. There's no time to hold up.
This is the first fight I've ever seen here. Ever in my entire life.
Well, it is going to be the first fight. Of course, this is happening at Milta Power, ladies and gentlemen. Just that little factory setting a bit towards the southwest. Now, Void is going to be the first casualty in this game. He gets taken out as P and crew are going to be asserting a little bit of dominance early on, although they have lost one member. That means it's going to be a 3-on-3 situation. P and crew up against Venom Legends.
All right, let's go, boys and girls. I've never seen a battle break out here in Milta Power XP. Like, I've seen teams drop here, right? But what are the odds? And this is a throwback for me. My very first game of PUBG I ever played, like 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, I forget now. I dropped in Milta Power. This is the first place I dropped, so it means a lot to me. And right now, Venom Legends are getting absolutely manhandled. Sorry?
It's the first place I dropped as well.
Oh my god, that's why we got along so well together. But I'm looking at a zone as well, and it's gonna be it's a military island zone. I love it. I'm okay with this. I am 100% okay with this, because Future Station will now have to go down south where they might be going against I8, and this is I8's opportunity to kind of ruin their day. They're like, you guys keep bridge camping us. Well, it's our turn now, but C1 has already went on past, and I don't think I8 are going to be aware of that.
They're not, and in fact, if you have a look at what I8 is doing, it's kind of weird because although they have the entirety of the military base to loot, they are going to be opting for those compounds where, well, C1 is, and of course, there's little compounds right next to the bridge. They're trying to cut off the bridge as soon as they can. Now, elsewhere at Lipovka, we have another couple of teams facing off one another. We did talk about Paradox, and they are pretty much in a paradox of their own. It is going to be a make it or break it moment for them, whereas Seal Esports are going to be looking for a big game as well. Now, Wally, with his Uzi, is going to be on the roof of the building. He knows exactly where Paradox is. He probably can hear a little bit of commotion. However, he's not going to be making any moves right now. GI could be spotted out, and a few shots could be let loose. However, it was a bit too early. Maybe he should have waited while he was vaulting in the window. Well, with that, Seal's position is given away, and Paradox, if they weren't aware of this before, they're certainly going to be aware of it now. Somebody else is there with him. Yes, sir.
What are these? Where are these fights taking place? Milta Power, right? Lipovka? When was? Okay, you and I have done a lot of PUBG Mobile games together, right? This is the first time we've seen not just Milta Power battle early on, but also Lipovka fight breaking out. This is unprecedented. And yeah, like the zone, this is going to get bloody brutal, XP. I do wonder, at least based on just math and probability, I'm assuming that the final circle is going to be down south, right? It has to be towards the island. So, and I'm sure a lot of teams are aware of this. Look at R3D. Look at R3D, 5 minutes in, they're already alighting on, they're already getting onto their boats and are going to be taking the aquatic route all the way down south. Now, C1's already there and waiting. So this is some very early rotations taking place here. That means that Southern Island, it's going to be, the military island, it's just going to be jam-packed with a multitude of teams. And I do wonder what's going to be happening on that bridge, because Stalwart Esports are already lying in wait.
Absolutely. Now, let me just point something out. Have a look at I8. Now, that is slightly unusual movement because they are coming down south. Now, I guess they are going to be anticipating the same thing you were, that, you know, the final zone is going to be somewhere possibly, well, definitely on the southern island, but possibly down south as well. Now, What they are anticipating is teams like Future Station, teams like R3D could be taking that water route and coming all the way down south as it's happening. So Johnny, in fact, is going to be the first in the line of defense for I8. Now, as you can have a look, he is just scouting out his terrain. I'm pretty sure he's in a vehicle driving around. Now, C-Wine could knock him off his feet. That could be devastating, but R3D coming in, they have numbers, right? They could actually assert control over the southern beach, but looks like shots are being fired. But this action is still going to be taking place in Lipovka as Seal are still stuck in a little bit of a stalemate against their opponents. But what is working for Seal's advantage play is the fact that, they've kind of got them pinned down. And by pinned down, I mean utilities and weapons. Now, Seal have pretty much looted the entirety of the city, whereas Paradox have only been limited to one corner. So again, as far as loot is concerned, I do believe they are going to be underkitted as compared to Seal, which is one of the reasons why they're moving out.
I know this is an exciting fight, but I feel like Paradox are just going to slowly move further and further away. I want to take a look at the zone right now. Production, if you could just bring that up real quickly for us, please, because what is happening on that eastern bridge, just the Milta bridge, it's the ridiculous. Seal 9, T2K is on the bridge. Stalwart are waiting for them. Vibes Vibes one member is crossing on over. This Jiggle is gonna be swimming across. A1 swimming across. I8 are bridge camping. They've left Dante there, and C-Wine has yet to go up against Johnny. Johnny's right next to C-Wine, and R3D, they have finally reached the beach. And Future Station are also right behind them. This is absolutely unprecedented.
The moment R3D was making the move, I was thinking, what would I do if I was C-Wine? That's exactly what I would do. I would hold the ground. I would not give my position away and, just lose a member early on, because now he is going to be waiting for backup to come in as his teammates are going to be making his way to his location. However, R3D, they could be wary that someone else might take the same route, because, again, they know that they're not the only ones who land at Ferrypair, Primorsk, or the Quarry region. So, again, they could be anticipating some action. Now, if Clutch Baba goes to C-Wine's position and then tries to get, higher up on the ground, it is going to be a little bit better. Have a look at that. He does have, the cliffs all to his lonesome. Again, just making sure that his teammates are going to be there when it's needed most. Elsewhere, we did have a look at the skirmish breaking out early. In fact, it was Ayush who got first to knock, but it was definitely responded in with kind, as Orchid is going to find his maker as well. And Slayer, that was a good drop shot with that PP Bison. What's your views on weapons like SMGs? Are you a big fan of UMPs and PP Bisons?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, again, weapons are situational, right? Like you have the YOM, you have the M24, you have the Car 98, all these bolt action, the DRS and whatnot. Like, you use them in long range duels. You go up close against someone with that. Obviously, it's not going to pan out, right? And then you have the rifles, the SCAR-Ls, the M4s, the M16s, which are for mid-range battles and everything. And then up close, you have the SMG. So I feel like, it just rewards good play, as Paradox are going to be unleashing a hail of bullets in the direction of Seal. They have that glider. They have the nice little yellow vehicle.
Take it.
Wait, come on.
Take it.
That's a risky ploy. All 4 in one vehicle, XP, considering how dense the population is. I'm a little worried for them. I'm a teensy bit worried for the Australian boys here.
Well, I guess they do have options to fall back towards Melter Power, but it looks like they are going to be circumnavigating around it. Elsewhere, P and crew, they are still survived by a 3-man squad. In fact, they got 2 members.
A boat to Novo! Yes, finally! I've never seen this. I'm so happy.
Finally, we have something happening on the other side of the island, as it looks like a boat has been taken and the destination is Novo Rifnoi, and it's going to be problematic because it hasn't found them out, and Paradox are going to give them an early exit and a watery grave. Now, Slayer play is the last man standing. I mean, you had to jinx it, didn't you?
God damn it, Paradox! Like the one time someone takes a boat to Novo and you just have to ruin their day. Now, P and crew are very lucky that at least have Slayer still standing. But I believe his days are numbered. Look at this. G is going to be pushing on in. He's got to smoke a little bit of cover. Slayer down to 30 HP and down to 0 very, very quickly. Great work for Paradox there. A little fortunate for them to arrive at the exact moment where they saw the boat crossing on over. But that's 3 kills. They need 12 an average for each and every map. We have a double drop. Ooh. Okay, in the water. Although, considering how close it is to Novo XP, I doubt anyone's really going to be going for this. But Paradox could if they want to, but they don't have any boats. Look
They
at
don't have any
look at
boats.
Frypan, by the way.
Frypan, ooh, he is behind them at Milton. Now, of course, we did see that action break out earlier, which means Frypan should have another member with him as well, or it does look like he's going to be the last man standing. Now, one of the airdrops had an AUG, and the other has an MG3. That means a lot of versatility available for whoever is brave enough to swim across these dreaded waters and get all that loot. Of course, you could send 2 members out and, they could be fully kitted as well. So it is going to be a high risk, high reward situation, but looks like no one is going to be going for all that good loot. Now, Vibes are going to be making their way to the Eastern Bridge as well by way of the farm, and they are going to be taking the slightly scenic route along the beach, but little do they know there is going to be a couple of teams lying in wait.
They got Jiggle,
just up ahead. They did get Jiggle, and right now this is the replay that we did see. Now, PN Crew, they really didn't have any options, although you did kind of see one of their members tried to alight from the boat a little early on, but again, it was not going to be their fate. In fact, they've been sent straight to Davy Jones' locker play.
Straight down to the watery depths. And that is going to be it for PN Crew. Magnet's been spotted out, XP. What's Johnny going to do?
He's going to crack some bullets.
DPS, he lies prone. And he sprays down Magnet. Well, he'll be knocked on. Great control. Their burst and spray control. And in a just blink of an eye, instant kill for I8. And that's the thing. Like, look, here's the thing with I8, right? I know they head to the military base every single time, and most of the times they have to head up north, and they have to traverse all the dangerous terrain and all of that. But that one, that 10% of the time when a circle does shift south, that's when they're like, "Yep, it's our time to shine, boys," and that's when they just mow everyone down. Now, Future Station, aware of where I8 are, unfortunately, they won't be able to trade. But as usual, they always go for this play, right? They're going to be having control of this cliff, there's a couple of little mountains over there. But what I'm more interested about, XP, is the Western Bridge, where I8 are gatekeeping it. They're on top of the bridge, right next to the exit point, and 7C are on the other side. Now, ZEUS, what are they going to do? They might have to just cross through the water, and if they do that, oh boy, XP, the number of teams and players going to be waiting for them.
It could be problematic. If production could actually just get the map on our screens right now, I've got to point something out. You're absolutely right. I8 is going to be at one end of the bridge while 7C's at the other. Now have a look at this. I8 have played this terrain time in and time out. And what works for them, Play, is that they... Oh, all right, I'm going to hold on to my thoughts. Let's see where the circle is going to go. It is going to be south. That means military base is going to be where all the action is now going to be proceeding. Have a look at this. I8 are suddenly grouping together. They know there's going to be an onslaught on the bridge sooner or later, which means finally we might just see some bridge action. All the members are alighting from the
T2K.
I'm pretty sure Blade Johnny is going to have that little high up ground advantage shooting down. And you did mention T2K. They're going to be heading straight towards Stalwart Esports.
And action's on top, if I'm not mistaken. Here, we saw him busy climbing. We'll get back to it later on, because right now RAW is going to be unleashing a couple of shots onto its A1. And Nineboy having to lie prone. Dante, at least a smoke will be deployed by his teammates to provide him a little bit of cover for the time being while they try and patch themselves up before they go for the res. But I'm very curious. Oh, nice reply there. Salton's been knocked down as well. So they're exchanging blows at mid to long range. There is a member of RAW who's trying to sneak on around from behind. Meanwhile, Seal 9 are going to be unloading onto their counterparts. That is going to be Seal Esports, and Killer has been knocked. Now, Zake's there to help him out, but this nade could be problematic. He cooks it. Lobs it.
And it did some damage.
It did some
but
damage.
It wasn't enough to knock them out.
Oh, the second one. Second one could be big. But Baron, in turn, replying back on a native zone. Killer needs to patch himself up right now, which he will. And the nade, it won't find its mark either. So, well, okay. An interesting battle breaking out here. Wally, is he going to be just running away from this fight? It looks like he is. As the blue comes on in. And XP right now, the blue is going to be dealing a lot of damage. The longer these two teams wait, it's not going to be easy. They still have to cross the bridge and the water.
Now, the question is, how good are they at driving their vehicles? Because they are going to have to speed through a couple of blockades. Because remember, T2K and Stalwart Esports are still going to be at the bridge. And now this is a completely unrelated little tidbit of information I'm going to give you. Those double drops Play have been picked up by Paradox, which means they are going to be kitted out not just with high caliber weapons, but with all the armor as well. As Bishal is going to take down 6'9" boys with that Mini 14 again. A popular gun when it comes to mid to long range, action, especially if you are good at controlling that recoil. Now, Mafia Ninja is going to be knocked out as well, and Bishal is going to be kind of wary that somebody could be lurking in the waters elsewhere. Now, T2K's Legend does shoot at Wally, But does Wally know that there's somebody waiting up ahead? And it's Sandesh high on top of the bridge.
And after that, we have Stalwart, but now they're just waiting for the bridge campers to make a move and move in with the blue, right? But one thing we know about Stalwart Esports is they sometimes even leave a player behind in the blue, and the rest of them just go away. That's what's happening here. Action, there we go. He's going to brave the blue.
Why did Action not shoot up on Killer? I think a little bit of...
He doesn't want to give away his position. He doesn't want to give away his position.
He doesn't want to give the position away, but again, he's taking so much damage from the blue, it's going to be a bit too late. Now he is going to try and get Legend. In fact, he is going to lay down some lead. He does knock him down and gets out of harm's way in the nick of time. He needs to take cover, but remember, there was another person up top, Sandesh, raining down death from above.
Oh man, the patience there. He thought he could probably get a double or a triple kill, but that should be it for Action. And even for Legend, their blue is just going to be ticking away unless Sandesh comes in, drops him down from above. But look at how low he is as well. Like, he's going to patch himself up. He's going to drop on down and try and res his teammate perhaps, but I don't think he's got time. Look at how fast his health is getting chipped away by the blue here as bodies are starting to drop. And if you look at the next zone, it is going to be exactly in the military base where Future Station have made their way deep inside. R3D is there as well. And RAW, they need to peel away from this particular fight. A couple of knocks have already taken place. And DRS, they managed to cross the water, XP, and head on towards the beach. But in the process, they lost so many members. Where the hell did that nade come from? 9 boy from A1. That is just precision grenadiering work coming out from him. I don't even know if grenadiering is a real word, but he finds a knock and is going to finish off the job. And RAW, I believe it down to just a 2-man squad. It's Joker and blah, blah, blah away in the distance. It's A1 continuing to take the fire to DRS. He must be knocked down. It's all on AJ. A 1-man machine for his side. He is kind of low in health as well. And Sinister, his eyes are peeled in his direction. Nade's going to be lobbed in. Almost finds Sinister. Sinister out in the blue. And AJ somehow managing to get the knock. He's going to run out of time though, XP. And AJ will fall. Eventually meets his demise to the blue because it took a little too long. However, those 2 knocks he got, XP. Can the res come in time because they're out in the blue?
Well, I mean, it does look a little drastic if that res is going to take place, and I doubt it is.
Barrel roll.
Top is going to be turning over, but he does get all 4 wheels on the ground once again, and everything is tickety-boo. Just think that nothing happened. But again, elsewhere, Anubis is going to use that Molten the Gun, does get a headshot on Stalwart Esports, as one of the members is trying to make his great escape. Now he does alight right behind these containers, some much-needed cover from R3D. Now, I did want to point something out, but again, it's just completely oblivious to me. I completely forgot what I was going to say. But again, yeah, DRS, man, they kind of took their time swimming across. And, you know, the fact we know they love spreading out. It does work out. But once they get isolated and get picked apart one by one, that is how they usually go down in majority of the cases. Now, Stalwart Esports are going to go in for the vibe as... for the revive, I beg your pardon, as Wives are going to come under fire from I8. Now, Blade is going to be hiding behind the Tesla, and Jiggle, I'm sure, is going to give his position away. But the question is someone going to be lobbing a grenade to end his misery? Well, it wasn't a grenade that was lobbed, but rather it was a smoke grenade to conceal their position. I8 elsewhere are going to get shot at from the distance. And again, you know, you don't want to be caught out when you are taking a fight at one front. That is what happens, especially with I8. They take fights on too many fronts, as a result of which they usually fall down. But I like the fact that they have kind of calibrated their sights and are now going to move around. Now, elsewhere, Stalwart Esports are making a move, but right now, blah, blah, blah is going to be stopping. 7C's dead in their tracks. And, well, that's all she wrote. 7C's eliminated in the 9th position without any kills.
That's unfortunate for them. Down to the final, A23 alive. And of course, the action is going to come to a conclusion in this abandoned military field as you wait for the next zone to shrink in further. Future Station smack center sealed. They have that compound for now. However, it is on the edge of the play zone. And oh, look at that zone. Look at that zone. Stalwart are going to be happy. R3D is going to be happy. And so will Future Station. Now for I8, they have Uzum inside the zone. And he's going to be calling his team as Johnny and Crypto to make their way amongst the abandoned, decrepit airplanes, which is littering the ground over there. But that's the opportunity for Vibes to pounce in as well. Now, Vibes have all 4 members alive, XP. Yes, they have only 1 kill, but they can be very deadly, especially late in the game. And considering how much cover is available in the form of all the abandoned airplanes, I guess these teams are going to be feeling very comfortable. However, XP, the next circle after this, if it does shift further down south, off that highway, off that road, there is absolutely no cover and Stalwart could completely rain down hellfire on each and every one of the members. Anubis taking shots with the bolt action, the most in the gun, but not quite able to land a shot though. And Future Station now going up against Crypto from I8. They know where he is, and Crypto with a UMP. You asked me with SMGs, XP up close and personal. That gun could be extremely deadly.
You know, normally we are used to seeing a graveyard in Miramar, but this is a graveyard of sorts as we have all these planes lying around, and of course there's some humans fighting amongst them, but now it's going to be a grenade battle lobbed over the fuselage of this aircraft as I8's Crypto is taking the fight to Future Station. Future Station have to be careful because RAW could be shooting them from behind. In fact, it's Stalwart Esports who get the better of Clutch Baba. Now, Crypto should have been aware of this because, well, if Stalwart could get Clutch Baba, they can definitely get him as well. However, Future Station CY Noob could be in a position to spot out Crypto, and from distance, a couple of shots could be aimed directly at his head. Lucky for him, though, he does have that level 3 helmet. Elsewhere, Praveen is going to be laying down some lead in Seal's direction as Killer has been brought down to his knees. However, his teammate Zake is in prime position to pick him up. Now, I don't expect any grenades to be lobbed just yet, but as he gets closer, that could very well become a possibility. There you have it. He is going to get closer, making sure he basically shortens the distance, and now it needs to be timed to perfection. It does look good. In fact, that is beautiful. As Killer is brought down, and Zake is going to be brought down as well. If that grenade is on the other side,
oh my lord!
It is all over for Seal Esports, and Crypto knows exactly where he is, but these grenades play are on the wrong side of that fence.
How are they still alive? And Vibes, they're so tunnel visioned as to where Seal are, and Zake, he's managed to patch himself up. XP somehow he stays alive. Praveen running on out to finish off the work which was started by that initial nade, and he's going to finish off the final member. The Seal will be eliminated, and now I8 having to go up against Vibes. So bear in mind, Stalwart Esports, if that circle shifts any further south, they are going to be happy, but no, they're not. Now things get interesting. Now they have to descend from the slightly elevated slope they are present. And the thing is, when they cross that road, actually, there's not much cover, so they have to deploy a lot of smokes. There we go. We can see them in the distance. They're going to be making their way immediately with the vehicle. It's not wasting any time, and I like that. But amongst all the commotion, Apex is going to be providing a little bit of cover fire. But right now, for I8 and Vibes, whichever team comes out on top in this particular skirmish, XP, they're going to be in a very, very happy spot.
Do you see that little dip right next to the fence? That is where Stalwart Esports are going to come in and post up. Of course, they are going to be anticipating some grenades, so expect a lot of cover fire, a lot of suppressive fire coming in on IA. There you have it, as top 2A is the man who is going to be suppressing the enemy, while his teammates are going to be making a few moves. Now, they still have the zone right at the edge of these containers over here, but I would rather see them getting a bit closer to the fence. Now, that is going to happen sooner or later. If you see that little Jeep that is up there, that could be used for cover as well, and Vibes is going to be in a bit of trouble if they aren't too careful, because Killer could be spotted out from Stalwart Esports. I wonder if Vibes have a position on Stalwart, because I8 definitely do, but looks like Apex and Pika P are going to be making moves. There you have it. They have hit the fence and their bodies have hit the ground. As I8, unfortunately, are they going to bid us to do? No, they're not, because they still have one man standing, and that man is Uzo.
Don't forget R3D. Do not forget R3D. They still have a 3 players alive. They've been very quiet. They're like, why don't you guys just battle it out? We'll come in and pick up the remaining pieces. It's all good. They're going to be moving on in XP. They are inside of the zone as well. It's a tiny circle. It's a tiny zone. Stalwart's still outside. As you pointed out very correctly, XP, they're going to use a little bit of a depression. Deployed a lot of smokes as well, as blah, blah, blah will be finished off, however, by Vibes. And with that, we're down to the final 4, 11 left alive. Assassin taking quite a lot of damage from Pika. Pika repositioning himself a little bit, and another drop coming in. Now, that could be real handy, considering it is dropped in a bit of an elevated position, which will allow Pika to play behind the drop and have an angle on towards the 3 remaining member of Vibes. Uzum lying prone, barely breathing, holding his breath, hoping no one looks in his general direction. And R3D, all 3 alive. Joker, Adil, and Anubis. So, never mind. All 4 alive. Hassan just comes in as well. So 4v3, v3, v1. Unless Prabeen gets rezzed, and they're not going for it, XP.
You know, although we do see there's one lone member from I8, Ozum, right in the thick of all the action. The thing for Ozum is he can be a wild card for one of these teams, because the moment he kind of lets loose, it's going to be detrimental to whoever is going to come under fire, which means the other remaining teams can actually, you know, take a little bit of advantage and make the best of that situation. Now, Stalwart Esports, I kind of anticipated this earlier. Had all of them hit the fence a bit early on, it could have been a different story. They wouldn't have had just 2 members alive in people right now, because Assassin from afar. The moment you see some smoke, we know that shots are going to be fired into it. They are going to be hammering them right now with all that they've got.
Killer.
Right now, grenade barrage is the last thing that they want. Again, a lot of mishaps coming from Stalwart Esports, as a result of which they have been wiped out.
They
Because out of
lined
the final
up.
3 teams, it's going to be Wives up against R3D with that one wild card right in the center, Uzum from I8.
They lined up XP. They all lined up for a killer. And look at the Assassin. Look at Assassin. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He spots him out. Uzum. No, he waited too long. XP Assassin the win. Wait, is that a person? Is that a bush? It's a person. He takes him down. I8 will be eliminated as the 4 versus 3. Vibes are on a bit of a rampage, but they're now down to a 2-man squad as
this
Praveen
position.
has been knocked down and finished off. It is now a 4 versus 2 in R3D. A fantastic opportunity to get the chicken dinner because one man remains for the side of Vibes. It is Killer. Adil knows exactly where he is. This moment he spots an inch of skin, he's going to be given a fatal dose of lead poisoning. And instead, it could be the HE to finish him off. Killer from afar, dipping up in Hassan. It comes in, and it was cooked to perfection. Oh, chef's kiss, and a brilliant game from R3D as they get a chicken dinner in one of the most wildest games of Erangel we've had the pleasure to cast.
Well, there were certainly a lot of ups and downs, but R3D did definitely get the job done. Now, they aren't really high up on the kills, just managing 4 kills, but of course, those 15 points are going to come in handy as well. That means they are going to take 19 points away from this game, which eventually means they are going to be moving up on that leaderboard. So again, well done to R3D over here. You know, we were talking about ups and downs. A few mishaps kind of cost a few teams their position. That little Stalwart debacle was something I wasn't really looking forward to. I was kind of assuming they would have pushed in a bit further. The amount of pressure they would have generated on Venom Legends, sorry, not Venom Legends, R3D and I8 would have been tremendous.
Oh, absolutely. But again, right, that particular trench over there next to the fence, it's always so scary because when you're lying there, you are in a straight line, everyone together.
It is. Now, had they actually been, evenly spaced out, it could have been a different story. But again, ifs, coulds, and buts, we try and take all these words out of our vocabulary because the speculating, we'll leave it to the analyst desk. And talking of the analyst desk, well, game 2 is done with. And in style, R3D did get the victory. So what you guys have to do right now is hold on for a second because we're going to take a quick little break and we're going to have the analyst desk on the other side.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We are on the League Play Days and this is going to be Week 3's final League Play Day. And talking about the game where it was on Erangel and what a fabulous zone that was. Ocean Warren?
Yeah.
The best.
The best, exactly.
Tasty. I mean, and I loved rotation from a lot of the teams, especially R3D. They were the first ones. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Is on the military island. What are we going to do? Water. We will take the easy way out. We'll rotate in early. And they were super early to the island. And that worked out for them. Also, after that, they took a page right out of Future Station's book.
Guys,
themselves quite nicely and were part of the action in the end.
Johnny. Remember B and crew in the water lines?
Yes.
Oh my god, like so much chaos right from the beginning happened in this game. I loved each and every inch of it.
Talk about the beginning, talk about the fights that happened in the beginning, but we're going to come back to that conversation right now. We have the list of top players on our screens where Wives, well, they actually did really well. The top 2 finish and the kills will help them secure a lot of points from this match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that will happen. But as of now, 5 kills for Praveen, Killer with 4, and Assassin with 2. I would say it was a wholesome game for the lads of Vibes for sure. And FS as well somehow because, well, they made it into the circle on time. But I'll still have to see, how much of a fighting stance did they have in this game because that's important as well.
I mean, one thing I'll be sure about is FS has walked away with those placement points because they were part of the military base action. Just like R3D, they were there quite early and they kept their heads down. They were taken out when it was time to rotate towards the road on the southern side, but looking at the head-to-head, we know, I mean, we talked about those vibes. They were the ones who were aggressing into those fights. They were the ones who took the challenge of making sure Stalwart Esports weren't going to be part of the action in the end. But looking at the match summary, again, it is being dominated by the players from Vibes.
I mean, definitely. Vibes this time, obviously they had a pretty decent affair for themselves overall. But, talking about this one only, right? 11 kills for them. Obviously, Killer was the last one surviving, though he had just a minute area. But then that, what would you say? I won't say it's a 3-pointer. It was a 15-pointer actually for R3D. That just, got them the chicken dinner at the final moment.
I mean, definitely. That was wonderful, Nate. But Blotter, this is a question I have for, not just you, not just Ocean, but for all three of us. I'm going to ask myself a question now. Why is it that when we talk about a team just before the match, they go on to do very well in the very next game?
Well, I mean, we've got things working for us, mate. We've got the stars working for us. That's what makes this so special.
I guess the time has come when we finally turned the caster's curse around and it's like analysts mentioning a team and that team doing really well. Although, I mean, on the other side, that early fight we talked about, I mean, it was interesting towards the factory area.
A lot of things around the Milta factory area and then obviously the Lipovka area. So many things at so unusual places. This match, I would say, so, it kind of deserved it. The pinch of unusualness, it deserved it.
Exactly. What a play.
I mean, my favorite moment from this match, if I have to pick one, I'm going to talk about that later. I'm going to show you.
I know why I feel like this lad is thinking about the P and crew moment. I'm thinking about
probably right when the game during the Milta, right?
There's more.
Before we jump towards that, let's talk about R3D and the way that team was able to rotate around and get themselves in the perfect position. Ocean.
I mean, this was just so brilliant, right? When we talk about R3D and just like, you're talking about the way the team is just moving. Look at this. Where the team is, and look at how these lads have already, started moving for themselves. Look at this area. And just think about it, Johnny, right? You were mentioning at this moment, right?
Yeah. As I said, early rotation. I mean, it's the first circle and players are already moving in. Take control of the southern edge of the military island, and that sort of allowed them to stay in a safer position for a very long time.
But they were not alone when they reached here, right? You remember, obviously, there were teams around this area. So for R3D, it would have gone either way, but for them, at the end, it just went the right way, I would say.
Exactly.
And then the next circle, when it's just it's kind of confirmed that it's 100% on the military base, right, Johnny?
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Here is where just the fact that R3D know exactly what I8 thing works out for them, because we know I8 like to go to the military base and. R3D, as Ocean was pointing it out, they waited close to those mountains towards the south because they were waiting for I8 to move towards the bridge area, which also in fact happened because I8 always liked to go there. And as soon as that happened, R3D, they start moving up.
I mean, if you remember, there's a slight movement happening at this area as well where I'm marking up. So that means the players did reach around this area, the upper area, but then a few of them were just thinking about fighting around here because again this becomes the edge of the circle. This kind of still is the center lines of the circle, so they tend to stay here. Look at the movement that just is happening around this area. Look, you see a few players just moving around this area, that the lower one, and that's where the next circle forms up. That's where they just constitute their fight. That's where they have their fights, and then again they start moving forward. Look at the movement as for what the players are going for themselves, and then it was just the final zone, and well, they had a really good outing inside. Look at the cluster, right? They had that cluster for them.
Yeah. I mean, and it was the only challenge I believe R3D faced was just coming once they went deep into the military base. It was falling back towards that the road on the periphery of the military base. That was the only challenge because, as you mentioned, they weren't alone at that time. There were a lot of teams that were closing in, especially from the eastern side, and it could have been deadly for them.
Think about
it,
right?
They managed to make it. Yeah.
Where they dropped, they just rotate once again, ladies and boys and girls. This is like this. These are the footpaths or the waterways or anything you want to call it for R3D.
I was very happy when they started moving in early. That early water rotation, I believe, secured them a lot of placement points already. basically a top 7, top 6 finish at that point
Yeah.
when they moved in. And from there on out, it was just how they decided to play, how they decided to pace the fights, and well, guess they waited till the very end.
But hey, that was not the only team that tried that water rotation. There
Yes.
were a few others that did not pan out for them. So again,
Yeah.
let's cue in the Oppo F19 performance and go through all those fights.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
I want Johnny to talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, as I was saying, my favorite moments of the match. First is going to be the fight that happened in the beginning. Venom Legends, BN crew going at it in the Milta factory. It was incredible to watch. I mean, what the teams are going to resort to when the push comes to shove, and it was really, really amazing to see PN crew in action. But then, yes, as Blotter said, some water rotations did not work out. That was one of them.
And for a lot of teams, right, things did go down really badly as they would not have expected, right? If we talk about a team like Stalwart, think about it. They started off really good, and well, this fight as well. If we're talking about this fights, I still have like that one moment in which it was A1 Esports, I guess it was A1 Esports versus DRS, if I'm not wrong, in which DRS's AJ was the last one surviving and that too with a sliver of HP, and the circle was giving him a lot of troubles, because of which him and his teammate, the one that was knocked down, was just, eliminated out of the lobby, even though it looked like that he will have a chance. And look at it, right now Stalwart was looking so confident for the fights that they were taking.
This is my favorite moment because it wasn't just Stalwart, it wasn't just Seal Esports, it was S9 and ZEUS all on the same bridge. It was like all the teams from Mongolia had the same thought at the same time to go for the Novorepnoy bridge, and well, it was definitely a challenge. The fact that Stalwart Esports had a few players already who had crossed the bridge was the thing that helped them out, but otherwise everyone else faced a challenge making it to the other side.
Yeah, that's true. And then these few shots just coming here and there, and the cluster that was forming around this side of military base, because you have that one wall for your coverage. Otherwise, you have those planes only, the broken planes for your covers, right? But then going there is still a risky move. You remember, Vibes is one player just moves forward, spots down one player just proning down, and then he takes that takes a lot of courage. I guess it was Uzum from I8 who was just lying down around a plane. So all those minute things, it's all about creating your own cover, your own comfort zone. Sometimes players cannot in these kind of circles.
And Vibes, I mean, they played this final situation out. This was absolutely flawless, the way they played this out. I mean, they were basically cleaning up, moving in from the edge and cleaning up every single team, every single individual they saw, picking up all those kills for themselves. Look at how the players were moving in this time. The formation was on point. The timings of those engagements were on point. If someone started shooting at them while they were moving from one point of cover to the next, they would instantly retaliate. They would have a guy in the back just keeping an eye, making sure the lads were going to be safe. But by the time they did it, I mean, they were also taking few hits on themselves. So the numbers were, well, they were really low when they came neck to neck against R3D in the end. And R3D, they capitalized.
They capitalize in style, of course, but in all of this is something that was required from them as well, because top 16, right? Top 16, and that is something that is going to be looming onto the heads of a few of these teams. For example, we spoke about FS. Well, FS certainly did walk away with those placement points, and as we're talking about all of this, let's move on to the storyboard altogether. Let's have a look at what are these teams on the second page specifically going to be doing. But on the first page, we do have I8 moving up the ladder in style with the well, once again, with those kills working in the team's favor.
I mean, by the end of the day, I don't know. All right, T2K obviously they would want their momentum, but I want to see I8 stay at the top, maybe without a chicken dinner, maybe, but with more number of kills than they are just getting right now, because the team is just on fire. They have one of the lowest placement points in top 10. Obviously, 23 is the lowest number, but they have one of the lowest placement point numbers. But the kill points is something that is just differentiating them from second position to the 10th position.
True.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite exciting, but you know what's exciting?
This page.
And this is what I wanted to bring up, because R3D, they are in a safer position now. Earlier we saw them, still in a spot from where they could be kicked off, but R3D, they are good to go. They are going to be walking away to the next Super Weekend. Now the challenge sort of falls upon Blue Clarity and High Voltage. High Voltage they're not having a fun time right now.
Yeah, but obviously not being not being part of one of the matches, that just takes some fun out of the players' mind. But Venom Legends,
Exactly.
Dead Eyes guys,
Yeah.
Paradox, Seal 9.
Venom Legends. I mean, let's move on to the map chance, of course. But yeah, Venom Legends is certainly on a downward slope from the looks of it. And again, when it comes down to the map, well, we're going to be going back to Miramar. But before we talk about that, I wanted to kind of bring the conversation back to what Ocean was talking about yesterday, right? He was anticipating that there's going to be one big name that is not going to be participating in this Super Weekend. And yeah, it seems like your spoiler is getting closer and closer to the truth.
So I'm going to ask Ocean a question right now. And I think this is from me and Blotter, both of us. It's not DE, is it? What you were hinting towards, Ocean? The spoiler?
Well, so if you look at the map chance right now, you see Stalwart, Seal, 7C. So 7C is not going to be playing right now. Stalwart is not going to be playing this game because this is a Group C and even and Raw. So for this game, I have hopes from DE personally, just like you were talking about, right? Because the team is from Group D. They did not play the last game, so they will be coming up for this game. So I have hopes for that team. Plus Miramar, kind of, if they start up a slow game right now because they need that, so they might have a good ending. I hope so they do.
I'm just going to take what he said as my answer, that he did not mean DE.
All right. Yep, it certainly does seem likely to be that case. On the other front, I am just anticipating the circle, the zone, to genuinely be the curveball because that has been incredible with the gameplay that has been showcased based on the zones. With that, let's get this game started off on our screens. It is time to move on to XP and Play to take us through game number 3 of the day.
Well, game number 3, I think Ocean was trying to dodge a question there, XP, as he's really good at dodging hard questions. He's like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Dead Eyes guys, are they going to make it? Are they going to make it, XP? You don't dodge questions. I like that about you. You take it on the chin and you give me a real answer.
I mean, if you're wrong, we're wrong. It's as simple as that because, we're not going to be, we don't plan anything out and it's all on the teams as to how they perform. But now, Dead Eyes guys, I do want to bring up a few points, but that's the thing about the analyst desk. They do half jobs for us, and it's just so much easier just talking about a game right now. But again, lovely breakdown over there. Dead Eyes guys, they definitely have their work cut out, though. Because, I agree with them. The latter half of the overall table is definitely a lot more exciting, and what's more exciting is that once again, that big, beautiful bird is going to take to the skies as we fly over the deserts of Miramar. And are we going to see something like we saw in Game 1, action straight off the bat, or is it going to be a slow affair?
Depends on the zone, obviously, and as the thing with Miramar, unlike Erangel, is even if you see look at this plane path, right? It's not center. It's not passing through Picado. It's more towards the southwestern side, but it still crosses Los Leones. It's still going to be towards Puerto Parayo. It's just so much a landmass that no one really feels pressured, even with the plane path can sometimes be a little crazy. However, XP, I would love to see your prediction come true, where we see a Torre Ahumada or a Campo Militar circle, where it's all the way towards the northeast, towards Al Azahar.
I changed my mind this time. I want to go down south. I want to go to the prison, Blaine. I want to see that little.
I've given up. I've given up.
You?
I've given up trying to go for the prison. It never ever delivers. Every time I say prison, no.
Maybe if you and I have the same wish, maybe it might just be granted. So I guess we need to let's say prison. Come on, let's make it happen.
All right, Los Higos, Minas del Sur prison. All right, do I have to pray to the dark gods, maybe sacrifice my firstborn child, whatever I have to do, I'll do it just to get a prison island circle. Come on, PUBG.
I don't know how you're going to break that news to your future wife, but go for it.
Well, if I ever do get married, if I ever do have a child, I'm going to be like, listen, I'm sorry. This one time I got a prison island circle, so I have to sacrifice my kid. But let's take a look here.
The child is safe. Looks like Blade Jr. is going to make it through life after all, as the circle is going to be pretty much central. We are going to be at the center of the circle. Of course, we are going to have a little bit of a western shift. Now, that means teams like Seal 9, DRS, Seal, ZEUS are going to be a happy bunch. And, the fact that the plane path went over Los Leones, I did kind of anticipate a couple of teams dropping down. Now, Paradox, once again, Blay, have dropped down towards the south. And we saw this yesterday as well. They try to push up, but I like Parakeet. He's gone to his basics. He's at Puerto Paraiso, but wait a second, I do hear some shots. Could it be Venom Legends going up against PN Crew? No, it's going to be Crypto, who put a few shots in Hazard, and now Hazard, well, is running for his life. And Crypto, without any gear, without any armor, with just an Uzi in his hands, is going for the kill. That is the mentality we need.
That is a killer mentality. That's the screw you, I'm going to make it work. And in the meantime, you talk about UMPs, XP being close range. I mean, SMGs being close range weapons, but a UMP obviously having more range than the other usual guns. And I like how they're going in for the kill. Speaking of going for the kill, Hazard will be found by Crypto. Poor Hazard, man. He was alone. And I find it curious how Paradox, they dropped so far away from each other. You said Parakeet all the way in Puerto Paraya. We got Azrael and G1 very far away from the teammates. As R3D, they just got the chicken dinner extra, so you can kind of imagine, you can envision you can feel their, for a fact that the blood's pumping, right? The adrenaline's pumping through their body. Like, all right, guys, we got a chicken dinner now. Let's get some kills as Delta X. Oh, Malik and Delta X are very, very low on health. They need to patch themselves up, and I don't see anything on him. He's got a, I think, an energy drink. That's about it. No bandages, no first aid kits, nothing.
Well, let's see if that energy drink is going to be enough because R3D are making the move as Assassin and Adil are getting closer and closer. Now, they have deployed a couple of smoke grenades to try and block the vision of Rules. And Rules, with that Vector at this distance, is not really going to be helping his teammate around. Elsewhere, Delta does realize that, the enemy is pretty much at the gates as he is going to patch himself up with a few bandages. But right now, Assassin makes his way in the house. Now, Delta definitely knows exactly where he is. And if he hears the footsteps coming towards him, I'm pretty sure he's going to be ready with his weapon. Smart move by Delta to kind of quit bandaging himself up because that sound would have given his position away, but it does mean that his teammate is now going to be coming under heavy fire as Rules is going to be pretty much laying down the law. He has to fortify himself as a hungry pack of bolts is coming in, but from afar Delta X is going to get the first break as one of them goes down. Now he does put the reload in. It's not going to be in time. He's punching the air. He thought he'd get a few punches in. In fact, a couple of them did connect, but it isn't going to be enough. Now R3D are going to pass themselves up, whereas Reap1 is going to make his way. Now this could be devastating for the team.
Oh no, XP, it's all gone wrong.
All right, if you look at it from Wiz's point of view.
Yeah, it's all gone wrong for R3D. Anubis is sitting outside. It's like, guys?
You left me in this spot
guys?
again.
Hello? Guys? Like, are you dead? Oh shit, they're all dead. What do I do now? And Anubis is trapped down. He's hunkered down. Oh, that's a Molotov. A little off from Delta X's position, and I gotta say, XPR3D, maybe they got a little bit too ahead of themselves, and he will be finished off. Malik coming in from behind with a Scar. Oh, how swiftly the tables turn.
Man, Anubis has to be asking himself this question. Why me? Why am I the only one who's always left at the end? Except, of course, last game where they did win the game. But right now, R3D, ladies and gentlemen, are going to bid us adieu as they are the first ones to bite the dust in Miramar. Now, elsewhere, everyone is still going to be looting up to their heart's content. Now, that is also one of the reasons, Blake, you did kind of ask me, how come they don't have anything? The thing is, when you drop down in these isolated locations, in these isolated compounds, especially if you have an opponent, you're not going to be willing to share your loot. But we did see that, sometimes it's all on the mentality. If you saw I8 Crypto running behind Hazard without anything, you get the best of both worlds. But right now, it is what it is, and only one team is being eliminated. I like the fact that, action did break out earlier than usual in Miramar, and that is something that is always welcomed. Now, the circle is still going to be pretty comfortable for a lot of teams, especially Bublu, who are going to be pretty much at the southern tip, just north of Valle del Mar. I am, however, kind of intrigued by Paradox's movement. Have a look at that. They are going to be coming down south. In fact, they just might catch Bublu off guard sooner or later.
Bublu should be aware of it. Usually Bublu, they like dropping towards Valle del Mar, and usually they're the ones who have to move into the zone, right? Like, they're always caught outside, but this time around, the circle gods do favor them. Yeah, I should be going in towards ZEUS, trying to play a more of a central position, hoping that El Pozo will be comparatively empty. I like how Nima's still going towards the Oasis. Like,
he loves it. That's his spot.
It makes no sense. There's no one going to be there, but I guess he just likes sightseeing, right? Yeah, he's taking a dip.
Also, I guess, like I said, those waters might have some healing powers. It might actually, imbibe him with something supernatural, or maybe the loot over there is just too good to pass on. Especially since you don't have any enemies around, he can be kitted to the gills when it comes to action breaking out. Now, we do see him in the warehouse, though. Needs to move a bit closer to the oasis, but have a look at this. Rules runs out of ammunition. Before he could switch his weapon, he tries to throw a couple of punches, but of course they didn't connect. The damage, however, was done, and Delta X, the silent killer from afar, doing his part for his team. Now, Malik and the boys, they rush in and put them out of the misery. And again, Anubis at this point probably is like, you know what? I know it's inevitable. I know what's going to happen. And well, he took it like a man. Elsewhere, Dead Eyes guys do spot Vibes moving in the distance. A few shots have been laid off, but nothing has connected so far. In fact, Frag could get a knock over here, but nah, Assassin is just going to drive on by without a worry in the world.
Without a worry in the world, which is worrisome, because if you drive around without a worry in the world, especially
he's getting
Miramar,
attacked by a Godzilla. No.
Okay, all right there, XP. And
It needs some drama in it.
It is kind of adorable, and it is good. So you can see like how at least in the modern day movies, the spines on his back, right? There we go.
Fire too.
Yeah, it is Godzilla. It's the atomic breath.
Yes,
Did you watch a recent King Kong vs. Godzilla movie?
No, I haven't.
It is so stupid, and I love everything about it.
I'm glad I did.
No. It's one of those movies.
It's good, stupid. Right.
Yeah, it's not trying to be some Oscar-winning, movie like a Schindler's List or whatever.
What
right?
do you expect from Godzilla vs. King Kong?
Yeah, there's a big lizard fighting a big monkey, right? And then in between, I'm not giving spoilers, but let me just say,
a couple of humans running around.
No, like you see some wild stuff happen in that movie, man. I had fun. I went in there with no expectations, and I had a blast watching it. I highly recommend you give it a shot as well. As we take a look at the zone, it's going to shift even further west to XP. So the teams who have been traversing these dry landscapes for quite a while, we look at Wizzies, we could look at Venom Legends and everyone, they need to move further towards the western side. As T2K are kind of not really gatekeeping per se, but they are making I8's life a little miserable, as ZEUS are going to be going up against their Mongolian compatriots in the form of Seal 9, who need a lot of big games here, XP. They are in a very rough spot, but it is going to be a quick reply from Zeol to knock down Engage.
Well, that was a good knock coming down, especially at that distance. But over here, Crypto is going to get the better of G.I. Jane, as Jane is going to be on his knees. Now, Legend from afar could just, lay down some suppressive fire, as you can see happening. Oh, my goodness, and that was beautiful suppression, because although he almost knocked him out, the play zone came in and did the rest, which means, Frankie, if he just pops his painkillers, Legend can actually go and save Jane. This is just phenomenal. I mean, I thought it was going to be the end for Jane, but the tables have turned, and Crypto has been put in the ground. I mean, talk about a chain of events that kind of leads to your own demise. That was not what I was expecting at all. Now, I did kind of anticipate that, Crypto, he would have gone for the finish instead of, being wary of others around him, because he did kind of lay down a few shots elsewhere, but it is what it is. And Dead Eyes guys, again, we did leave them in the same position last time play, up against Vibes, but looks like they have the better of Dead Eyes guys now, as one of the members is lying bloodied on his knees.
I don't think a Res is going to be coming in here. Look at Killer charging in. No fear whatsoever. And on top has a lot of work to do. Dead Eyes guys, we did mention them. The Deaths did bring them up as well. Are they going to be playing the third Super Weekend? Because if they don't, it could be problematic. A third knock taking place. And Frag, there's no point going for the rescue. You might as well just run for the hills, pedal to the metal, and just accelerate your way to safety, because Vibes have made sure there's not going to be any revive for Dead Eyes guys. Haha.
All right,
See what I did there?
A for effort, definitely. That was actually kind of good.
Was it bad?
You're getting a lot smarter these days, Biz. I like that.
Thanks,
I like
XP. Usually in my advanced age, I can feel my neurons slowly starting to decay and die. But these sort of things, it helps me out.
It does help him out, and if you have a look at the circle, everyone is going to be making a frantic dash to get to greener pastures, so to speak, as DRS are going to be pretty much coming in from the north of El Pozo, with Seal 9 already posting up in one of the high buildings inside. Now, if you quickly focus down south, Paradox, we did kind of anticipate that they are going to be coming in from that Valle del Mar region, and that is exactly where they're going to be driving in. However, we do have high voltage at Landriera, and it could get problematic because a couple of teams are coming towards them right now. Now, I8 are playing as a 3-man squad, so they already have that little bit of a disadvantage, and losing Crypto means they're now down to a 2-man army, an army of 2, if you will. And, well, we know this team is definitely capable, but let's see how long they survive, while Assassin is just trying to keep Future Station at bay, making sure they don't peek over that ridge and do him any harm, as his teammates, of course, do have this warehouse on lockdown. But again, we know the circle has a mind of its own, and they might have to skedaddle out of there sooner or later.
Not right now, though. Never mind. They have to. They really have to. DRS, though. The Circle Gods have once again blessed them. Bablu, having made their way up towards the northern side, just skirting the leftmost side of the map. They're going to be fine as well. And Paradox is going to be joining them. Sure, they lost a couple of members early on, XP, but right now, oh, that is a brilliant long-range spray from Aussie, and little unfortunate that he runs out of bullets at the very last second. A couple more bullets, and I guarantee he would have got that knock onto member of I8, but I8 will survive. Just a 2-man squad for the time being, as Deadeye's guys, XP, from the proverbial frying pan straight into the fire. And Seal Baron checks him, finishes him off, takes a bit of damage though, and that is going to be it for Deadeye's guys. Coming, not dead last. Actually, no, they come dead last. They didn't get a single point. Not even a kill.
They did not get a single point. In fact, if you kind of notice, Baron completely missed Fragster over there waiting for him, but that reaction was just too precise. And of course, Deadeye's guys have been put in the ground. Now, we still have 14 teams alive, 50 people vying to walk away the winners in this barren desert, as GI could come in 420 boys crosshair, but lucky for him, that window wasn't, well, low enough. Elsewhere, Clutch Baba moving around in the distance, and I like how, you know, Bablu, they are, I wouldn't say they're really in a good position because you have a lot of high ground nearby. So they are going to have to make some moves. But again, looks like Bablu's 420 boy is kind of fixated on those two gentlemen down below. Elsewhere, C-Wine Noob is going to come under fire from Danny. So now Bablu Play have a few options because, you know, they know exactly where a couple of teams are. I do believe their options should be limited to Paradox being wiped out first. That is what they should go in for if they want to rack up some points.
I think everyone wants to rack up some points, and
maybe
Paradox...
some don't. Maybe somebody want to be pacifists and just, you know, fight at the end. I'm just kidding.
I mean, yeah,
it's a cutthroat world out there, bro.
I mean, some of these teams can do that, all right? T2K, DRS, you know, Stalwart Esports, although they're not in the server right now, they don't really need to go for any fights, right? They can actually ruin the day for a lot of other teams because they're pretty much guaranteed to play the final Super Weekend here. But PN Crew, an aquatic death earlier. Oh, that nade is beautiful. And now, how is he even somehow... Oh, no! An angle there right before it lobs the nade. And Orchid just charging in, looking for the finish, which he should find. Okay.
He's like, what's up?
There we go. There you have it. My God, you cruel man, Orchid. It took a sweet time lining it up. I guess he wanted to make his death painless as possible. He's like, I'll make sure I fire the bullet straight into your brainstem.
Absolutely, and of course, you don't want any snakes in your Orchid as well. You want to make sure everything is nice and clear as Mamba is taken out, and elsewhere now, High Voltage are going to have to make a move because they are going to be braving the blue for a little while. But the thing that is against them is distance and time because they do have to travel more than 500 meters, and they are going to be taking a lot of damage on their way. And I just heard a bullet. They might just take a few shots as well, which means they are going to have to patch themselves up, make sure that the energy levels are high. Elsewhere, Johnny is going to fall prey to the play zone, and with that, I8's hopes of getting more points in this game are dashed as they are going to be exiting early on. Now the circle is shifting once again, and DRS are looking in a good spot as Killer takes a shot from T2K's Frankie, but again, no harm done just yet.
No harm done yet. Let's see how this battle's going to break out. The vibes have been fantastic so far, and obviously T2K, the kings of the hill, the kings of the table, right now, the raid boss, I might even say, in the lobby. They've been incredible. Frankie, though, a little wild spray! And he was so hyper-focused, so tunnel-visioned onto that one player that Jiggle's going to use the opportunity to take him down. T2K, maybe, you know, they got a little, I wouldn't say overconfident, but they were feeling very safe. And with that, Vibes, oh no, Sandesh spots a jiggle. He's got to crawl back a little bit further. And Sandesh not having a line, and a problem for Sandesh's XP. He can't wait around. He's in the blue, but he's going to tap away onto us towards Assassin, dealing a bit more damage. He's going to patch himself up, but T2K need to make a move. But against 4 members of Vibes waiting for them, it's not an easy decision to make.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be problematic and chaotic for them to make out. Of course, they can just put a dent in Vibes' plan right now, as Baron A is going to be all by his lonesome, taking the fight to the other seal in this game. Senor A is going to be lighting a grenade. That is just beautiful. Rolls off the top of that van, and boom, the Baron is finally going to fall out from the sky. And with that, of course, another one bites the dust, as Seal have been eliminated by Seal 9. Oh my goodness, we were talking about adding insult to injury. I mean, they were determined to basically take out their compatriots from their own country, as it was in Mongolia on Mongolia in action. Now, we do have another Mongolian team still in the fray, and these boys, ZEUS Esports, they have been trying things out. They have been a little unlucky, but when everything does click for them, boy, they are a sight to behold. Right now, they do have the advantage that they have 4 members alive, and I've kind of seen this little thing happen, Blade. If ZEUS are caught early on in the game, they just basically fall apart. However, if they kind of reach the midway mark towards the later circles, of course, we know that they thrive in chaos. That is when they do their best, as T2K's Legend is taken off his vehicle, and with that train to kill, again, it was pretty much inevitable that they were going to meet an early demise.
Oh, they're sitting ducks. They're sitting ducks, XP. They are sitting ducks, and the ducks in the ground. Assassin and Praveen will quickly be knocked down by Godless. Great spray control from him on the Scarl, and Killer now left alone. And he's going to opt to go for it. He's got to take a vehicle. It's too far away. He just has to brave it. And no, I don't think he's got any kits.
No meds. Good decision on him. I mean, he did.
I like it. I like it.
That is one way to go out with a bang. That is what he did right over there, quite literally denying Godless another kill, because, well, he would have pretty much taken out the entire team all by his lonesome. But right now, yes, sir.
It just reminded me of the lines that, you kill me, I kill
I'll
me.
kill you. Yeah, I kill you.
Well, as G gets dropped, and this time I don't think Paradox can kill themselves. They look like High Voltage are coming in for the hunt. XP. The 4 versus 1 right now for Azrael, and the God of Death, unfortunately. He's got no wings. He does have a smoke. And a res? No.
It could come in. Now, of course, they should be lobbing a few grenades. Looks like GI is going to be revived. The only thing that's going against him right now is getting shot from behind.
What?
And from distance. Don't tell me from distance. I want to have a look at that replay, because I'm pretty sure he got his weapon down to the single fire mode, because at that range, it should be at least, what, 250, maybe 300 meters? That was an amazing, amazing finish.
We could barely make them out on our map. They were like so far away, but yeah, an unfortunate end for Paradox, getting pincered between 2 teams. A rough Miramar for them, losing a couple of members early on and eventually just getting taken down. And now Zone going to be shrinking in further. Future Station in a pretty good spot. Bubble in a good spot. High Voltage as well are in a comfy position. DRS, however, they were split in teams of 2. Now they've left 2 behind to find Frypan. And 2 of them moved on ahead. And look at ZEUS. They are pushing into Future Station, who are inside of the zone, XP. They have that compound, and ZEUS like, yeah, we're going to take that away from you. But while doing so, a member has been taken down already, knocked out and finished off as C-Wine on a sliver of HP. 1 point of health. He still stands alive, and he's going to have enough time to go for the heal. Nade going to be tossed on into its clutch Baba, though, and it's going to miss him. Ably and Icy taking the fight to Future Station. It is right now a 2 versus 4 in this little old school Wild West town. And the problem for ZEUS is if they're not able to take down Future Station early on, another team's going to be joining the fray. But a 2 versus 4, it is doable because of how Future Station are kind of spread out in this town.
It is doable. However, have a look at Ably. I mean, now, of course, he was waiting for Icy to come in, who did get shot up at the distance from either Clarity or DRS. It could be either one, but they are being a bit hesitant. Ably, I mean, normally what we've seen is they should have already kind of gone up on the first floor of this house and taken out C-Wine, who, again, luckily, because of that boost that he had on, is still alive and kicking, but he has patched himself up. Now, the enemy are aware of each other as Icy is going to bite a bullet. Now, C-Wine could have actually gone down and done some damage. As you can see, his teammates are coming in. Magnet closing in ever so carefully. Now that drop is going to be a bit problematic. I don't see any way to get it. So you know what? We don't even need to know what's inside, because if you do go up on the roof, even if you find a chance to do that, you're going to get shot at from elsewhere. But right now, C-Wine.
Oh.
Okay, see enemy. Gets one. And I
Looking for more.
now in a one-on-four situation.
It's almost impossible, XP. It's impossible. There's no way he escapes this, right? There's no way he comes out on top here. IC is going to get a second knock. He's going to go for the reload. They're still pushing him down. They've got to push him together, and he's going to run on out and straight into his demise. He gets a couple of knocks. XP was not to be. Future Station, they do a good job keeping ZEUS at bay, take them down, and now we're down to the final 6 teams, 21 left alive in the server. High voltage. Meanwhile, Seal9 have completely decimated PN Crew, who will go on the 7th position with 2 kills to their name. Down to the final 6. DRS, they have the smoke for cover, but Seal9 have been on a bit of a rampage so far. XP4 alive and 6 kills to their name.
Oh, I think looks like Wizards with Vibes are going to be joining the makers as well. There you have it. Malik is going to be taken out by a grenade, precision grenade thrown in by Inky. And you're right, Seal9 are playing their hearts out. 7 kills to their names already, as they do have DRS at one end and a couple of teams on the other. Now, Future Station are still going to be happy in the compound. They are going to have to move out. They might just have to thwart a few attacks here and there. Now, I like the fact that Senior has kind of spotted out DRS's AJ, and they are going to be applying the pressure. And have a look at Wolf. He is all by his lonesome in the distance, and now Nima, in fact, is going to get caught out by Magnet. A good quick thinking on his part to, get out of harm's way and regroup with his team. However, I wonder if he's aware they are going to have to deal with the Seal situation. Yes, sir.
Ooh, look at the amount of the teams, how many members they have alive. DRS is the only team or a 3-man squad. Everyone else, full squads and 5 teams. There's going to be a lot of team fights.
It is going to be a lot of team fights. It's going to be a bit chaotic as well with all these people running around. But right now, DRS, they are going to have to make quick work of Seal9. If you have a look at Seal9, they do have those little depressions to work with, Blay. And the fact that those buggies are going to be giving them some cover as well. Now, the smoke screen is going to be perfect as they make their way closer to Future Station. However, they got to be careful because they just might give them a little bit of an angle.
While the res is going to be coming in for AJ. High voltage, you're going to be pushing up into that compound. There we go. I like how Mafia Ninja is providing a little bit of covering fire, but Seal9 just moving in together. Great shot into Mafia Ninja. He has to go prone. He has to heal himself. But amongst all the chaos, so Inky has been knocked down. Well, not knocked down on Sliver of HP. It's still alive. Nima barely alive as well. This is just surviving by the skin of the teeth. Umbra is going to dodge the Molotov. 2 members. Kind of low. Oh, Inky, the flames are on him. He's going to burn alive. And now XP, it's a 3 versus 3. And look at AJ charging up. Monkey with the UMP. He's missing his shots. Both of them not quite landing the final blow. AJ having to go for the reload on his M4. Senior trying to come in with the flank as well. And this battle, another knock going the way of DRS. But again, they patch himself up though. Now they're going to be going in for the push. They see 2 players out, but from afar, they're getting shot at as well by a 3rd team. I do believe that is Bublu from the distance. And never mind, it's actually Senior just lurking behind these buggies which are smoking with an M249. Could definitely ruin the day for DRS. But DRS XP, somehow they come out on top, and it is going to be 1 member surviving the Seal9. They know exactly where he is, but can they find him? Or more importantly, XP, is it worth going for the kill? Because when they try and find Senor, they're going to be exposed to multiple teams out in the open.
They are going to be exposed to multiple teams, and if you have a look at the new circle, Bublu, if they quickly move towards the northern part of the new circle, it could be their game for the taking. Now, DRS are going to be behind a little bit of smoke cover. They do have a couple of bridges to work around as well. And now Future Station, they've kind of moved further up. However, they are going to have to deal with high voltage sooner or later, as Zabyan is going to be taken down at the distance. And Danny comes under fire, but hits the ground in the nick of time, as a result of which his team is still going to be alive and kicking. Now, Aussie is going to be spotted out. He gets taken down. Havoc, Extreme, and Wadu are going to have to move out of that house sooner or later. And the only thing that's working against them is they are leaving their shelter, their little fortified position, one by one. They need to mount an assault all together if they want to catch Future Station off guard.
Future Station are playing this brilliantly, right? They're not taking control of too many buildings. They have 3 or 4 in control with them, as Danny it's actually going to be Bublu unleashing on the DRS. They've killed a player already, so DRS down to a 2-man squad, but also Bublu down to a 2-man squad as well. 420 Boy has been knocked on down as entry from Future Station is continuing to unleash onto its havoc. Look at how low they are. 1 Molotov, that could be it. Entry, he's going to take out a nade as well. The flames are going to catch Wadu, and that is going to be it for high voltage. Brilliantly played by Future Station. They completely decimate their opposition, high voltage, and now they're going to be pushing on further. They know where DRS are, they know where Bublu are, and Clutch Baba from the distance is just rattling off bullets in every single direction. XP, they are the Grim Reapers of the battlefield. How many kills did they get in the last 60 seconds? Because I lost count. Because they went for 4 kills to like 14 or something truly Ludicrous.
I'm pretty sure they lost count as well. They were just like, wait a second, I see a lot of movement, good positioning, and they got the job done. 14 kills once again, Play. That
Boom.
means 29 points from this game. Again, a trend that we have been seeing since yesterday. All the teams, they've been amassing these big numbers. But again, Future Station, take a bow. I think they could literally look in the future the way they were playing. They knew exactly what their opponents were going to do.
Yeah, and Future Station really needed this, right? I don't think they were really languishing at the bottom or whatever, but definitely is going to be helping them out with the points they've accrued. Yeah, they were actually kind of at the bottom of the table. Starting the day, XP, they were in the 16th position on 18 points. So now they're in the 9th position, which is definitely going to be helping out their chances. Another couple of decent games here and there. Don't have to even get a chicken dinner. They're through to the Super Weekend. So an incredible showing. And the way they held on to that compound, XP, it was just magnificent. No one, I think it was was it Seal or ZEUS, whoever came up against them, even high voltage, no one had a chance.
They held their ground, with such calm composure that it was just phenomenal. But again, that's enough from us. We are going to be saying bye-bye to you. But of course, we do have the analyst desk coming up on the other side of this break.
Hello and welcome to this virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. We are in week number 3, the final day of the league plays, and the grind continues on. But the grind for FS has certainly gave them a lot of boost in terms of those positions.
Exactly. Think about it, right? Just as people were talking, we were also just watching the match by the sidelines. Yeah. They took fight against Seal, against ZEUS, against any team that just, had their eyes on those compounds. And then they come out, they take fight against DRS. Well, Clarity Pablo was a lot of fights being taken down. And from 4 kills to 14 kills, well, they just, were speeding up the kill numbers.
Exactly. The numbers were being racked up by FS, and surprise, surprise, it's not Erangel that they're doing well on. That is the thing that I want to focus on, because it's a map that's usually, as we like to call it, like not their terrain, but they did really well. With FS, the one thing that they figured out is what exactly is the right time to go for a fight.
Yeah,
absolutely. With that, as we move on and have a look at the top players, FS entry, dude. That dude, the way he plays, I just love the way the dude was able to, break the momentum of the opponent teams. But along with that, as we move on forward, C9, S9, a team that was at the bottom of the totem pole this time around has boosted quite a lot high.
Yeah. Ocean was pointing out something really wonderful, because he's good at maths. He's able to make all those calculations as fast as a computer. So he pointed out something really interesting about S9.
Yeah, we will definitely talk about that. I want to, again, in a while, we'll keep
spoilers,
that
Ocean.
See, I can spoil it for you, but not for the audience, not right now. I'm a good guy in that sense. Well, but FS, right? Clutch Baba, C1, Magnet, and just like you said, Entry, right? All these players. The best one was when they had to take fight against ZEUS, because ZEUS was the one charging on to them. ZEUS was the uninvited guest. Yet ZEUS was the one being thrown out in the form of crates.
Yep.
Also, just want to say that Clutch Baba became the devil, 666 damage.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely was. But Bablu Clarity, this team also had a really good game for themselves in the placement point department, which indeed is good. 12 placement points coming up for this team. And it's not, one thing that, we used to say that they own the map of Miramar, but now we could say, they are really good at Miramar. They just, because last time as well, you remember, right? When Bablu had to qualify, Miramar was the map. When it was Erangel Miramar, where they just, outshined. Right now, again, Miramar is something where they're picking up the pace.
Also, I have to say, Bablu, the most important job they did in this game was take out DRS when they were busy fighting against the players of Seal. Because it was important. DRS, we were talking about it during the match, me, Ocean, and a colleague, Fixes, we were sitting and chatting about the match. DRS, they had a really good position, and Bablu, they were just south of that position. So when came to close in towards those final positions, and Bablu were available on the flank to actually put some pressure on DRS, that delayed them just enough for FS to capitalize and just take the game away from everyone.
That's true. That's true.
But
That's
now,
true.
right here in the match
Yeah.
summary, let's start off with the most heals coming in right there. Venom. I mean, Venom is not having a good day when it comes to their position in the Super Weekend top 16. It is, looking a little dicey.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, you told about the good day, right? So this is not just for Venom Legends. I would say quite a lot of teams, quite a lot of decent names are just not exactly trying to be where they are, and a few teams. Remember Vibes Jiggle as he was just trying to just take down like those minute moments, because Vibes, 1 placement point, 6 kill points, and you know how their kill points just arrive. Assassin just left, right, just jiggling around, dodging those bullets, and Jiggle with the perfect cover at the perfect time. Oh my god.
Hey man, we had a lot of hilarious moments in the game. I mean, talk about Assassin just distracting his opponent for a second. Talk about the next, few minutes after that, we saw how Vibes got eliminated, right? Trying to make cover off a vehicle, and you accidentally blow yourself up. Talk about things blowing up. We saw R3D Esports getting blown up as well with a wonderfully tossed grenade on their last surviving players. So a lot of incredible moments. But as Ocean was mentioning, and Blotter, you in fact brought the light on Venom Legends, and I want to say DE.
Johnny,
Yes.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Godless's Scarl 4x spray
Yes.
to take down to so brilliantly executed. It's
You know,
Scarl. It's not M4. It's 4 times, not 6 times turned into 3 times. That was just so good.
There were so many moments like that. I mean, there were just so many moments, and some hilarious moments, some incredible moments that took place throughout the entirety of the game. Let's move on to, of course, the Oppo F9 Impro moments right here in the first 2 minutes. GG.
I mean, this was just something that was just out of the box. And you remember DE, right? 3 players were being taken down. Fragsir was the last one surviving. Instantly, he just turns his vehicle to the right hand side, tries to maybe hide at a place to go for the placement points. Well, again, that also does not happen for that lad.
Also, I love the fact that when teams realize, all right, our position in the Super Weekend is pretty much secured, you see them doing stuff like this. Like, when someone shoots at you, run towards their cover and try and finish them off.
That's experimenting boldly, because that's just that in fact puts you at a pressure situation, and in Super Weekend it's always a pressure situation.
I mean, it is going to be a pressure situation. Yeah, I agree. I sort of agree with that, but I'm going to look at it from a perspective. Yeah, how dare you shoot at me?
Yeah, I mean, I do get that. And then talking about DE's demise, the first thing was you guys saw that nade, right? The nade that was actually put down on DE's one player. It obviously did not take him down, but it actually makes you deaf for 3 seconds, right? And if you cannot hear anything, your sound visualization is completely gone.
And this as well. I mean, over here the visualization was there. It's just that he was looking in the wrong direction. That's it.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, we're going to see that ZEUS moment as well. I'm pretty sure, Godless moment, in which he just took down players. And so many amazing fights were just being taken down by so many. Like this one. Think about it, right? His last bullet. Look at this. His last bullet takes down Assassin.
Yeah. And I mean, Vibes, they were pretty much in trouble. The blue was closing in. There were gatekeepers trying to stop them in the form of ZEUS Esports and Killer. He tried to survive, but hey, I mean, that was way too close for comfort. Over on the other side, we were talking about Bablu Clarity. Actually, they did the same thing that DRS did, but DRS were sort of in a better position in terms of the altitudes of high ground these two teams had, and DRS definitely did capitalize quite a lot. They were able to dish out a lot of pressure on the teams that were trying to close in from either the northern side or the eastern side.
Well, that was an almost clutch from IC as well. He took down 2 players, but then on 40 HP, you cannot do much more. You can, but, obviously the charge was really strong against him. Seal9, till this time, Seal9 was looking so brilliant with their gameplays, but, well, DRS, they did try to charge on these lads as well. They kind of did not, but then FS, they stole the entire show for themselves.
As I said, FS, they know when they have to be in a fight. They know when they need to start shooting, and that worked out so nicely. Because look at this. while everyone is in a state of panic, while DRS is panicking about how we get into a circle, while Bablu Clarity is panicking about how we prep up for the fight that is going to come in our direction, while High Voltage is panicking about getting to the circle, F is like, all right, boys, placement points are done, time to go for those kills. And they, I mean, one after the other, they just start picking off those players and eventually get themselves the chicken dinner.
Exactly, and I mean, Blay also mentioned it during the cast as well, right? When it comes to FS, they take those fights, but they do not overextend themselves. They kept that compound and that control, and they knew exactly the angles that they wanted to take the fight for before rushing on to another team. That just completely working in that team's favor. But now, Venom, DE. Well, it seems like Ocean. It probably might be two big names that might not tune into the Super Weekend's awesomeness, dude. Maybe?
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. But
Absolutely.
Again, I'm just not spoiling things for you.
I have to say, I agree with Blair. Ocean has mastered the art of dodging questions at this point.
So true.
Come on, at this moment, I have to, right? I have to. You guys are just asking me the same question. Come on. I mean,
Spoilers, man. Spoilers.
hey, if I just give you spoilers, I mean, imagine how bad it would be. Like, for the
this
analysis
has
part,
to be
like,
the first time where people are actually glad to have someone spoiling something for them.
That is true. But of
No,
course, as
the
Ocean was mentioning
fans-
earlier,
No.
let's not break it down for the fans.
Oh, yeah.
Let's keep it to the
Fair
green
enough.
room. And that way, we'll keep the excitement and Masala up for pain fixes. But with that, let's move on to the storyboard and have a look at what the teams are going to be looking like in the top 20.
Alrighty. So, wow, that jump from Future Station. I mean, top 8 straight away. And it looks like they've just... They knew exactly what they had to do. One good performance and their job is done. 52 points. That looks like a very comfortable spot to be in right now in order to move to the Super Weekend. And, well, Wizards of ABCE Esports this time looking really good. Although, I mean, the major turnaround has to be PN Crew. Even though we are seeing a dip in performance, but still, in comparison to Week 1 and Week 2, PN Crew, they are doing good.
Oh yes, they definitely are. But a lot more spicy awesomeness is going to be showcased on the second page, where the fights still continue on. But sadly, the number of matches have dwindled quite a lot.
all right, I have two things to just talk about, right?
Alrighty.
Next match, Venom Legends will not be playing the next match. Well,
Yeah.
DE, they have a chance for next 2 games, right? Venom Legends is not going to be playing the next match, and if we talk about it, DRS, Vibes, Seal, and I8. Well, they are at a really safe spot. It's going to be their last match. The next match that happens. So right now, all eyes are going to be on DE, Seal 9 because of the amazing gameplay, Paradox, and well, Venom Legends. If we just talk about it, because for them this is a time to critically think.
I mean,
What can be done? Because 34 points, 21
Exactly.
points,
That's
19
a big
points.
leap.
It needs to be done because Raw, well, they have 2 matches.
I mean, they're chicken dinners, man. All I can say is they will need those chicken dinners. Otherwise, I was just kidding when I said DE they might just miss out on this on the Super Weekend. It might turn into a reality. They have 2 matches left, the next 2 matches, but it is definitely looking like a challenge.
It definitely is. And with that, let's move on to our schedule, where we are going to be looking at what is the next map. We are going to go back to Erangel. That is going to be certainly favoring FS, but never mind the FS conversation because they've already found themselves on the 8th spot, so it's okay. But as you guys were mentioning, DE, Venom, yeah, it's not looking good for these teams.
Maybe I should stop having intuitions overall.
Yeah,
You think you're affecting the game, dude?
I never. All right. It can be a bit of a brag, but I am the meta now.
I mean, no, wait. All right, so Blotter, you're basically the anti-Ocean over here. Because, I mean, Ocean says teams are going to do bad and that, like, we do see the results. What about you? Which team
I
do
mean,
you
so
think is
I
gonna do
can
good?
tell you if the teams are going to do good, but you always want masala. That happens.
This is true, which is absolutely fair and square and required as well. So, I mean, yesterday, if I talk about it, we were talking about ACDE Esports and the team performed well. We were talking about R3D and the team performed well. Now,
We said Future
though,
Station.
I'm hoping Venom Legends. I'm hoping Venom Legends.
I love Aaron Blotter was folding his hands. That's the way you think, man. Come on, I mean, I need Aaron Blotter.
You need to be a little reserved. You need to be a little reserved when it comes to those sort of speculations. When you've got likes of these dudes right here on the desk. But yeah, of course, enough banter from our side when it comes to this game. Though, honestly, what are your speculations going to be?
I'm gonna go with you, Venom Legends. I hope they do good. Venom Legends, I mean, it is gonna be interesting to see. All right, let me think. Ocean, I'm gonna do what you do. I'm gonna start calculating and see what I'm gonna feel like right now.
So we're looking at 34 points and then 21 points.
21 points, yeah.
So it's a big leap. And as so perfectly mentioned by you, Varun, if they do not get that sort of a chicken dinner winner sort of a game, then it is going to be, well, very, very tough.
I mean, but keep in mind, right, Raw would also not want to leave
Exactly.
their spot. They would also want to, just because they have 2 games. Venom Legends has 1 game.
Exactly.
And, well, Venom Legends, obviously, they are not playing this game in Group B, right? So that's another conversation. This is where DE has a chance, right? If you look at it.
That's what I was coming to. Like, DE has a better option in this match, not just in this match, in fact, in the next 2 as well. Because Venom Legends coming into that last game, there's going to be, first of all, a lot of pressure because a lot comes down on that very last game. And second, they haven't had the opportunity to build a momentum for themselves to bring along with them, like to at least relieve some pressure, put the players in a comfortable position. So going into that last match, it's going to be quite tricky. DE seems like a much better choice, yeah.
But think about it. This is where Charles Darwin's theory just gets really true. It's survival of the fittest. This is exactly how it becomes, because last Super Weekend is ahead of us. You have to survive. Maybe if you survive, that's where chaos comes in. You can create chaos even if you're not maybe.
I'll give you chaos. Seal 9, S9.
That's another good name to bring up,
yeah.
actually. That definitely is another good name to bring up, because again, I mean, the gameplay that was showcased right here, but then again, there's a question as well, because the rotations that were made as well as the zone that favored S9 this time around, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that in certain sense definitely favored them and their gameplay as well. But again, as they move on forth, they're going to have to be that much more resilient to be able to utilize those sort of opportunities. Otherwise, again, the points, I mean, there's a big, massive difference. And as so perfectly mentioned by Ocean as well, Raw sitting with those 34 points, they're going to be boosting their morale as well. And Raw is certainly every single time an aggressive team.
And I would also love to see, obviously, for one last time, we won't be seeing this in the next match. DRS versus T2K. Where does that go overall? Because yesterday it was, most of the times it was DRS versus T2K. First position, second position, Pan coming out as well. So maybe.
Exactly. Yep, that is true. And again, I mean, talking about pressures and moving on into the future itself, we are going to be looking at PN Crew, because they are looking pretty comfortable and confident to be able to move on into this first ever Super Weekend for their side, right? But once again, it is, would you say, a fallen battle already for them? Because again, the points that they're going to be starting off is going to be 0.
Yeah.
And there's a huge thing that they're going to be working towards, or against rather.
I mean, the situation for PN Crew sort of reminds me to one of my favorite scenes from my childhood favorite, like one of my favorite movies from my childhood, like which was Lord of the Rings, when you see a swordsman standing, like all alone, trying to face an entire army. But I mean, that's what PN Crew is right now going into the Super Weekend. But if you remember the battle, you know who wins. So maybe, I mean, as Ocean said, hope is a dangerous thing, but hope is also the same thing that keeps us going. As XP also pointed out, it can be a strong thing as well. So if PN Crew, they are hopeful, they feel confident, if they play like they're playing right now, maybe they're going to be able to inch their way inside the top 16. Barely, but it is going to be a possibility. They're going to have to play like gods, though.
They're going to have to play like God, so true. And again, I mean, we've seen that sort of resurgence from the side of PN Crew. If nothing else, they can get in there, get a chicken dinner, get $1,000 in the bank, and I mean, who's going to be running away from that opportunity? So hopefully, fingers crossed. But again, that's all speculation coming in from us. It is all based on the future. But right now, it is time to jump into the future with this upcoming game. Game number 4 going to be on our screens, and it is time to cue in the Panda Bros to take us through this.
Wow, I mean, what a day it has been, Necro. I mean, has to be the best day in, of course, our league days so far, considering how the zones have been playing around, how the teams have been targeting each other. Now, with the final 2 games remaining, I think it's getting excitement. The excitement levels are higher, right, than it has ever been before. And now I've got to bring the conversation back towards, of course, Venom Legends and Deadeyes, 2 of the biggest teams from their individual regions, now fighting for survival. But eventually, do you think any of these teams can make it to the Super Weekend?
Look, man, honestly, I feel like I have a little hinge. I was also talking about this with you guys. I have a little hinge saying that maybe Deadeye's guys are going to be making it because they're a big team. Come on. They have a lot of experience in their bag. They have made it, in each and every single Super Weekend. I don't really feel like a lot of struggle must be shown. But yeah, again, only 2 games left in their bag, though, and they still have like a few more points to accumulate than actually crossed over Venom Legends. And at the same time, they need to cross over Raw. These are Raw sitting on 34 points, and then Deadeye's guys is sitting on like 19 points. That's quite a big of a leap. But I'm pretty sure Deadeye's guys, they have a lot more in there that they can take.
They definitely for sure need a chicken dinner, and what better way to get a chicken dinner in the last Erangel of the league days for this tournament, of course. And now taking a look at the flight path trajectory. So we've had some really ridiculous circles in the evening, and not just Blay and XP. I think we both loved it as well. The way the circle was shifting, the way the curveballs were hitting these players really hard, and all right, those rotations, right, from every single team. Now, the last game, we did see a lot of teams dropping at each other. I mean, one of those iconic fights, of course, would be, being Crew and Venom Legends. So both these teams are not playing, so the possibilities are not there anymore. But I really want to see where the zone pans out. And, taking a look at Clarity Bablu, they seem to have dropped off at Zaki, one of those locations that they sometimes opt for when they can't really make it to then so-called new drop location that they've discovered in this tournament. That's around the western side of Quarry.
I was actually about to predict the circle as well. I was going to say it's going to be on like the top left side as soon as you gave me the throw. But hey, I mean, the results are right in front of you guys. But now with that being said, Deadeye's guys, well, Seal is the one kind of breaching in their vicinities, and they're not really going to be happy after that one Seal. One man being spotted out, Sir is the man, and this is where Deadeye's guys need to be as cautious as possible. The problem here is that Seal have a high ground on Deadeye's guys, and each and every single move they make will be monitored by Seal.
Well, 100%. I mean, this is going to be so crucial for Seal 9, right? Considering the circumstances that they're in. Either of these teams, if they can manage to get a chicken dinner, but now we might have a fight brewing amongst us, and this makes so much sense. Seal dropping right beside Deadeye's. Rated has to play it so carefully. They need this chicken desperately for themselves. And Wally, he is indeed making those moves from the eastern side, from the peripheries of the shores. And if he can find that one knock, I think the entire squad is gonna just charge in. But at the same time, look at Deadeye's position, right? They're completely surrounded from every possible direction, as if everyone wants their blood.
I know what you're trying to say over here, Fixes. I understand it. I get it. Seal as well. They're kind of out for blood against Deadeye's guys. Yeah, they're also being surrounded by high voltage. Now,
look at Vibes. They're also there.
Yeah, they're also there. Yeah, Vibes, they usually do drop inside the Water City, but now this time they are kind of spread out, which is unexpected. But yeah, they have been doing that right now. At the same time, you can also see high voltage. Now, this can be a little problem for one guy of Seal because he was kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. It was a 3-1 split inside that compound. If high voltage decide to go inside that compound initially, that means Seal can be in a little bit of trouble, but it doesn't really seem like for now high voltage are ready to challenge any kind of fights like these. But take a look at this. Tables have been flipped, Fixes, and well, Wally is going to be the man who's kind of trapped, but no, he's going to be the answer. Instead, Wally lobs in a beautiful nade to take down Rated. And well, that's Deadeye's guys. They're going to be so unhappy after that one. As you mentioned, this was an important game for them, and starting like this, oh man, I can already tell the future over here.
Yeah, they're making a run. Things are going to get even more messier because the moment they start rotating around, I believe they might just get caught off by Team Vibes, who apparently are just looting around the Water City, like you said, and they have a lot of junction control, right? Every single node is controlled by Team Vibes over there. So Deadeye's might just be walking, or rather knocking, onto its death's door. But Frag, he still wants to, kind of get his teammate with him, as they're going to be going in for an escape. Now, again, if you talk about the grand scheme of things over here, it's still not going to change a lot for Deadeyes, right? Considering how well they're doing in the Super Weekend, I'm pretty sure they will be easily making it to the finals.
Yeah.
Of course, they will be losing out on a little bit of prize pool though, but that's fine. You still got that major chunk in the finals, where they are gonna battle it out. But for Venom Legends and Sea Lion, that's where things get really tricky. But Kela, look at him. I believe he spotted the players, but he's delaying his spray. I do not understand why.
He's just letting them go at this point. He does realize maybe like challenging a fight like this wouldn't really be that great of an
Maybe
idea.
he was unaware
Yeah, I mean,
about the player position of the other players. Maybe he was trying to play a bit safe. Do you think so?
no, I don't really feel like. I just felt like he just wanted to let him go at that point because he did know they're already kind of hurt. So, you might as well just let it go.
I mean, they went for the kill.
Yeah,
come on, Necro. This makes no sense, right?
Look, the problem here is Killa was literally so far away from the rest of the squad, and if he did take a shot, that's pretty much high chance that they might just go on the higher ground, get a good positioning overall on Seal, and then Seal will be on those struggling phases. You can clearly see that was a huge high ground if Deadeye's guys decided to stop over there and take a little bit of shots onto Seal.
I mean, right now, for what I really felt, I mean, of course, we are all entitled to our opinions. I really felt that, he kind of thought that it would have been a bait, right? If he goes for the shots, and he might just get taken down from elsewhere. And he did not want to take any chances because, of course, he was right out in the open. And the last thing, of course, he would want there was to lose one of their teammates. But yeah, and he could not have received backup in time. Of course, that's there. But what we've seen some transitions from quite some teams. Raw coming out of the containers, going up for the Everest mountain, and now 17th. They've also gone in for a rather early rotation. Now, Team Vibes do control, like we said, the most important node inside the circle. That one junction. And if they can maintain it, they're good to go. But I believe Deadeyes are being chased, and Wally will go instantly falling down as Frag gets traded right off. It's all down onto it. On top, who does manage to get a knock onto its killer, but it's going to be Zeke who's going to get the final nail in the coffin as Deadeyes meet their makers have been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, at the 16th spot.
What? This has to be some kind of a joke, right? There's no way this just happened. Like, it just seems so scripted at this point. Like, what? They just let him go. And then later on, each and every single player from their squad just sits inside a vehicle and just straight up ram on that compound and easily take out Deadeye's guys. Yeah, I mean, they did put up a huge fight against them. But again, some minor mistakes were being made from both the sides, and Seal almost did get caught off guard in those kind of mistakes. And take a look at the play of Zake over here. That instant turnaround from his side, it was absolutely insane. Single-handedly taking out three players. Yup, single-handedly. That's huge.
Now the question has to be raised, right? Was it Zake outclassing everybody, or was it Deadeyes playing really bad? Because they did see him come in, and amidst that chaos, nobody did anything to respond back at him. All he had to do was just prone down. And of course, we're witnessing the players of Paradox falling. One of them has fallen down. But yeah, Deadeyes, I think they haven't really been feeling themselves in this particular week, right? Now, with just that one game remaining and the form that they're in, I think maybe we can come to a conclusion that they won't be joining us for the next Super Weekend.
I don't know, man. I had a little bit of hint saying that maybe Deadeye's guys will make it. But after that kind of an elimination, I don't really know what to say. And in that fight, I mean, again, Zake, the way he kind of crossed that teammate where the guy was holding the door, that was insane. As soon as he crossed that door instantly, the problem was the guy who came down the stairs, he first saw the guys in the garage, and then maybe he kind of made his crosser or shifted his crosser to the left side. That's when he spotted Zake, but it was just already too late. Zake already just spin around and just took him out instantly. That was a perfect fight from Zake instantly, but also gotta say, there was a little bit of unfortunate moment also being shown from the side of Deadeye's guys. A little bit more mental awareness was being there from their side. I feel like the fight could have taken different turns. But that being said, airdrop 1 on the board. It's going to be the AWM on field with the suppressor as well. Sounds good.
All right. I mean, I'm going to be interested because, to be honest, this tournament we did see a lot of bold actions, right? Especially from the Mongolians. And talking about the Mongolians, he'll have really good rotation. But D2K's Suyog, well, he was just cruising with his supercar and action. Just had a buggy, and he was right out in the open. And look at this smiling face. Yeah, dead but happy. As Jane definitely does get that revenge, and Stalwart, I mean, sort of getting a bit of their own medicine.
He's open.
Yeah, he's right out in the open, but still, still he's safe because no one has made it to where he is. Now he's gonna instantly get that knock and retreat. And by all means, I think Top is gonna have no difficulty in getting that revive. Yeah, he's gonna get back on his foot.
Yeah. Yeah, in that scenario, trying to kill as well, realize that, I mean, Stalwart Esports isn't the kind of team that you can't just challenge a fight just like that. You gotta plan things out first, and considering the fact that you already do have a casualty on your name, I mean, it's already a disadvantage inside that fight initially. So maybe taking things a little slow, playing for success, that's probably they want to do, and that's what they're going to be doing for now as well. And now take a look at TDK. I mean, they're down quite low. They don't even have any first aids on themselves. Take a look at James. He squads down low. He does have his bandages, but but another fight might just pan out. Clarity Bubble spotting out 7C. Memo able to escape the vision. But over there, again, Clarity Bubble, they are making sure they're holding their grounds tight. Oh, Crypto got it. Wait, did he get the AWM?
Maybe.
Did.
I think we would get to see that in just a little bit of time. But, a request to the production, if we could have the map feed in front of our eyes right now, because so much is happening around. And reviews, is he caught out in the open? Because players of Stalwart, look at them just swarming around, trying to hunt down the players. But I think I8 has made a good escape. But look at this change of tempo coming out from players of, in fact, all the Mongolian teams over here. They're playing so aggressive, like they've got nothing to lose. Of course, I mean, we do know for a fact that both these teams are qualified. But Crypto with some crispy aim on that TP instantly shuts down Shoykot. But his buggy, well, it's fuming with smoke.
That definitely is happening, but again, the trade is there even from their side. Johnny's knocked out. The res again should be there. They do have a little rock as a cover. So Johnny should be back up on his feet in no time, and that's what exactly his review's going for. And take a look at the rotations as well that are happening. Now, I8 going all the way back inside the zone. Stalwart Esports maybe will not expect this come in because, well, Crypto, if you can take a look at the map as well, take a look at that little mini map just right behind Stalwart Esports. There is I8. Now, luckily, Stalwart Esports as well, they're on a move. They're going to be staying mobile, so that's a good thing coming out from their side. Repositioning all the time is the best thing you can do, especially if your position's given away.
Quite an interesting circle. I have to say this, Necro, right? I mean, this entire evening has been filled with so much action. And look at these teams, every single one of them just swarming inside the zone. I mean, DRS, they might just go up against Vibes. We've got High Voltage and 7C fighting it out amongst each other. And then you've got the man Crypto himself. I mean, he does not care if his buggy might just burn, right? He's still going to get a few kills here and there. But Usam is, I believe, in a bit of a pickle. I think he's been that sacrificial lamb for his team, just going on a scouting mission. But the way the circle has been shifting, the players have been, having such a tough time, understanding where the zone is heading out. And by all means, I mean, Clarity Bablu out of every single team has center, right? Imagine them dropping off at Saki and still having such a comfortable position for themselves. I really hope they've got enough scopes to play around with as D2K Sandesh, the messenger himself. Yeah, he's getting some sweet revenge.
Yeah, there you go. They're like, you killed my mate Suyog, and I'm going to get the revenge. But Top says, not today, man. You did get one of our lads, but then we're going to take another one of you. That means, again, the man advantage shifts over to Stalwart Esports. Well, again, rattling off a few shots. Frankie makes it out alive from that situation. Apex not really able to catch a glimpse of that recoil quickly. And take a look at that. Man, this man's on a motorcycle cruising through the entire field. Jane, he's going to be looking safe for now. Apex missing quite a bit of shots, but it's fine. It's quite a long distance as well. Action kind of separated out from the pack, but it doesn't matter. But over here, another fight occurring. It's going to be Vibes. They have managed to find themselves an opening against, I think so, it's DRS. Yeah, well, Vibes, I do like this little kind of ridge they've gone for themselves. They're looking quite good, but take a look at this Frankie. With that kind of a rotation, he made himself in flank angle inside that fight, and he was able to take 2 men down, but DRS from the backlines now. They're making a lot of work happen. The third party coming in through, and we do know how annoying third parties can be time and time.
Oh my god. I mean, so many teams right out in the open, and everybody is fighting. Nobody, in fact, is shying away as we're gonna witness another ridiculous zone shift. And there you have it! Completely towards the northwest inside, but AJ does manage to spot the last player of T2K. But gets rated off by top. He's doing so much damage. I mean, Stalwart, they've all melted. But top,
he's
gonna stay on top. Yeah, he's racking up so much kills and applying so much pressure on DRS. And now this brings us thinking, like, was it a really good decision by DRS? I mean, even after knowing that you had a team up top being exposed from the hills, did they have to stay down there?
I do feel like, again, I mean, as I said before as well, right? Especially when your position's being given away, you need to make sure you're staying mobile. You need to keep on repositioning yourself, and that's what DRS kind of made a late decision in that situation. But again, they still do have 2 players alive. Mafia Ninja as well is in there, so at least they should have a little bit of still a little bit of comfort level. Mr. Boro, Mafia Ninja, it's quite a good combination. That being said, Raw now, they do have clear intentions of going for that airdrop. Another fight occurring, and take a look at this high voltage Clarity Bubble and Paradox. And this is looking for the same compound, and that's a great spray coming out from Wadu. Able to catch 2 bullets right onto his noggin, but not really to connect the rest one. This is going to be leaving the ladder of Clarity Bubble down quite low. Wiz is the only man inside that initial compound, and he's getting pushed on by a lot of people. Wiz, I'm pretty sure the panic is going to be setting in, and that's what exactly is happening. He does have the frag grenade cooking up, and Wally's going to be lobbing it inside, but unfortunately, he goes down. Clarity Bubble are way too quick to push in, and well, that nade still did quite a lot of damage.
Yes, it did, and it makes no sense for him to, just step out of that panic room over there as Mafia Ninja. He's been spotted heading inside the shack. This is where Jiggle, I believe, can be going for the push. Where, of course, he's going to find a different angle if he gets that high ground. And he can spray down from that little skylight that has been created. But now, we've got high voltage. I mean, look at them go. I mean, the spread that they've got. Assassin has spotted Mafia Ninja. He's not going to let him go. They know that it's just that one player, right? They've got all the players well positioned. Look at Jiggle. I mean, right now, if someone takes a shot onto its Assassin, if Mr. Boro decides to do so, he's going to get targeted. But Assassin has got his attention diverted towards Mr. Boro. Mafia Ninja and DRS, entire team, doing the right thing, smoking off so that a single nade does not enter inside that little shack. But Mr. Boro, he's gotta get one knock if they have to ensure the survival over here. Assassin, has he not been spotted out? Mr. Boro, you cannot be kidding me. How on earth could he miss those shots?
And it also did seem like he could have connected those shots if he wanted to,
yeah,
but
it was so easy.
Yeah, he just missed it point blank, and that's going to be hurting the outer squad a lot later on in the later phases. But what do we talk about later? It's hurting them right now. Mafia Ninja getting pushed on. All he can move is just inside that little shack, and yes, he just doesn't have a lot of breathing space. Unfortunately, he gets taken out, and Mr. Boro, well, those kind of mistakes, man, sometimes can really not be good for you. If you would have taken down Assassin, that means Mafia Ninja would not have been pushed. But take a look at this, another fight happening. Extreme also falls down, including Ozzy. Havoc being the last man alive inside that fight, but take a look at that. Nades being lobbed in from the side of Raw. They do know where Havoc is, and they're not going to let that position go just like that. Well, he had his nade out in his hands. He gets shot at from somewhere else. He
certainly did. And now, I mean, the way the circle has shifted, completely favoring the lads of Seal. Because reason one, I mean, Future Station are yet to enter, but before that happens, they really have a good compound. But Raw, they've completely pinned down the players of High Voltage and Havoc. How on earth is he gonna escape unscathed, right? There's no chance he's gonna survive the onslaught. He's been spotted out. It's just coming down to that one good grenade from Raw's side, which I believe they do not have. And they're not going to commit full-heartedly because they're kind of scared, right? Because you can have any single team taking shots at you, and that is exactly what happened. And blah, 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 it's fallen down. B-Shot on pretty low HP as Entry is going to come in and, well, take a few shots at A1. So a lot of fights are going on as, you know, we've got complete pandemonium around us. As A1 Esports, the ones that were trying to get some damage from the sideline, are in serious trouble.
Man, I absolutely love this zone. So many fights happening. It's just absolute ruckus being caused. And take a look at this now. Future Station, well, they're going to be good for one. They're looking to get another one, though. Dante is the man who's getting pushed on, but it doesn't matter. He's just way too strong to hold his ground. He finds second one as well. That's quite a questionable move to push in like that out in the open. And, well, that's what exactly is happening. They're getting punished for it. Dante being the only man surviving. He's going to be healing himself back up. Clutch Baba, he does know one guy's right behind that little US. Quite a bit of damage while crossing over. I do like C-Mine's position right in the back. He's making sure he's providing as much support as possible. And finally, Entry finds the better out of Dante. And that's going to be it for A1 Esports in 9th position. Another team seems like they have locked their eyes on the Future Station 1952. Just fights after fights. They're not even going to get time to breathe.
Indeed, and right now, I mean, I've loved what Future Station just did, right? They waited for the right opportunity. They knew for 100% certainty that the circle is taking a lot of curveballs. So, you know, heading in the final moments where it was chaos everywhere and getting the kills for themselves, I mean, that is exactly how you should be playing. As Entry has spotted out 420, has taken him down as the Beyond falls as well. And this is trouble. This is trouble in paradise for Clarity Bablu as they've got to make a run for their life. But the big question is, can they get from point A to point B alive?
That's what the question I'm wondering as well. The place where they're trying to go, are they going to be making it safely? If they're not, well then, unfortunate. That's all we can say. We can't really point things out. But now, Wipes,
they're done.
They also need to make it inside the circle. And that's the answer right there, Fixes. They're done. The Vibes as well now, they're quite out in the open. The problem is they also do have a little high ground. That means they have got a lot of eyes on them. And they also need to make it inside the circles. Now, we do see a little vehicles they have available for that quick transportation for themselves. Well, taking still a few shots on the Future Station. They're quite hurt. And Future Station, it seems like they're just not finding a time off from their duty for now. They're getting shot at from all the different angles from since the late game started and since they've gotten that position. I feel like that position itself, it's cursed.
Yeah, but you know, right now I want to get our viewers' attention towards Seal Line, right? Considering the circumstances that they're in, this is a pretty good game for them. They've made it to the top 5. All they've got to do is keep their players alive. As Samson's been spotted out right out in the open. Malik going in with that spray from that Scarwell. Just that one bullet. He needs to hit that one bullet. But no. Maybe he's not godless. Maybe he's not as good as godless yet. And now, Jiggle. He's just lobbed that grenade. Clutch Bama. He's gonna stay alive though, but takes a chunk of damage. But Seal Line, if they sort of win this, then it's gonna be absolutely huge. As well, this is with Vibes. Refrain from taking any more shots, and we'll be waiting for the next circle to kick in.
Entry finds one from Vibes now, but he's also taking a few shots from Visit Vibes. Each and every single team, as soon as they move even out of like half a second from their covers, they're just getting so many shots just like onto themselves, and they need to find out a safe way from this kind of a situation. It sounds just so hard for me personally. See why Nub also gets caught off guard. Didn't really expect Vibes to just push it on in. And now Entry being the only man surviving. He's taking a few shots on the Killer. His position being given away. And well, Killer Is he going to be the one who finds entry? No, instead that was a third party coming in from the back line. So Line is like, all right, guys, you got taken a lot of kills. We also need a few. And they also chime inside the fight. They take down Killer almost. The kill gets confirmed. Oh, so safe over there. Assassin, is he going to be sticking to res instantly? Yes, he does. But still, they're rattling off a few bullets in that direction. They're not really able to find any critical connections, though. And Seal9 and Wizard of Wipes, they're right next to each other. There's one more team in the back lines. It's going to be Seal, I think so. Yup, Killer, the only man.
I mean, Seal9 at this particular moment, they're just playing with fire, aren't they? I mean, players thrown out everywhere and they're still not shying away. They waited for this. They've been waiting for this opportunity to really come at their door. And I believe they're not going to settle on maybe a second or third position. They're going to be eyeing out for that chicken because that is going to ensure their survival. Now, Wizards with Vibes. Well, of course, after losing out on Reaper bot, this is where, they've still got 4 kills. They're still inside the circle. They've spotted out Team Vibes. And, of course, Killer, both these teams, they've got to get inside the zone. The big question here is how. Because look at them. Look at them. They're completely pincer down. They've got to both enter in and... they're talking about a lot of bodies falling down. I mean, look at Inky making those proactive movements. He's going to shut down Killer's route inside the circle as Assassin. And, of course, Killer, they're kind of getting in. But Inky has spotted out Killer right out in the open. He's just waiting for the right opportunity. What? Yeah, just take a freaking shot.
Is that one of those brain freeze moments? What? Seal9. That was like the easiest kill you could have gone for yourself, but still, you just let it go like that. Did they even get the kill? That's what I'm really wondering at this point. No, they didn't.
Assassin got it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Seal9. He was out in the open. Just peek out. You have the cover, and you still are so scared to challenge a fight against the only lonesome survivor who's out in the open. But now Seal9, I mean, I gotta give props to them. No matter what, their survival game's looking really strong on this final day, and this is what they exactly needed to make it inside the Super Weekend. Miramar now gets taken down and visited with Wipes. We do know how good they are when it comes to capitalization, and that's what they're exactly showing. The skills being showcased from their side, but utility and precision coming in from both these sides. Both are doing quite a great job with those utilities, but Seal9 just a little too far off from the mark. They need to find it as quick as possible, though. Again, Sonora goes down with that nade, and well, Delta's Molotov. Well, wow.
Indeed, and now we've gotten into a very exciting phase. It's a 1v2 situation, or rather a 2v2. And Seal9, they need to get those revives, and I think they're going to be rather quicker. And Malik needs to get that heal up back on Delta X, because if he does not, they're losing out on one of their major players. And Rules still going for a longer flank. Now, this was something that was missing from Wizards with Wipes side, right? They were all constricted to that one area, and Seal9 did take advantage. But what I really liked was Wizards with Wipes changing the positions while those nades were being lobbed in. Yes, exactly. I mean, Rules, he can be the difference maker, but that one smoke that he did lob out, sort of hindering his view, might just give away his position, might just put Seal9 into thinking that there must be someone looming around the eastern side, and they've got to be careful about it. But he's got to make some movement really fast and really quick, as again, we're down to a 3v3 situation, and Wizards with Vibes still having that high ground, but getting nothing done yet.
I don't know why. I just find it kind of funny how every single player's just moving around, proning down. Delta finds one, just managing inside the smoke instantly. Great job again, just getting those kills, going back in the cover, but no. As I say that, I just instantly jinx it as well. He gets knocked out. Malik now, he has quite a decent positioning again, but he doesn't have any visual on any of the players. Myunki's going for the res on to Inky. Is Myunki going to be finding the res on to Inky? Yes, he does. Now, Rules. The info should be conveyed, and that's what exactly Malik is working around. And well, finally, a well-played situation coming in from the side of Malik. He waited for the call from his teammate, and once he got it, well, he just striked in.
Yeah, it was a clear outplay from Wizards with Vibes towards the end, right? In that end moment where they kind of created a crossfire between their players and have managed to get a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves. Now, somewhere down the line, we've got to say this, Seal sort of messed it up because, well, of course, they did get that trade, and that's where I was imagining that maybe Malik might just be pushing in that moment, which he did not. And Seal did nothing about it. They did not take any territory control. And of course, Rules, his flank finally coming into action, did get that initial knock, and Malik also stepped in, wiping out the entirety of Seal line and securing themselves the chicken dinner. Now, this was really smart from Wizards with Vibes. Now, the best thing that I loved about them was how they were micro-positioning themselves in all these fights, right? Constantly changing their position, staying aloof from those barrage of grenades coming at them. And they were in a really bad spot when the fight initially started. They changed a lot of things, they adapted to it, and there you go, get their chicken dinner and are looking really comfortable heading inside the Super Weekend. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go in for a quick little break, because right after that is the test coming to break the fight stat.
Welcome to the final day of the league plays right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. Week number 3 is where we're at, and we've got only one more game remaining. But before we jump towards that, S9. Dudes, what's gotten into S9? What are they doing to this lobby?
I'm still upset. I thought this was going to be their game. I picked this team. I wanted them to win, but Wizards Vibes, an absolute outplay. Also, mistake right there in the final situation. You should have finished off Rules sooner.
But somehow, well, but on to the other sands, like.
Oh yes, but again, I mean, as you move on to the top players, we do have Entry right there, the man who has been phenomenal from the side of FS again and again. So many fights that FS is part of. Entry is always going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Entry just looking really good with 4 kills, 674 damage. Killer just coming out here, 4 kills for himself. Inky, pretty decent onto the numbers. And Seal9, the best part is the consistency stats that they are just, getting for themselves. I'm telling you, it's going to pay them in a really, really good way.
I mean, this match will definitely bring them in a much more comfortable position, but it is only after we have a look at the storyboard that things will get more clearer about where S9 stands. But for now, that final fight with Wizards with Vibes, it was intense. And especially with Rules getting into the position, getting for the wide rotation, and both these teams moving in sync, it was really fun to watch.
Indeed, that's true. But talking about everything that just happened onto this game, Entry and Killer for their respective teams, right? They had good kill numbers. Talking about utilities, well, this is a game where you can focus a lot about utilities, because suppose when FS had to just get inside the zone, they were using a lot of smokes just coming down for themselves. There were a lot of nades being used by Vibes' players as well, and well, they were being taken down as well by nades. So, and Molotovs around, so many utilities were being used.
True. With that, let's also have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game, and we do know who got that chicken dinner. Wizards with Vibes. This is a really well-found team in this season, I would say.
I mean, definitely agree with that. This is a team that, as you said, well-found, waiting to be found. That was what they were doing all this time, and now finally, since they've made it, they are ready to leave their mark in the PMPL South Asia Season 4. Vibes, again, we expect this sort of a performance, but S9, again, where does this match bring them? Because, I mean, Raw is going to get involved after this match in the last game moving forward, and Venom Legends are going to be there as well, so it's going to be a really pressurable situation, but still waiting for the storyboard.
Maybe pressurable, maybe manageable, but overall, it still stays here for a lot of teams.
Exactly. On the other front, talk about DE, a team that definitely is going to be staying here, is what I would say. But then again, we'll come back to that. Before we need to go through, of course, the Oppo F9 in Pro moments, where all the fights are going to be summarized.
This is, again, DE. This nade kind of changed a lot of things. And then you remember, right, Seal was in a different element. They went towards the players of DE. They ran around them. They were just, creating so much havoc. All right, as much as I'm sad for DE at this moment, I enjoyed the way Seal played. Good fight and bad fight, a perfect example.
I agree, and sort of like a superhero moment from T2K. A failed one, because Stalwart, I mean, we know they're always going to be ready with their guns in their hands. But as you talked about Seal versus DE right there, I mean, it was incredible to watch the aggression that was brought from the side of Seal Esports. And moving on to the later stage of the match, we did expect them to sort of pick up the pace, but with the circle moving up north constantly, it was definitely going to be a challenge.
Definitely. I mean, it was a challenge, overall. But look at this right now. Vibes Killer just taking down. So Vibes did, do really good onto their fighting stances. But as soon as the circle was shifting around, right, onto the back lines of shooting range, I loved the way FS just rotated and, found out their own safety zone. Because that was just indeed a really, really good stance for that team individually and as a team, definitely. And DRS, well, DRS seemed to get this. This was a fight that was happening as we were talking, and that too in the shooting range area where DRS always likes to have the upper edge. Oh, that was just so brilliant.
Exactly. It wasn't just DRS and T2K, it was Stalwart as well. Three of the biggest names deciding we're just going to give up on rotation, we're just going to try and fight it out. So it did not work out for all three of them. T2K was the first one to go out, then it was Stalwart and DRS. Well, a few minutes later, we see them take an exit as well.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? That is indeed the part of the game. But this is where, I was talking about FS. FS actually had a hold of the game for a long, long time. Yeah. Oh my God, clarity. They were being taken down because, again, if you're not playing, paying respect to the zone with the equal ways as you want, you will be punished around the circle. This was not a fight that was taken outside the circle, though. But Clarity Pablu was a bit late to rotate around, and FS, well, they punished them exactly the way they wanted.
Well, that kill
the
right
brain
there.
freeze movement.
Yeah. I mean, the reaction that was given to that play by Akastis, I agree with that. Because even I was like, wait, what? How do you miss that? That was a free point right there.
True. Yeah, true that.
But then this happens. And, well, S9. As I said, all right, it was Delta actually who was knocked out. Should have been finished off quite early. I mean, if you are going to allow the man to just roam around your cover, that was the airdrop right there, they are going to relay so much information to their teammate. I mean, you could have done multiple things to cover up from that position. The flank is going to be coming in your direction because it did not make sense for Delta to aggress like that unless he knew his teammates were going to be ready.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just because of all these things, you see, I would say, till top 5 actually, till FS.
Yeah.
The amount of damage that these teams have inculcated for themselves, that's just so amazing. With those kill points as well, Red9 did not get a lot of kill points, but the way they had just kept themselves in the top 3, that actually shows that their impact was definitely there. But DE, previous game I remember 299 damage points only, this game 377 only.
Just not fair for the side of DE the way that the games are going against them. But with that, let's move on with the storyboard. Have a look at the teams that find themselves right here in the top 10. And in the top 10, we do have Visits with Vibes moving on to that second position, along with ABCE Esports also having a really good game. 6 positions up to the 4th.
No, so all right, I'll give you a thing at this moment, right?
Yeah.
Third league week again. Wizards with Vibes is in top 2. Previously, they the first league week they were at first position. Previous league week they were at second position with Stalwart at the top. This time they are at second position again with 1 game to spare. If we talk about it, well, DRS is not playing that game. If you just look at it, Vibes is not playing that game. If you look at it. I8 is not playing that game if you look at it.
All 4 of them are together.
Again, Wizards with Vibes is in top 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see if they can finish on the first, because the one time they finished on the first, they did really bad in the Super Weekend. It wasn't good. So, I mean, the second week when Ocean Acid pointed out it was second, they were second, they did really well. But, all right, 7-point difference between Raw and S9. Venom Legends, do we count this team out already?
If you're counting this team out already,
yeah,
Dead Eyes guys is there.
Oh, that's a 20-point leap. I don't think
Dead
that's
Eyes
gonna
guys will have to, because look at this right now, 16 points, 16th placement, right? 39 points. It's much more ruthless as compared to the previous league, because that time it was 30 points. This time it's 39 points, and it's still going to matter because they have to play one game for themselves. They are playing one game. Seal9 is playing one game. Seal9 with 2 amazing games. They would want to actually just stretch their boundaries in this game as well.
As Ocean said, I mean, in week 1, the cutoff was around 41. Week 2, it was somewhere around 30 points. And
30 points.
Now, this week, I believe it's going to be around 42. Like, because even Raw, they are going to do something in this match. Seal9 Esports, just to be safe, don't take a chance, a top 3 finish.
All right. DE, double-digit chicken dinner. Otherwise, it's just done.
Yeah,
True.
that's
Same.
deep.
But
20 points.
and from last 2 games, you see, it looks like DE is being hunted. You saw that, right? In the map of Miramar, the players were around DE. They took DE's players down, and then the last player, that was Fraxer, was just spotted down, and he was taken down. Previous game, Seal just charged on DE. It was just so different. So.
Well, what a play. What a play that is being showcased right here. But in all of that, of course, we can also bring that same conversation or that same optimism towards Venom Legends as well. But as we move on forth, the final game is going to take us to the map of Miramar. And this is going to be the final opportunity for those teams who find themselves in the bottom of the Totem Bowl to move out into the top 16 to be a part of course, the 3rd Super Weekend.
Oh, well. Stalwart's here, T2K's here. DRS, obviously, they're not a part of this game. This last game, if we talk about it. Wiz is with Vibes, 7C. Yeah, the teams are doing good. This is where, I want to see if T2K and Wiz, like, where does it end? Obviously, T2K has that 16-point lead for themselves. So, that's just a different story. So, top 2, I would say these 2 teams are definitely there.
Definitely, I mean, the stats most certainly do talk about that. But on the other front, I mean, talking about a storyline to be created, let's move on and have a look at, of course, the leaderboard that was created, the storyboard that was created from the Super Weekend, the previous Super Weekend, and find out what, or rather where these teams are who find themselves right now at the bottom of the page.
284 points. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 284 points. Dead Eyes guys. Maximum jump that we have seen by a team on one day is 96 points. That was by DRS Gaming, right? If we talk about it, but on an average, if we say a weekly maximum, weekly average that a team is actually getting for themselves is somewhere around 90 points. Weekly average. I'm talking about 15 games. The teams that are doing really good. So right now, if Wiz is with Vibes, they qualify. Obviously, they are qualifying. If they have really good day, they move up from DE. DE moves down from I8 Vibes. Like DE from 3rd position, they can lose that 3rd position. And mind you, every chicken dinner has a point, but every different placement has a point for themselves as well.
Exactly. And I mean, to make things more intense, as we were talking about the teams on the verge of qualifying or not qualifying, Venom Legends, S9, we do see these teams. R3D and 7Cs have actually already made it to the other side. They are in a safer position in the standings so far, so we're going to see them in the 3rd and the last Super Weekend. But S9 sitting on that 15th spot, 108 point, Venom Legends on 114. So this is going to be the opportunity that S9 need to secure their place in the finals. They have to just show up and put up a decent performance, get like 6 to 7 points in every single game, and that's it. They go to the finals if they do that.
Exactly, but before they can all be part of that Super Weekend, they need to get themselves in this final game worthy enough to be a part of that. And that, of course, is going to be a grind because Raw is going to be pushing on forth to get those points for themselves as well. So, tough situation that these teams find themselves in, but that's the way the battleground works. With that, let's move on along. Let's get the final game started off. It is time to introduce, of course, the Panda Bros, who are going to be Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, here we are. I mean, well, Necro, heading into the final game of the league phase of this tournament, right? We're interesting, quite a lot of ridiculous things happening, Dead Eyes are being hunted. That's what the desk said, that's what we saw, that's what everyone witnessed. But, the question still stands. Is it worth it though? Because either way is qualifying for the finals.
yeah, they're qualifying for the finals, but at the same time, you know, it's about pride, man. Look, it's about pride for a team like Dead Ice guys. They are one of the OGs out there, and they will, you know, want to at least have all of the Super Weekends on their name. It's about really pride, and I do personally want to know what's really going on behind the scenes in the Nepal region, man. I personally want to know what exactly is going on behind the scenes. Like, what do you think? Why are they getting targeted like this?
I don't know, because they've got the majority out there, you know, 8 teams from Nepal. I mean, that's
true.
going to happen at some point or the other. But, you know, of course, we're going to head inside the game. But a lot of good things that we did observe today happening is that that one single team from every region today has managed to get a chicken dinner, right? We've got the Pakistanis, we've got the Bangladeshis, the Nepalis, the Mongolians. Now, with the final game remaining, Necro, what are your thoughts on Battlegrounds closing out the chicken? I mean, just for the heck of it, just to fill that with, you know, different regions.
I'm just saying it right now. I have given up on Paradox. Like, I have given up. I don't think so.
But why?
They're going to be fixes. Look, they're all the way in the bottom, man. It's just like so difficult for them to like come up on top, and from the previous times overall rankings, the only movement we've seen in the overall rankings is just C-Line climbing over Venom Legends after that game, after that good performance coming in from their side, even though they kind of screwed up the final fight. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, they have gotten themselves that position. That means they only need to overtake one more team to at least get that 16th spot for themselves, and then they can be qualified in the Super Weekend. But yeah, the overall standings are in front of you all. That means Raw, they need to play this game out as well as they can, or at least they need to give the best out of them. If they're not really able to do so, that means the danger is going to be lingering around their heads. And well, if you talk about danger, that's going to be Clarity Bubblue showing a little bit of fear for ZEUS. And Volzyal, what was Zol doing? He was like, all right, man, I found myself a little spot to hide. And yeah, that's... I'm sorry,
that's understandable, right? I mean, that's understandable.
Doesn't have a gun anyways,
Yes. So, but then again, I mean, ZEUS need to do their homework. Yeah, of course. You've got to understand that, you know, someone must be entering, and they've gotten unlucky with that. But can't 420 dashing inside the compound as if he's unaware of anyone's presence. But how on earth, Necro, is he still alive? How on earth has he not been punished? And IC, for the first time in life, he feels threatened. He feels
that's a good knock.
vulnerable,
I do like
but still get 2 knocks.
Exactly. I like how he's creating that choke point over there as well on the stairs, just making sure he's not getting pushed inside. And well, 420, he's scared now. He can feel the pressure on himself. Icy doing his best to keep all these guys on their toes, and he's not going to let the rest out back that easily. He jumps out of the window and still catches one. How? Icy single-handedly flipping the tables in his favor, and you can clearly take a look. The final man of Bubblue is really far away. It's going to be Teen Wolf, the IGL. He needs to make something happen here, Fixes. He needs to save his own teammates if he's not really going to be able to do so successfully. But Icy, it seems like he's not interested in confirming those kills. If I was him, I would have confirmed those kills for sure.
But, you know, he's going to survive, right? I think that's where he's going to play with Godless. But, wow, I see. I mean, the saying goes true, right? Fear sometimes brings the best in you. And that is exactly what happened. As Godless will... yeah, he's taking a fight elsewhere in a different planet altogether against a different team, and has managed to get a kill for themselves. I mean, considering the fact that ZEUS has had such a bad start, they've already managed to rack up 3 kills for that entire team. And I see he's taking this whole fight against Team Bubblue as if it were a joke.
Dude, at this point, like, even ZEUS have realized it's just final game, guys. All right, who cares? Just do whatever the hell you want to do. And, well, Fixes Paradox, as you were mentioning about that team, and they already seems like they're down to just that one last man alive. It's Queet. I mean, that's it. There goes Paradox in shambles. They cannot really do anything anymore, as Godless is single-handedly taking them down, and he's having a great time. He's having a blast taking them all down. And Queet now, the final hope for Paradox. What can this man make happen? I feel like at this point, as I mentioned, I've just like given up on the hopes that Paradox are even qualifying. But okay, that's a quick peek. That's a quick jiggle peek over there. Finds Godless, and well, ZEUS, a little bit of overconfidence from Godless getting punished. I like that. I like that. Oh, Godless, he thought that, okay, there's no way Quiddy's going to be able to clutch this out, but then overconfidence coming in through. He stepped out of his cover. He gets instantly capitalized upon, and beautifully played that from Quid.
I mean, this is where you get that reference from Batman versus Superman, right? Gods to bleed. And,
oh yeah.
I mean, the mortals,
like
the mortal over here, kind of, right? He did have his happy time. Eventually,
Kryptonite.
of course, this is the last time. This might just be the last time we're going to be witnessing Paradox in this tournament, their final game. Unless and until they go out of their minds, maybe get 40 points in this one game and qualify for the Super Weekend, where they still do have a standing chance. But apart from that, I think, which is very least likely to happen, but we'll get back to that. We've got Rock racing at C9. So C9, this is such an important game for them.
Yeah.
And we've already got a team. But Myunki's position, mind you, Necro, is going to be so important.
It definitely is. And look, now the main thing is C9 is looking over to take Raw's position, overtake Raw position in the overall rankings. And while we're seeing a final fight in between these two lads in the final game, this is nothing much more. This is all I want inside a game, man. This is just a full action-packed game, and this is what I like to see. Full of drama, emotion, and thrill. Well, C9 now. They do know this is quite important for them. If they go down inside this fight, that means it's done. And if Raw goes down inside this fight, that means it's done for Raw as well. One team can only make it out of this situation. There can be two Alpha Titans fixes.
Ooh, I mean, I believe Inky's legs. Did they get spotted? Because he knows exactly where he is. Now, if blah 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 can protect him from Amra, then maybe Sada can go for the knock. And if he has a grenade, then that's a short knock we're looking at. And he's finally decided to go for that. Yeah, he's got Machoka. Look at it, going after Senor, and does have that 2C, which is pretty much clinical in that close range.
Wow.
Does not miss his mark and will connect those shots and finishes him off instantly before C-Line could even make any sort of movement, as they're in a whole world of trouble. As Myunki, his position has been compromised, and Team Raw, they're just making them dance to their fingertips.
The problem is they cannot even retreat out of this position. Like, Inky's just trapped inside, and there's no way he can fall back. Even though they try to smoke, he's still going to be taking a lot of damage. And Joker from the back lines, of course, makes some things happen with the BSS. And there goes Seal9. That means they're not going to be making it inside the Super Weekends. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first conclusion right there. Getting eliminated on 16th position. Raw is like, no, we're not letting you guys overtake. And well, just like that, another third party coming in, and it's going to be the lonesome survival. The one-man army, ACDE.
Oh, what on earth is happening? But, you know, I really want to take a look at this one fight, right? You know, everyone, I mean, this is where they were all tunnel vision, right? I mean, all he had to do was just move around and spray and pray with his arm. And that's exactly what he did. And he received success. But this is one of those fights that I really wanted to witness, because Godless, all by his lonesome, did manage to knock down 3 players. In fact, take them down for the better good. And look at how composed he is. And adding on to, you know, Paradox's miseries over here, they were all engaging against him one by one. They did not push in tandem at all. I mean, that had to be so easy, right? I mean, you just that one player. You could not take that. You cannot take down 4 players at the same time. I mean, at some point, even if you're that good, your mags are just gonna go in for a reload unless and until you have an M249 though. But that was not the case over here, right? Paradox, in fact, Godless took his own time, but of course, Keith finally did have the final after, but he's still surviving though. But the next circle shift, it's going to be so important. I mean, so many teams are just hunting each other down, right? Raw went after C9, and then IC followed the fray instantly. But look at B and Crew. They are creeping up close. We're seeing that cluster build up around the center, and a perfect shift where a lot of the teams will not have to move, but the Larco Breria side, it's so much in the open.
Exactly. And well, Fixes right there, you know, those 1v3 moments from the side of ZEUS. That's like the result of playing inside the scrims and dropping onto 4 different spots all by yourselves in the map. But now take a look at that. Venom Legends. Wow. They blow one man up inside the vehicle, and now Venom Legends, they have racked up 1 kill for themselves. That means 1 point already inside the game. And well, Future Station 1952, they're going to be like, guys, come on. We're from the same country. Why are you guys going against me?
I mean, they do not know that, right? We do know it, and they're completely unaware. But well, Clutch Baba, he's definitely making some really bold moves out there. Entry and a perfect range for providing that quintessential cover fire as Nightwing and Steel Shot. They're going to be trying to take him down, and this is a really good approach from their side, right? Entering in from the eastern areas, but now we've got a fight right amongst us as Visible Vibes. They're feeling really confident. Delta X will be lobbing those grenades as Malik has been taken down from elsewhere. Top is going to engage against Reaperbot, who apparently has gotten down as well. But Delta X, look at where he is looking at. Finally spots down, but no Stalwart. They are absolutely everywhere. And this is with Vibes. After a really, really good performance, they've been wiped out in a jiffy.
I like how every single team is being so aggressive, and they're realizing this is the final of the game. Teams that have already solidified their spot in the overall rankings in the league days, they know they're going to be qualifying inside Super Weekends. They're just playing it out like YOLO kind of gameplay, and I absolutely love it from their side. But Deadeye's guys, now this is their qualifying game, and if they do not really make or at least gather a lot of points for themselves, they need to at least rack up a lot of kill points at the same time. A decent amount of positioning points to at least have a little bit of chance to still qualify inside. And well, that being said, Future Station 1952 as well, they're taking quite a bit of dig on the Venom Legends. Nightwing's position's quite good. He's separated out from the pack. 2-1 split coming out from their side, and well, N3 is the man who goes down pretty much first inside the squad, and that's what. But this time he's second, so I'm kind of happy.
I really like how Steel Shot went in for that fight, right?
Yeah.
The confidence is needed. And Steel Shot, well, he's apparently spotted out Magnet, but he realizes he's not a threat anymore up until now, because you know they've done that damage, right? Venom Legends, they're doing good. Of course, they did lose out on Void though. That's one Void that cannot really be gotten back or maybe filled up. But then again, getting back to the action in front of us. Stalwart, I mean, they've had such a good run in this particular game. They're doing really good in this particular week. After that really first day where they were absolutely looking miserable, they really recovered themselves so beautifully. Now, that MG3 lying in front of them, if they get their hands on that, it's game over. You have got the circle, you've got the center, you've got the MG3. What else do you need?
Exactly.
A lot of kills, yeah.
Maybe an AWM as well, just kind of snipe out. If you have a little bit of high ground, that can help. That can help a little bit more. It can be like icing on top of a cake. But now take a look at the rotation that Venom Legends is making. The problem is Magnet is still stuck in the blue zone. And the question still arrives in my mind is he going to be able to make it out? Because I'm pretty sure he's lacking on meds. That's for sure. That's like 101% sure. He's lacking quite a lot of meds. So making it out from that blue zone, still so deep, he needs to find himself a vehicle to at least secure a decent amount of positioning for himself inside the zone. With that being said, ACDE is still alive, and I'm still pretty, I'm still surprised. How is he still alive inside the game, even though he's challenging each and every single fight that he has came across with? And Clarity, Bubble, and ZEUS, they might just collide against each other again, and it's going to be ACDE probably, who's probably going to be taking a few shots here and there. But now taking a look at the circle, it's already filling up with a lot of teams, and teams like Clarity Bubble, they're going to be having a little problem to make that late rotation inside, because there's going to be a lot of Guardian Angels.
You know, this is where I really like Venom Legends positioning their entry inside the zone, right? Because they've got some room to play around with. They've got no one to worry about. And high ground as well. And if the circle sort of tends to shift in their direction, then that possibly might just be their game. But High Voltage, I believe they did just lose one of those players. And
Wolf blew up Danny.
What? Why? Why?
I have no clue.
Necro. I mean, okay, because Icy was there, right? And again, Icy is going against them.
But he got the
all
kill,
by
though.
his lonesome. Production, we really want to take a look at what's happening, what's going wrong with Team Bablu. Why are they messing things up like this? You know, after having a dream start, when you knock down two of the players of Team ZEUS, you're not supposed to let them live. You're not supposed to
Yeah.
let them breathe. Because if they do, they're wounded, right? They're wounded, they're angry, and they're gonna unleash their wrath. And that's exactly what they're doing. And the cute pandas, I mean, Team Up, I really like their logo though, because I sort of resonate with that. We both do.
Yep.
They need to start being a little bit more fierce, it seems.
I do understand, pandas are really cute. Sometimes
But they've
they
got
can
sharp
be
claws.
harmless. Yeah, sometimes they can be
Alright.
harmless. Oh, this is what happened. This is what happened.
Necro.
What? What? Oh my! I just can't wait for the chat to just spam all the smiley faces in there. And Walt Para, the final man was alive, but Queen also falls down. But man, I need to wrap my head around what just happened with Clarity Bubble, and that's so unfortunate. Fixes, that's I'm pretty sure we're probably not going to be seeing a moment like that in our.
Never.
Yeah, it's like 1 in a million. Not even a million. It's like. See, I don't even know.
Hey, we've witnessed two dangerous incidents, right? One with Stalwart, you remember, around that Milta Power area. They were using the glider and they just ran in and, well, they were revived. But this was not the case with Team Bablu. But I see he's still holding all by his lonesome as Zibyan has fallen down. And this is the perfect opportunity. If IC has to strike, that was the cue, right? Now it's gone. Now it's gone because he's rather opted to play it a little bit safe. 6 kills already for him. And just the way you would anticipate one of the best players to be playing. The last season, he did manage to rack up more kills than Ruthless, of course. And we know why. Because at times, does tend to get really deadly, but I'm really kind of scared because I think he might be running down from bullets, but still, we'll confirm that one more kill as well. It's Zibyan and IC now in a 1v1.
How is he able to kind of flip tables like that? Finally, he goes down, but the damage he's dealt on them is insane. Being the only man surviving, he manages to almost wipe out Clarity Bubble if we can ignore the mistakes that were being made with those gliders. But now High Voltage, they have airdrop right next to them. That means they can probably try and get it. But finally, as we talk about that, Clarity Bubble get eliminated with only 3 eliminations on their name. And R3D locking their horns against PN Crew. Orchid is out in the open. He does have the broken vehicle as a cover, which is going to be able to sustain as much as damage as he wants, but he needs to move as quick as possible as well.
I mean, right now, R3D this week, they've been playing pretty decent, right? I think not just from this week, from the last week, I believe.
Yeah.
From the moment they entered the Super Weekend, I think they've got a new ray of hope that yes, guys, if given the right efforts, we can do that. And that's what they've been doing, right? Their players have gotten back in form. Everyone's connecting their shots, but Deadeyes, this is looking like a good game for them. But they've got to do more than just get a good game. As High Voltage, they're in an engagement, or rather collision course against High Voltage. And Otzi, he's going to take down Ayush. Now with Blend also bleeding and Orchid having fallen on his knees. Now that leaves us, of course, with Slayer, who's managed to get that res. And High Voltage, they're right out in the open. Orchid, he's been a really one good lad that we've seen so far. And eventually gets knocked down. But Havoc will, of course, get the trade.
There's no way they're going to be able to get the res back on the fallen comrade there. So they will have to give up on him. But Pika, well, I do see those bolt action headshots, and I'm pretty sure production's going to be doing their best job to show it on the replay as well. And well, now High Voltage confirming the kill on Orchid, PN Crew. This game is slipping out of their hands as their eliminations are falling across on the field. Play zone as well. Finally takes down body, confirms the kill onto it. But now, 7C. They are right there in the nearby vicinities. R3D, they have a lot of info onto Deadeye's guys. Take a look at that. Separation is quite huge. That means if one man goes down from the side of Deadeye's guys, it's pretty much next to impossible. And this is what exactly I was saying. Fraxer goes down, but they just can't get the res back up onto him.
They certainly can't. And look at Deadeyes, they're completely having a really good area. Now, against this fight with R3D, they've got a play at the optimal best, because on top he's taken quite some damage. Now this is where I'm starting to get worried, because Stalwart, they're coming in from the backlines,
Yup, exactly.
and nobody has idea. And Adil, he has got to do that, right? Because he knew exactly where the players are.
Stolen
Now,
away?
It's a freebie. It's a freebie for Stalwart, because one after the other they're just gonna rampage in and not just take the players of Dead Eyes down, also instill hurt onto R3D. But what I'm witnessing is we've got one of those OG players of Nepali community, Gurkha, also joining with us. But we'll talk about him a little bit later, because now R3D, of course, they're going to get that res back up. But Slayer, from the backlines, he might act as a menace.
He definitely is. And well, Adil now, he's just spotting out so many players next to him. He just doesn't really know who to shoot, who to not, because they're just gathering so much attention. And the problem is their backs are completely exposed. And this is where R3D, the panic is settling in onto them. And Slayer, we were talking about this lad, and he has a kind of that anonymous factor going inside his position. As long as he keeps himself anonymous, there's a massive chance that he can also rack up a decent amount of kills from the backlines. Again, it's going to be one of the most toughest tasks to do so. Stalwart Esports seem pretty aware of each and every single movement that's happening around them. Top 2A got a little bit desperate to get those kills on A1 Esports, but finally the call was made a retreat back. But take a look at Sada's position. He seems like he's right behind R3D, or actually, my bad, Stalwart Esports. And finally, A1 Esports find the opening on R3D. And the problem is, Anubis was really separated out from the rest of the lads. Hassan is making his run next to him. He should get the res back up on Anubis.
Yeah, he certainly should. But, you know, A1 Esports, they've been a little bit silent over here. They've been waiting for the right opportunistic moment to shine. And, well, they're still comfortable, right? Now, Dead Eyes, they certainly aren't, because they're just on the verge of getting eliminated and not participate in the next Super Weekend. However, for the viewers who've joined in just right now, they're still safe, right? They're still going to get to the finals, considering the points that they have, but it's still going to be a really big blow, considering they've been one of the oldest teams, and they've been right from ever since PMPL really started, right? They've been playing for quite some time, but look at this massive circle shift. And T2K, 7C, both these teams, they're going to enjoy their sweet position, as Frankie, he's going to lob in a lot of shots at high voltages direction, but it's going to be Adil who gets those kills confirmed.
So many third parties at the same time. So many kills being stolen. Frankie's taking so many shots in his back and finally falls down. But now Stalwart Esports realizing there's few teams in the front lines, and how are they going to be making it out? And from that position, lobbing in a few utilities to just make sure the ridges are clear. I don't really know if they have a clear visual, or at least have any info. And maybe there's a few team in the front lines, 7C. Probably have realized. And take a look at Sada's position. What? He has just passed Sada. Oh, this is where the trigger discipline comes in through. And what? Actually, did he spot him? No, he doesn't. Sada, this can be huge if he maintains the trigger discipline for a little bit more. That means if he let these two teams fight against each other, and when he finds out that, okay, these guys are finally hurt, he can strike in and rack all these kills for himself.
Yeah, he certainly can. Look at Memo. He's in a whole world of trouble right in the midst of the action. He's been taken down. But Sada, when are you going to open up, buddy? He started to rile up those nades. Yes, he's going to cook it. And Stalwart, they're going to be caught with their pants down. 100% if he goes spraying at them. They still have no idea. This is where he goes. And Stalwart, they have been eliminated.
Mistake.
It's okay, it's fine. I mean, he'd basically know where to go, right? Considering the fact, the situation he was in, wiping out, well, stalwarts like Stalwart, that has to be one of the plays for the evening.
Yeah, that definitely. It has to be one of the best plays throughout the day, honestly. Like, the way he held the trigger discipline and the way he had the presence of mind when to attack and when to not, it was just perfection. But after that, instantly, I feel like if he would have lobbed in a smoke grenade onto himself, realizing, okay, finally he has eliminated them, that could have been a little bit like the icing. Yeah, he was still out in the open. Yeah, still the bullets would have been whizzing past, but just maybe a little hope, you know? As Ocean likes to say, it's still dangerous, but still, this is what keeps us going. But now again, Sinister out in the open. He was quite lucky that he just didn't really walk into that nade. Ew. Okay, not really on the mark. Sandesh We do know what this lad is capable of, and while you do not really want to challenge a head-on fight against a man like Sandesh, Venom Esports playing this final game out quite well, and I do feel like this final circle might just shift away, or it just can be a curveball onto a lot of teams, and they are not going to be expecting this one. And while it's out in the open, that means each and every single team, they will need to make it inside the zone. Only player that are inside is kind of like Venom Esports. They're quite close.
Oh, they certainly are. And considering how the fights are going to be balanced out, I really want to see what Sandesh and Suyok make out of this particular game, right? Because they're well split apart from each other, but R3D, they've been impressing us. Now, at times when you would expect a lot of bigger things from Bablu, this is where R3D show their grit, show their determination.
Oh,
Sandesh, all right, he's got buttery fingers, buttery fingers. It's fine, it's fine. If you slip, as long as he does not get knocked out, it's fine. I can certainly live with that. But those bombardment is still going on over here. But Sinister does find that knock onto its Hassan. Now, A1 Esports having this high ground advantage for themselves, they're going to be capitalizing it on so much, right? But at the same time, I mean, this one Molotov is going to flush Ale out of this position, but no, instead 6ix9ine Boy gets that knock onto its Sandesh as R3D are going to be ramming in as we've got the final 3 teams alive right in front of us.
That's a huge fight that 6ix9ine Boy just won over there. That's going to be helping them Venom Esports to secure that zone for so much. R3D getting blown up. Actually, they're just getting blown up by that lead that's coming across right onto them. And their bodies are getting filled up with that as well. Now Anubis being the final man alive. Joker still crawling on his knees Anubis to at least get the rest back up on the Joker. That's not really going to be that easy of a job, but finally, kills get confirmed by 6ix9ine Boy, playing his position to perfection. And Venom Esports, they're the only team with a massive man advantage inside this entire lobby. That means the chance of them winning the game as well is quite huge. Ale needs to find the right opportunity to strike, and this is what he's looking for. But the problem is he can also get backstabbed from Anubis. There's just so many things happening at the same time. Now, over here, they need to at least have a little bit of telepathic communication with Anubis, but no is going to be the answer. I thought maybe we can try and work it around together, to take down the big mammoths, at least for now, but that's not the case. Well, R3D is going to be happy with the points they've gotten themselves.
Yeah, and there you go, the final kill, and with this, they're going to, of course, get the chicken dinner, and
look at him.
In good fashion. Where's Dante's goggles, right? He does that. He's gonna wear that, but no, maybe for the Super Weekends. That's what he saved it for. And today, so far, has of course been a Bangladeshi domination, and I believe Goddess Durga has of course bestowed her blessings on all these lads right out there. Of course, it's festivity out there, and everyone's gonna enjoy. I mean, well, it's right ahead, and well, now they're feeling themselves. They're getting that energy channeled, and well, the way things have been going, Fuge Station getting one, then of course A1 Esports ending the day with a beautiful chicken. That's the kind of an ending every Bangladeshi fan would want to see. But with that being said, this was such a chaotic game, right? This was right from the very start. But what really caught my attention, right, was of course Icy and the chaos that he was causing across Team Clarity Bablu's departments. That was so hard to deal with. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our matches of course, the league stages from our PMPL. But right now, what we're going to be doing is going to be calling it a night for us, because after the shuttle break, the desk is going to come in and break all the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. This is the League Play Days is where we are at in week number 3. And that day has also come to an end with all 5 games done. Now we know the teams that are going to be pushing on forth. But along with that, A1 Esports bringing in a really wonderful game for them side.
I mean, that's where, Justin Timberlake's words would be really correct. What goes around comes around. They started off with a chicken dinner yesterday. They ended up here.
Same could be said for R3D as well. I mean, they had a really good game, went down, pushed back on along as well. With that, let's move on and have a look at the MVP coming in from this game.
And, well, I mean, it was an interesting match. As Ocean said, he took the analogy of words of Justin Timberlake. I was just going to say, like, A1 Esports, they realized yesterday, all right, we're going to save the chicken dinner for the end, and that's how they took it. But MVP of this game was IC from ZEUS Esports. 4 kills coming in, no assist, but the damage numbers are the thing that we're looking at right now. And with stats like these, it means that it was a much more even fight with the rest of the players, because that survival time is just 15 minutes.
Actually, yes, and the way he actually became a headache for the lads just into the fight. So I'm talking about Team Bablu overall. That was just a bit different, but well, R3D, oh my god, Adil, Joker, Sandesh, just doing really good. Sandesh, to be honest, in this league play, he has been impressing back and forth.
I agree. Sandesh and Sinister as well from A1 Esports. These two players are two individuals who, well, they shine even though their teams are looking really solid. Although R3D is a team that I want to talk about right now, because I mean, talk about a turnaround, right? Talk about a complete 180 from not qualifying for a super weekend to putting up performances like this in the final week. So if they can play like this in the weekend, I'm gonna be a happy man.
Yeah, but for that, I would just say one thing for R3D, and that is, their damage received stat should be a bit lower, because that's where they are just lacking. They are taking fights, but they are also just letting the fight be on them. And well, in all those things, if you're talking about R3D, Adil with the highest skill department for himself, Sandesh with the most utilities used, and if you talk about Hassan, well, this lad is just incredible. He is that actual young talent that is just giving really good to the team.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan has been incredible in his performances so far, and I believe it was something that R3D, they needed to figure out exactly how they want to play, and now they have done it, because as you mentioned, I mean, they are running into those fights head first, not realizing like if there could be other possible options that they could take to have a much safer approach. But this is the style of play that almost every big team we see sort of adapt. T2K, ZEUS Esports, DRS, whenever you've seen these teams shy away from a fight, they commit and they know that they want to commit as well. That you have talked about this as well. Even ZEUS Esports suffered when they were they started to doubt themselves, when they were second guessing their own decisions. As long as you're firm in the decision you're making, it will work out.
Yeah, true, but 8 points for Dead Eyes, guys. Venom Legends, 4 points. Future Station, well, Future Station.
S90.
Games for themselves. S90. Yeah, S92. Amazing games.
Yes.
And then where it mattered the most.
Yes.
It just faltered away. Nothing you can blame on it. I mean, it was a pretty pressurized situation that these teams were basically facing. But along with that, again, when we talk about those pressurized situations, there were a lot many created throughout the entirety of the game. Thus bringing in the Oppo F9 performance.
Johnny wanted to say something.
I have an analogy. So S9 were building a house of cards, and Raw came in with a leaf blower to blow it away.
Oh, well, that's actually amazing. That's actually amazing.
That is really good.
I see. Just when he started taking up this fight, this was such a brilliant composure from this lad. He knew that the rush is going to be just on him. He knows how to just take down that rush. And well.
Why would you move one after one? I mean, it was a 1v3 situation. You had him in a choke point. Well, he had the UMP as well. It was a risky decision. Should have never charged him in the first place. It is ZEUS Esports after all, and it is IC. Even though, I mean, all right, so we were having this conversation before we started the day, me and Ocean, how IC is one of those key players from the side of ZEUS Esports that has been sort of under the radar this entire time.
Actually, you, me, Pixels, Plotter, we were talking about it just a while back, right? Because IC's impact overall has been so amazing, has been so immense in the previous season as well. I get it. Godless is a brilliant player. I get it. You know, ZEUS is there, Abel is there. But IC is someone whom you can never just, take out of the equation. He has time in and time out taken his team, be it as an individual or a team player. He has taken his team from maybe, from no placement points to maybe sometimes double digits as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, imagine situations like these. I mean, were the sort of positions where ZEUS would dominate, and from there till now, I guess it's a testament to all of the other teams.
That's one.
Yeah, not an advisable decision, but I mean, it's the last game that the team has already made it to the other side, so. I guess they aren't too worried about risky plays.
They believe they can fly. They believe they could touch the sky, but
hey, for a few seconds they did, right?
Yeah, true. But look at IC's stats, right? As of now, average stats 1.15 KPM. That's amazing. Assists per match coming down 0.5. Average survival. So this is where it is. I would say ZEUS kind of lost a lot in the previous week, where their average survival also just went down. But third time might just be the charm. Third Super Weekend.
Maybe. I mean, we are gonna expect that, right? To be honest, I'm not expecting the third Super Weekend. I'm actually expecting the finals where ZEUS is gonna pop off, not just them, Stalwart as well. But as I was saying, it is a testament to the other teams from South Asia, teams like T2K, DRS, I8. Because they have sort of leveled their gameplay up as well. They have broken through their limits, right? And that is something that needed to be done. Because again, the same conversation I had on day one of this PMPL South Asia Season 4. When the Mongolian team showed up, we were very impressed. We were like, all right, this is a next level aggressive gameplay that it is new to the South Asian scene, right? And that is what teams also themselves realized, and they're like, all right, what we were doing is not going to work out anymore. If we're going to face off against these guys more often, we need to improve ourselves, and these teams have done it. A1 Esports as well throughout this tournament. I mean, they had a very slow start, but A1 Esports, they have definitely with every single game made sure that they're working on their plays, they're working on their communication, and well, the results are looking better.
Yeah, and we see so many high peaks in this draft, to be honest, which I would say is a good thing, but bad on a lot of things. Alright, there are a few teams that are getting good kills and damage stats for themselves, and there are other teams who are suffering because of it. I'm talking about FS, Paradox, Visual Vibes, Seal9, PN Crew as well. PN Crew, well, I'm really happy they are making it for the first time in their Super Weekend department. They can get, well, $1,000 if they keep on playing in the same composure of those chicken dinner stats for themselves. But for that, the actual action for the team, it's definitely going to start from the first day of the Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and with that, we move on to the storyboard with the overall rankings, where we will have a look at the teams. Of course, this is the third Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend before the marathon moves on into the finals, where top 16 are going to be qualifying, and in that, well, yeah, it's been a tough situation. And again, I mean, Ocean, dude, you kind of pointed it out. I'm telling you have a really... Exactly, you've got some magical wand happening there. And yeah, not one, but 2, 3 big names are not going to be part of this Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, spoilers, it just comes down to me. So that's what I'm saying, I should not. I should be at the castles this summer. I just feel that now. I should not say things.
Yeah,
in my real life as well.
That a little more.
In my real life as well, I should not. I should stop
saying
things
stuff.
What a play!
But,
this is the highest cutoff, actually.
Exactly. That's, I mean, interesting. The cutoff this time is 46. And in the very last game, Raw were like, alright guys, time to get a little serious, I guess.
True.
Because, I mean, the first team they take out is the team that was challenging them.
I mean, yeah, but High Voltage is making up for this Super Weekend, right? High Voltage did not make up for the previous time. 7C will be playing their second, R3D will be playing their second, PN Crew will be playing their first. So, a lot of pressure on PN Crew for sure, because, they are starting their points from 0, but I'm pretty sure they don't care about 0 points. Yeah. All they care about is chaos that they can create to the lobby, but DE.
And the $1,000.
Yeah. But exactly, if they create chaos, they can get those multiple chicken dinners for themselves. $1,000, that's going to be a good thing. But DE, they are in top 3. They are in top 3.
Yep.
Not playing this Super Weekend can actually take them down to 7th position, 8th position. I get it. It's not that big of a deal. They will still qualify. But they are missing out on maybe potential chicken dinners, because we remember first Super Weekend, the team had a lot of second positions. Second Super Weekend, they do get a chicken dinner at the end. And then this happens.
Yeah. I mean, a team that's sitting in the top 3 of the overall standings, a team that's tied up with DRS Gaming in the overall standings of the Super Weekends, is the team that won't be playing the final Super Weekend.
Okay, spoiler.
Along with them, yeah.
I have a spoiler which I don't want to give at this moment,
For
but
Super Weekend, we'll save it for the weekend.
for the finals.
Yeah, I guess we save it for Sunday then.
Yeah, we should. I think we should.
Yeah. Okay. That's like a release date for Ocean spoilers then. But as I was saying, coming back to the conversation, Venom Legends is also a surprise because they had a pretty decent day yesterday. They started today with them being, well, right on the border of the 16th position. But still, I expected them to at least move forward, not drop down to the 19th, because I mean, they were doing well. They did well in the Super Weekend. They did well yesterday. But today, again, the House of Cards was destroyed.
Absolutely. On the other front, I mean, a team that was looking really good today, based on the different games that they were part of, it is going to be R3D. And with that, we're going to bring up their stats. And again, I mean, it's just a perfect play being showcased from this team. As you so perfectly mentioned as well, let's just hope that they continue with this momentum into the Super Weekend.
Look at this. It's brilliant, right? Johnny Hassan with 1,000+ damage, just being equal in the almost equal in the damage numbers with his teammates. This lad, I'm telling you, his future is really bright.
I mean, definitely looking looks like he's fitting in with the team at this point, and that is all that needs to happen for them to actually function to their maximum potential.
Exactly.
R3D, again, I mean, lads like Anubis, Adil, we've seen them time and time again, and this team is a team that is showcased like, all right, they have what it takes to make it to the international stages. So I do have hopes from R3D going on into this Super Weekend as well, but they have to deliver the same performance as they did today, because it is one day that they've had a wonderful day where they've secured a chicken dinner, where they have had at least a few consistent performances, and that needs to be replicated in the next 15 games that they're about to play in the weekend.
Absolutely. And now, along with that, let's have a look at the overall kill leaders based on the grenades that were being used in popping off heads, and that was a miraculous turn of events indeed, where we do have so many different opportunities that took place throughout those games.
Oh. Johnny. Okay, so action is there, right? With 12 grenade kills.
Yep.
I was just still looking at this one. He has 104 kills. Then comes top 101 kills. But the second lad, and that is Mafia Ninja, has 64 kills, out of which 11 are from grenades. Think about the so this is the efficiency of the way you use your utilities.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also, along with that, I believe it also comes down to how these teams like to play. Stalwart Esports do more often rely on their own aggression. The players are going to run in first and then think about, hey, can utilities be used in the place instead? Whereas DRS, we know the cautious approach of DRS. I mean, they are notorious for it. There is hardly a flaw in the armor that they build around a building that they're in that you will be able to crack. So it is quite incredible to see how efficient, as you mentioned, Mafia Ninja has been with the utilities. But, I mean, the clash on the weekend now, it is going to be incredible.
It most certainly will be as we move slowly and steadily towards the final Super Weekend. But before we do so, let's have a look at the day summary that was showcased today, and it was an interesting day, to say the least.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Interesting day it was, and I mean, compared to yesterday, we did not get to see that many kills in those chicken dinners. It was that one game with Future Station getting those 14 kills on Miramar. Apart from that, everyone had to settle for whatever they could get their hands on. And that was because of how desperate these other teams like PN Crew, teams like 7Cs, R3D was one of them at one point, because they needed to climb as well. How desperate these teams got to get those points and to prove themselves going into the last Super Weekend.
Absolutely, and talking about the last Super Weekend, let's get, of course, reacquainted with the 16 teams that will be participating in this final, the third Super Weekend of PMPL South Asia Season 4, where we do have, well, the likes of PN Crew tuning in, and the only question is, will they get a chicken dinner?
That's Indeed a question, right? And obviously, if they have to qualify, they need multiple digit chicken dinners. They need to have, obviously 8 to 10 chicken dinners, to be honest, and that marker has not been reached yet by a lot of teams, right?
Yep. Because again, I mean, during the league play days, we've seen teams bring in a little bit of a YOLO strat when they're just approaching different fights. But then as soon as you jump into the likes of Super Weekends, that is when actual action begins. And that is where, of course, all the strats that are being saved up during these league plays are definitely being showcased. And that's, of course, what's going to make the battleground that much more difficult to survive. And then to get a chicken dinner on top of that. It's not easy, or rather it's easier said than done. But with that, we do reach the end of our league play days. Big thanks, of course, to all of you for tuning in. And if you have tuned in, well, have you clicked that red button? Do not forget to subscribe to the channel, and not only the channel right here on YouTube, but also go ahead and extend that love to Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook as well. Because again, when it comes to those Super Weekends, you want to tune in on time, as there will be a lot of giveaways that will be taking place. And as you do in that, you can very well go ahead and follow these guys as well as the casters on their Instagrams and all the other social media platforms. If you have any questions, go ahead straight off, DM them, and I'm sure they're going to be happy to, well, help you out in all of those inquiries as well. But with that, we do, like I said, reach the end of our league play days. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro, for making it all happen. All right, Ocean, Warren, we will be tuning in, of course, on Friday. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.